Okay. There might be a bit of a change of plan. Or just a rearranging. I don't really know if I want to spend the whole stream or even a good part of it looking at a fucking court case that's not going to go anywhere. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. We had a plan. I had a plan. Why you guys not have a plan? I was going to talk about the ICJ stuff with Germany, Nicaragua, but not just yet. Just want to vibe. Is that so much to ask? God. Eclipse Day, let's go. I know, eh? That's exciting, isn't it? Although it's not here. It's only in the North America, right? I think Canadians just are seeing all of it and some Americans are seeing all of it. Hmm. Yeah. Can't a Leo vibe? I don't fucking know. There are a few things we need to do, though. There are a few things. One of them is that we need to try to get to the bottom of what's happening in the subreddit. I think I can have some guesses, but I just want to have a look. I've pulled up like 3 of the top posts, the most recent ones. I just want to see what people are saying, you know? I want to see what the discourse is. It's thriving. I mean, it's got like just over 2,000 people, and it didn't take that long to get that many people, but the activity is not that high. So I guess we could fix that. And I think a lot of the activity is coming from people who don't watch the streams because whoever the whoever some of these people are, they're not my guys. Or I don't want them to be if they are. Let me have a look though. 1 second. I mean, like, that wasn't me going to the actual physical subreddit. I'm just having a look, okay? All right. The user base seems to come from the video channel over the stream. The thing is I feel like I try to be a bit more, like, I try to be fairly, I was still quite fair in my in my YouTube channel, but I think it's because I still overlap on my main channel with a bunch of like Sean's and Noah Samsons and shit like that. And I wonder if it doesn't even matter how fair I'm being in my critiques of, say, like Traveling Israel or Mearsheimer or whatever. I feel like a lot of the people who want to watch my video essays, I feel like they're just doing it so that they can kind of feel like they're just being backed up on what they already believe by some sources, but they're not really critically engaging with anything I'm saying. But I don't know. Like, I know if you just watch a video essay quite passively, you're not really gaining all that much from it. Like, you're just being a little bit entertained, and you're not really going to remember or like absorb or have like a very broad understanding of what exactly you're talking about. But I don't know. Don't know. You know, I might just have to watch my. I might just have to make a. I'm planning on it anyway. There are a few video ideas I have for my main channel that are going to involve me going after the left wingers on Palestine because it kind of needs to be done. And given that a few of them still listen to me, maybe, who knows? You know, maybe it's if I'm going to be the whisperer, I might as well. Ooh. I've already done it with Ukraine. The problem was that the Ukraine thing wasn't quite as. I feel like a lot of far left YouTubers just stayed away from Ukraine because, in a very gross way, they kind of knew that their audiences were split on it, so they just didn't want to approach it. Like, they just don't care that much about that war. Hmm. Are you doing the video on the New York Times Spectator? It's New York Times Intercept. There probably is a video in there. Yeah. There's a lot I could talk about. Because it's such a perfect illustration of how people will accept the lowest and weakest standard of evidence for what they believe and raise the standard for things they don't believe to an impossible point of evidence. So yeah, I should probably do that. And I'll probably lose like 5,000 subscribers. But yeah, you know what? It's probably worth it. You know, a lot of them don't watch they don't continue watching anyway. Is this just an edgy grift? No. If I was grifting, people don't know what grifting is. Grifting is when you push narratives and say things that you don't believe because there's more money in it. Like my entire existence on YouTube has been the complete opposite of that. Like I constantly sacrifice what would like my business model in order to say things that I believe in. Like, I don't know. Most left-wing YouTubers, when they have diverging opinions, sorry, with their audiences, they just don't say anything. That's why big breadtubers didn't say anything about Ukraine. It's because they knew their audiences were going to be split on it, that they would lose, that it wouldn't be worth losing so many followers if they took a pro-Ukraine stance. Anyway. God, you guys are being quite generous today. Look at all these donos come in. What the fuck? Whoa. Why don't you ever go live on the main channel to access those subs? Because they're not there for live streams. They're there for video essays. When I used to live stream on that channel, even when I had like 50K or 100K subs, like I would get maybe 200-300 viewers. People come here for the live stuff. They don't go there. What person would you consider to be a grifter? Dave Rubin is the perfect example of a grifter. But my, you guys are giving me fucking Lambo funds here. Look at this. Dave Rubin's such a disappointment. Him being a disappointment implies that you had expectations of him, and that's your fault for having expectations of him. Dave Rubin's always been shit, even when he was a left winger. Like, oh god. Anyway. When was Rubin left leaning? When he was on TYT. When he was on TYT. All right. Do you speak Arabic? No. Even then, Anna said he didn't know shit. Yeah, he's always been a bit of an embarrassment. Back when he was a comedian before that, yeah, he was just he was one of those clowns who just had it in his head that he was going to get famous one day, but he didn't really have any talent or knowledge or anything to offer or any perspective, so he just kind of threw everything he could at the wall and something stuck, I guess. Which goes to show, you know, you can just be in the right place at the right time and it'll work out fairly well for you because So what's happening at this cucking subreddit? What's happening? Why does this happen over and over again? I think they mean over and over again. Okay. It's interesting. Good literate loner box user. Most literate loner box user. Hello guys. I don't know if everyone here is aware, but I find it kind of funny that every couple of weeks, the fake loner tweet made by Bad Empanada says that Loner's dad is a phalangist keeps coming back. Does anyone have an explanation to why this keeps happening? Yeah, because someone posted a tweet being like, "Oh, is this really real? Lonerbox has never given an explanation for this." Whoa. I'm like, okay, shut the fuck up. Like, it's not my fault that you're confused about this like tweet. It's not my fault that you are so gullible that whatever. My theory, Lonerbox is doing it to himself to test our loyalty. Okay. Brother, Lonerbox should have actually posted that tweet himself. It's a fucking banger if a rage bait test. Why is this downvoted? This is a good post. This person deserves better. What the fuck? You should turn your dad into a phalangist on stream just to trigger about him. The thing is with my dad's story in the Lebanese Civil War, especially with his brothers and with his dad, my Jiddo, my grandfather, the story of what they lived through in the Civil War and how they ended up getting out of it, how they ended up leaving the country. It's actually like it's actually I was talking to my dad just recently about this. Like it's actually like a pretty interesting story. The problem is I'm just never going to talk about it on stream because people are fucking insane. And also I just don't really want to make family stuff part of my content. Like it's not really, they're private people at the end of the day. But it is just funny to think about like the fact that these comments and these accusations get made when I know what my dad thinks. Like it just is it's very funny. Pro Lonerbox posts get downvoted. Yeah, there is like I know for a fact that I'm almost 100% sure that there is a bit of like targeting going on, but whatever. It's not exactly that effective. All right. So that's one. This one, I don't average r/Lonerbox commenter changed my mind. What's your source? We saw this yesterday. I don't know what this is referring to. What is this referring to? Look at this. I assume you're calling out pro-Zionist stuff for the most part? I'm not. This is about the tankies and Hamas simps, and it's downvoted 5 times. Bro, what's going on? Yeah, there's a definite lack of critical thinking in those camps. So this was you. Was this you, Jane Socks, attacking the tankies, but people thought you were going for Zionists? I'm pretty sure Jane Socks is a Zionist. Okay. Interesting. Great night, Jay. I feel like the average r/Lonerbox commenter just types a rambling mess of a paragraph, all to vaguely suggest that more balance is needed and both sides of any given conflict are bad, while adding absolutely nothing to the conversation. Bro. This person was a viewer of mine for a long, long time. Great night, Jay. They were a Twitch viewer for fucking ages. What do they do now? What's their story these days? r/labor. Fake tweet. Okay. Okay, buddy Vouch. Oh, they're a Vosh person. Okay. It reminds me of the server about 2 years ago. No, it doesn't. There's not enough terrorism for it to be the server 2 years ago. Nah, just a left-wing Jew. Okay. I mean, in these circles, that would count as Zionist, but okay. I get what you're saying. r/labor. Okay, this person seems pretty inoffensive. There seems to be a group of pro-Israelis that believe the US is in cahoots with Hamas. Is there? Interesting. Who is this Finkelsteiny person? This person posts a lot, and I don't really know what they're a Destiny poster, but they're also on Red Scare Pod. Well, they're a big Destiny poster. Did they survive the purge? All right. There was a guy I know from another Discord user who's a pretty big tanky. Apparently, he was active in the Lonerbox server, but he left. There were quite a lot. Yeah. There were a lot of those. We had many of them. So it's a bit less crazy than it than I was expecting, to be honest. But you know, if you want to, he has a sub called r/Finkelstein X Destiny. That's funny. It's okay, guys. We're just gonna keep plugging. Just keep going. So there you go. If you want to get involved in slightly improving the discourse in the Reddit, you're more than welcome to join. I feel like I should post in here myself a bit more, or ever, but I don't know. I feel like I need to get more. There'll be something. There'll be something that just kind of starts me spiraling into constantly posting on my own subreddit, but I just don't post on Reddit that often, or ever. I'm just not a big Redditor, you know? Hey, okay. Oh, wait, there's more. Oh, would you consider yourself? People are already trying to fucking gauge the place. Okay. Lornabox, the video essayist audience, streamer, bit of both. Let's say this. Who's this? Okay. Well, obviously, because they probably are looking at it now because I'm talking about it. Get mogged. Am I like an Indian here? I look like an Indian. Cute. What a statement. If you posted, it would bait the worst comments. That's true. Very true. What is this? r/Dubstiny.
Being left wing a lot of the time. I don't like.
Oh, I know this guy. When this guy was like an up and coming comedian, Daniel Slot, like fucking over 10 years ago, I went to see him in the Edinburgh Festival, and he was quite down on his luck at the time. He basically he ended his show by talking about how he had just had a really horrible tour and he was basically thinking of giving up, but then the show that he did with like at the festival, the string of shows he was doing at the festival had basically helped him bounce back. But yeah, this back when he was probably, I think he's probably about my age actually. Back when he was a very young dude just starting up. Remember seeing him. Just got taken along to see this guy and I was like, "Oh, okay. Interesting. What is this?" The Discord from 2 years ago. Oh no. Oh yeah, because everything's saved. Okay. Let's go. Let's get involved. So what happened here? You get deported by the NKVD, but you're actually just a colonialist because Comrade Stalin could never support imperialism. Goal was to create ethnic tensions, moving people around the Soviet regions and to destabilize the population. The goal was to create ethnic tensions in areas to prevent coordinated resistance against the centralized Soviet state, while also clearing ground for Russian settlers to help cement control over strategic areas like Kaliningrad. Again, it would be terrible of these people if they did it just because something she didn't give any evidence for. It's one of those things where if you're being as uncharitable as possible, it's comparable to the British British convict colonialism in Georgia, Australia, though it's likely best described as ethnic cleansing. Unless, of course, you're a Twitter tanky and view the world through a lens that make Beria blush. Waiting on Baz to call me a lib. It was the Kurds that primarily attacked the Armenians during the genocide, for instance. No, it wasn't. This is literally a revisionist narrative purposely designed to shift the blame from the Ottoman government and Turkey. The Armenian genocide was specifically organized by the state, not by Kyrgyz Circassian tribal militias. The only truth to that statement is the role the Hamidiya played in the genocide, but they were organized and directed by the state. Waiting on Baz to... I honestly don't care enough. The entire server has lib brainworms about the Soviet Union. There's no fruitful discussion to be had, especially when you openly admit you're a campist for the US. Is that what he did? Okay. Kurds were employed to drive Armenians... Oh, it's trans rights crab. Kurds were employed to drive Armenians into the desert. I first read about this in a textbook about genocide. I don't think my statement was controversial. Kurds had almost nothing to do with the deportations you claimed. I don't actually know. I don't know the Armenian genocide that much. I know I don't trust a single fucking word Baz says because he lies through his teeth. Baz tried to tell me that the Security Council approved the Iraq War. He's just insane. Like the fucking 2003 Iraq War. I think when he was saying that on the last time I ever spoke to him over voice, I was just like, okay, this guy is actually just a fucking fraud. But let's see. This wasn't as spicy as I expected to be. Oh my god, that's me, Roger Waters. Oh, fuck the pig. Oh no. Not the pig. CO2 emissions. Okay. Fun. I'm pretty sure a bunch of these people were just kids as well. Like 14-year-olds, literally. Yeah. Like this guy. Wasn't this guy a kid? Oh, he's got the watermelon in there now. Okay. He/any based. Don't search Hamas in the server pre-October 7th. Really? Do you think I should? How would I... Oh, if I start from the oldest... People are talking about it since 2020. The first fucking Baz comment. Oh no. Oh no. Let's do it, actually. Let's go. Okay. So this server had 2,000 Baz mentions. Hamas, sorry. Same thing. Old. Most people reported voting for Hamas because they felt Fatah was corrupt and not standing up against Israel. Hasn't been an election since. Just talking about PLO memes. Advocate for violence, never, but the guillotine, hey, good memes, huge memes. Is this what I'm looking for? Let's see. Oh. Okay. Here we are. These are not extrajudicial. Hamas is a government with a democratic mandate. I'm not saying they're good or that Hamas are angels, but the notion that these are comparable to or somehow worse than the IDF is ridiculous. Oh, come on. Why wouldn't let me look? Oh, it's here. Oh, it's executions. Oh yeah, Amnesty, when they were torturing people. This is in the Shifa hospital, no? This is the one where they talk about torturing people in Shifa. Yeah. So they've linked the Amnesty report about people getting tortured in Al-Shifa and extrajudicial executions. Give me an example of the extrajudicial murder of a civilian by the Hamas government. And they send them that and the executions. And he says these are not extrajudicial because they're a government with a democratic mandate. Bro! Come on, they've executed them summarily without due process. They've been classified as unlawful and extrajudiciary. Just because they're its own citizens does not make it extrajudicial. Which is worse, authoritarian government executes citizens on flimsy evidence of treason, or authoritarian government invades neighboring nation and executes its citizens on flimsy evidence of acting against its interests? Oh, God. Both are terrible, neither should be defended. I'm not washing away Hamas crimes. They're not even comparable to the Israeli government. Disingenuous. Oh, my God. Oh, look at this. Both bomb kids, both advocate for genocide. Oh, we've all grown so much since the 2020s, 2021. They won an election in a landslide. No, they fucking didn't. What is he talking about? Okay, whatever. See, like everything, this guy's just a fraud. Oh, well, let's see. Elections, 2006. They didn't win by a landslide. It was literally going to be a unity government. What, 44% to 41? Landslide. After this election, the people tried to get Hamas and Fatah to form a unity government. It wasn't a landslide. Huh, okay, whatever. Because Abbas was the president, shit. Okay. Oh well, that was fun. Yeah. 2021 server review. I feel like the community is actually. Did you actively purge people? No, I just banned people. Like it was more just a kind of if someone was being a twat, I would just ban them. I would ban fairly aggressively, but I didn't actually have like a purge. I didn't have like a dedicated time to just go and clear up. Just kind of happened organically. All right. You haven't banned me for being a twat. Thinking about it.
You know, being left wing a lot of the time, man. In all honesty, because we're the emotional one. I just fucking hate. I don't like, you know, being left wing a lot of the time, man. In all honesty, because we're the emotional one. I just fucking hate my teammates. A lot of the time, I do wish I was right wing. You know, just the normal right wing. Looks so easy, right? Because the right wing don't really care how right wing you are. They're just happy you joined in. Do you love Trump? Yeah, love Trump. Do you hate abortion? Yeah, hate abortion. Do you hate the gays? Oh, not really. Ah, you'll learn. That's it. You're still part of the team. Here's your hat. Who gives a shit? If you are not as left-wing as the left-wing person you are talking to, you are the enemy, man. They say they're being like, are you anti-Trump? Yeah, I'm anti-Trump. Are you pro-choice? Yeah, I'm pro-choice. Are you pro-LGBTQ? Yes, I'm pro-LGBTQ. Are you anti-racist? Yes, I'm anti-racist. Are you a vegan? No? Then why don't you go join the rest of the fucking Nazis? It is exhausting.
Wow, true. Literally me. Soy. All right. Apparently this was a clip from the Abby Martin debate and Piers Morgan. Okay. Oh no. This was these were people from Bad Empanada's server when they started joining mine, when they started discoursing mine. And the funny thing is, I didn't ban most of these people. My approach to these guys was to make them leave. I just argued with them until they left. But I got banned for saying Israel is genocidal against us, and they're like, no, it's only apartheid. No, this is newer. Wait, where's this from? Is this from my server? Oh, okay. I don't know. I got banned for saying Israel is genocidal against us, actually, and they're like, no, it's only apartheid and ethnic cleansing. Hamas, both sides, complicated. Nukes equals fertilizer, rockets, same thing, really. Wow, bro, but don't you know that it's actually their homeland? Don't Google Israeli skin cancer rates. So true, bestie. Just like Liberia, it's the homeland of Americo-Liberians. Facts, bro, facts. Dude. This hussy guy is actually so fucking insane. This guy's a complete fucking psycho. He over the spy balloon, the Chinese spy balloon discourse. Remember that? He tried to tell me there was no need for a spy balloon because satellites can read tombstones. And I called him out. I was like, can you show me where that is? And he kept on saying there's just like some Chinese peer-reviewed paper that he was going to send me, but he never did. I remember that guy. And then after a few days, I just kept nagging. I was like, I'm still waiting for your Chinese peer-reviewed fucking paper about fucking satellites reading tombstones inscriptions. And then he ran out and then he left. Fucking dick. Anyway. What a state, man. Ben Shapiro is purging extremists.
You blame society. You don't have an answer. So it must be a conspiracy. There must be some sort. And you're just asking questions. You don't know. Right? This is the game that is played by so many corrupt commentators. Just asking questions. I don't have to show you evidence that something terrible is happening. I don't have to actually demonstrate how the thing is happening. I don't have to tell you who the problem is. Wink, wink. But.
Oh, I saw this. What are you talking? Yeah, we saw this. Okay. It's not even a fucking surprising statement. It's really basic, just asking questions. The serfs would always call people out when they were just asking questions, right? It's not like a... But I guess to the right it is new. But the problem is that Ben Shapiro covers for people who just ask questions, like Trump with the election, right? Like, or with everything else Trump does, yeah. But we said that already, actually, so whatever. I just want to repeat all the content. Is Ben purging himself? Ben's stuck, okay? Oh yeah, the Abby Martin debate. What's this? Let's go.
So if it's wrong to kill civilians, were Hamas wrong to do what they did on October the 7th, given how many civilians were brutally murdered?
She knows. She knows exactly what's going to happen for the next 3 minutes. Is that Piers Morgan has got his fucking tea and biscuits ready, his British homespun philosophy, everyday common sense man wisdom is just going to come down on this lady, Abby Martin, like a ton of bricks, like a colonial invasion. She knows. She can see the British Empire, the entire wrath of the British Empire personified in one puffy-faced git. Let's go.
Are you doing the same thing to Emily? And if not,
Just asking,
why?
do you think it was wrong?
Why are you not sitting her?
Unless I'm mistaken, you just said to me that the killing of innocent civilians is wrong, given that Hamas showed us on tape them killing civilians, innocent civilians, on October the 7th. Do you accept that was wrong? Yes or no?
You saw the tape?
Yeah, they showed us.
You saw the tape of them killing innocent civilians?
Yes, they literally broadcast it to the world. Yes, we all did.
And so do Israeli soldiers.
Fine,
in a
why can't
depraved
you
fashion.
forget
It's
Israel
like
for a
watching...
moment? Abby, what would you say Hamas have done wrong?
Again, I'm not going to sit up here. I don't even know really what happened.
You can't find anything
to condemn rape.
Can't find anything to say they did that was wrong.
All the lies that have been perpetrated.
Destroy a people in as many numbers as you can, as often as you can. That is a form of genocide, isn't it?
Look.
Yeah, but what about my question?
Whether or not Hamas is genocidal as in its intent, I disagree.
Do you condemn Hamas for what they did on October the 7th?
I'm not going to sit here and give an obligatory condemnation of Hamas.
It was a terrorist attack of appalling magnitude.
Look, listen, I'm not going to give an obligatory condemnation of Hamas. What I will do is condemn the policies that precipitate violence. I'm not going to sit here and condemn Hamas.
Do you believe they're an armed resistance and they are they are doing what they're doing because they are responding to acts of terror by another side? Surely you would say that.
How do people take this shit seriously? I feel like if you see someone skirting around a question like this, and obviously if you support Hamas, it makes sense. But if you don't, like, how are you going to buy into this?
It was justified. Or if it's not justified, what is it? You either condemn it or you think it's justified. I don't think you can sit in the middle, can you?
Whose Discord was that? Was someone screen recording? Did my Discord make a noise? Why did my Discord make a noise? What the fuck? Oh. Okay.
Look, I don't need to sit here and give a condemnation of Hamas.
If it's wrong to kill innocent civilians, I'll ask you one more time. You haven't got to answer, up to you. But viewers are watching this and they know you haven't answered. You think it's wrong to kill innocent civilians?
I already answered. I think it's wrong to kill innocent civilians.
So what Hamas did was wrong?
Oh, it's opening a browser tab. That's why. Well done.
She's not going to answer.
Well, let her answer if she wants to. Last time.
Oh, she's so happy.
I already told you I'm not going to sit here and condemn what Hamas did.
Right. Wrong.
100%.
Was it wrong?
Ironic coming from Pierce that it's not hard to condemn both sides. Why is that ironic? Pierce does condemn the IDF's actions in Gaza. What are you talking about? Why is everything you say wrong, Celia? You leave fucking like massive essay comments in my YouTube channel and it's always fucking horseshit. And then you come in here and you say horseshit as well. Like, why don't you just check? Why don't you just check what the fuck you're saying before you say it? Okay.
Look, I don't know how much you want to just go around the mulberry bush like this.
I think it's a fairly straightforward question. How can you take part in a debate like this and say killing innocent civilians is wrong, but I'm not going to tell you what Hamas did on October 7th was wrong? It makes no sense, Abby. No sense.
I'm not going to sit here and condemn Hamas. I'm not going to do the obligatory ritual.
I hear you.
Ritual that everyone is browbeaten into doing. I'm just not going to do it, Pierce.
Wow. What an amazing debate that was. It's a shame we never watched it, isn't it? It's a shame we missed it. Anyway. What are these videos? These videos about the Liver King being the biggest liar on YouTube. This is the fucking that fucking freak who eats raw meat, isn't he? And he just looks like a human heart attack. I've never actually known what his story was. He did steroids, okay. Which one of these videos is better? The Oompa one or the Jay Aubrey one? This one's newer. Yeah, he basically eats animal balls and takes steroids. He lied about not taking steroids. Okay. Let's see. I just want to have a chill stream and I want to watch the Liver King drama because I never really looked into it. Let's go do the lore. Okay. Caution. Yeah, I like caution. Okay.
How natural.
Because the guy's just a fucking freak, isn't he? He just like tries to sell this lifestyle of. I remember I can't remember where, but I remember I kept on seeing this reel of him like putting just random fucking organs in a bowl and then putting some milk in it and just eat like, oh, whatever.
His body really.
Like, okay, why the fuck? Who cares about this guy? Apparently, some people do. So, okay.
Is.
You ran a con game and you got busted.
Oh, is the whole scandal that he just took steroids? I'm sorry, how fucking stupid do you have to be to think this guy didn't take steroids? Have you seen him? Have you seen him? How can you not think he was on steroids? What the fuck?
Twitter lately, but they're getting pretty desperate for advertisers over there. Ever since the exploding car salesman took control, the app has seen a considerable downgrade in quality, to the point where bots now lurk in the replies of pretty much every single post. Verified users get preferential treatment, and
I feel bad because you'd think people who are into this lifestyle, who actually follow this and are inspired by it, would actually be going to the gym and lifting weights, and they would learn within probably 6 months how little muscle they grow, even if they work quite hard at it. That getting to be the size of the fucking that disgusting fucking human hemorrhoid, that the human body can only do so much without getting boosted, right? And it doesn't take that much research to know that every person who looks like a massive fucking chiseled slab that you look up to have been on roids, right? Yeah.
Ads like these are becoming increasingly common. Now look, I'm not sure if you've heard of the Liver King, but I don't envy anyone who learned about him through these kinds of jarring promotional tweets talking about the smell and consistency of his own feces. I mean, if the shockingly low interaction to impression ratio doesn't say enough already, you can tell by the replies that people are a little confused at why this guy is even on their timeline to begin with.
Yeah,
And
why
I
is
don't
he on my
blame him.
timeline?
Who is this beet red amalgamation of veins and arteries in front of me, and why is he paying money to tell me about his poops?
I understand that you don't wipe your asshole. Is that true?
Most of the time, that's true.
Your shits are just really like...
They're crispy.
Well, there's a little bit of a backstory to that. It's not for the faint of heart or stomach, considering the Liver King garners some of the most visceral reactions I've ever seen for a health and fitness influencer. Whether it's the freshly skinned corpse he drapes over his head during interviews with ABC journalists, the Christmas tree of raw organs he proudly displays during the holidays, or this absolute abomination of mismatched animal parts uncharitably sewn together by his own personal psychopath of a chef, no one can deny the Liver King is a sight to behold. But how exactly he went from being one of the most popular up-and-coming names in the fitness community to desperately having to buy ad space on Twitter as a last-ditch resort to cling on to any sort of...
I can't believe this guy was a fitness influencer. I just thought, you know what I thought? I thought he was just someone who who made a clown out of himself for attention. Is that... The fact that he was anything more than that.
relevant in the wake of his whole facade being exposed is what I'd like to focus on today. Because believe it or not, these horrific tweets barely scratch the surface of who this man is and what he represents. It's a wild ride. Join me in documenting the thunderous rise and calamitous fall of the Liver King. But before any of that ruins your appetite, because let's be honest, you're probably eating while watching this, I want to take a brief moment here to thank today's sponsor, the good people over at Aura. Whether we like it or not, data brokers are out there
those
willing
fuckers.
to sell your information to scammers,
Bastards.
spammers, and anyone who may want to target you. Aura works
way.
to track down these shady data brokers
Never
and can
happened.
submit opt-out requests on your behalf, reducing the amount of spam you get and protecting you from the threat of hackers who may want
This
to
is you guys watching this stream and on your 4 monitors, causing chaos in the Discord, the subreddit.
use that information to breach your accounts. After all, data brokers are legally required to remove your information if you ask them. They just make it maddeningly difficult. Let Aura do all the hard work so you can focus on the important stuff, like, I don't know, schlepping around your 500-acre ranch in the sweltering Texas heat, or chowing down on uncooked organs. Okay, maybe you're not doing that, but you'll definitely have more time on your hands. Aura is super easy to set up, so you only need one account to access features like antivirus, VPN, password management, parental controls, identity theft insurance, and so much more. You can get it all at one affordable price when you click the link down below, or go to aura.com/jobry for a 14-day free trial to see how much of your information is already being sold. Huge thanks again to Aura for sponsoring this video and giving us all peace of mind. So when it comes to the Liver King's origins, we gotta take a lot of this stuff with a grain of salt, because sure, he does have a very robust biography of himself listed on his website, where he weirdly fades in and out of using third person. That much is true, but it's also true that he's an unabashed prolific liar and has had much of his online image artificially propped up by a nice little marketing firm, which we will be exploring later. What we know for sure is that the Liver King was once just a regular 5'7" corporate guy from Texas, born Brian Johnson on April 7th, 1977 on a naval air base in Puerto Rico. He and his older brother were raised by a tough single mother in Austin after the early death of his father. As a result, Brian never really had much of a father figure growing up, and says he found himself on the receiving end of bullies all throughout his childhood. Sick of being called a little Brian at school, he eventually decided that, according to the lore, he was going to make himself big and intimidating, working on his physical prowess starting all the way back in 8th grade. Brian cites one particular instance of him manhandling a bully as a sort of rite of passage into this new life. Brian was determined to force those who doubted him into submission and create a better life for himself while doing it. By high school, he claims he could bench press 315 pounds and was picking up chicks left and right, even letting us in on his strategy with this hypothetical interaction that I'm sure is real and worked all of the time.
Hey, my name is Brian. I have a six-pack. What's your name?
I have a boyfriend.
Oh, good. What's his name?
Not interested.
Could you tell me where I went wrong?
I don't even know you.
Again, my name is Brian. I'm funny, I'm confident, I go after what I want. I stand firm for what I believe. And did I mention I have a six-pack?
Showing it? Okay, but I have a boyfriend.
At least tell me your name.
Dude, this is a fake conversation and you're making yourself sound so desperate. Why did you put this on here? But hey, he's also got something on here about a pickup course that I think he's going to be starting soon. I'm not really sure what this means. It's pretty vague, but...
See, I didn't know that. I didn't know he actually, this guy does everything. He's a spider. Okay.
I'll be on the lookout for it. By the end of college, Brian opted not to pursue medical school and instead threw himself headfirst into the corporate jungle to start making money as a pharmaceutical rep at Eli Lilly. This is where he would also continue his hobby of, again, picking up chicks, detailing all the subtle ways in which he'd go about doing it. But I'm more interested in what happened after he met his wife, Barbara, his liver queen, as he so lovingly dubbed her.
Valentine's Day is about spending time with the people that you love most. There's no people that I love most more than my liver queen. Eat your heart out.
Because that's when the two became entrepreneurs, even buying their own dental practice and getting married. To be more specific, according to
Lonerbox, how's your riz? I'm 6'2" and I have nice hair, so I don't really need to do anything.
ABC News, Barbara worked as the dentist and Brian owned a stake in the business.
I just kind of turn up and look awkward, and but just enough to awkward enough that I not so awkward that I'm like unapproachable. You know, just kind of unintimidating.
And property. So, as others have pointed out, I guess his newfound distrust of doctors developed after he and his wife were making six figures from their medical dentistry.
You know, I don't go see doctors.
You don't believe in doctors?
Here's what happens. You go see a doctor, they're going to tell you what's wrong with you, irrespective of you being as healthy as an ox.
Do you use toothpaste?
No. Our early ancestors didn't brush, didn't floss, didn't get cavities.
Do you brush?
I don't use toothpaste, I don't brush, I don't floss.
You don't even deal with the mouth.
And I don't get cavities.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Together, their fortunes exploded, with Brian and Barbara each founding a number of different health and wellness companies throughout the 2010s, including Krawa Beauty, The Fittest Food Supplements, Heart and Soil Supplements, and Ancestral Supplements. As he told GQ in 2022, these were bringing in a staggering $100 million in annual profits, giving rise to the Johnson family empire, and assigning Brian a personal net worth of over $300 million. Maybe. That's according to him. Some have speculated those numbers might be a lot lower in actuality. Brian is definitely rich. He's made that clear as fucking day. And if the supplement industry is one thing, it's profitable. But the legitimacy of these profits continue.
Oh god, I'm so excited. I got my my Vyvanse arrived. I didn't get the prescription in the post until too late in the day, so I didn't take it today, but tomorrow, you guys, you're gonna see me. You're going to see me on fuel.
to be debated within the fitness community because it requires us to take Brian's word at face value. And at this point, I don't know why anyone would do that.
I'm curious how all your businesses were doing before Liver King, and then with Liver King growing, how that has affected all of your businesses.
You know, it's wild, hardly at all. Hardly at all.
One thing that Brian likes to claim is that his social media presence has...
Didn't know Vyvanse was a thing in the UK. Yeah, it's called Elvance in the UK.
has a little to no bearing on his person.
I was on Ritalin before. I was on this fucking bullshit. Like, does it have my name on it? No. Zagatin. I was on this nonsense. It was horrible. This extended release Ritalin. I don't even know what to do with the rest of these tablets. Because they're horrible. I hate them.
Personal net worth. In fact, at the height of his popularity in 2022, he told BuzzFeed he didn't know what a TikTok creator...
I'm not selling them, you fucking asshole. What the, that's very illegal.
Influencer or
I look
meme
like to you?
even was, making it seem as though being an influencer was never a part of the plan for him.
Enough people came over and said, you need to go on social media. And I was like, well, you know what? We always called it anti-social media. I said 6 months. I'll do this for 6 months. If I don't have 1 million followers in 6 months, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, that's the same brand of dumbbell that I have. The hexagons. I love the hexagons. You just feel so... For some reason, hard edge dumbbells just make you feel so dangerous. They make you feel stronger, even if they're the same way. Check your DMs. What? I don't... Fuck off.
Never expected this kind of exposure in the public eye.
Except, as leaked emails would later reveal, Brian was in fact pouring ridiculous resources into reaching his follower goals behind the scenes from as early as summer 2021, before he had even posted his first TikTok, hiring a video guy to live in his house and an additional camera crew to film him 7 times a month in his own words. He clearly understood the need to become a public figure, a mascot to win over the hearts and wallets of millions of paying customers. So how exactly did that manifest?
Do we want extended release Ritalin? That's why they give to children. No, it's not. They give you Ritalin, they give you extended release versus the quick one based on what your pattern is. So if you're like me and you wake up, you eat something, and then you start reading and then streaming, you basically work for like 8 hours, either on or off stream. I'm usually 8 hours on the clock straight. So you'd want extended release rather than some bullshit that fades after 2 or 3 hours. Why the fuck would I do that? It's not specifically for children. Children take it, but it's not like it's designed just for children. But I do hear a lot more negative reviews for Ritalin compared to Vyvanse, sorry, for the Yankoids in chat. To be honest, if this was my life, I wouldn't complain. If I was actually like just playing around with tanks and flattening cars, that'd be quite fun.
Now, when you get past the initial shock of an unwashed, shirtless Viking man scarfing down raw bull testicles and trying not to have a heart attack whilst dragging massive amounts of weights behind his back, it becomes pretty clear what the Liver King is all about. Preaching that pure, simplistic, ancestral lifestyle that early humans were famous for. That's what Liver King prides himself on. We're all familiar with the age-old ancestral ritual of laying down in the hyperbaric chamber to heal a ripped bicep tendon, or maybe you've heard of the ancient practice of resting in a red light tanning bed after working out with $30,000 worth of equipment in a massive home gym, of course. You know, caveman stuff. Living off the land. What better way to connect with nature than by destroying it with a fucking flamethrower, right?
Yeah.
He's a man who wears his values on his non-existent sleeve, warning us all of the inherent dangers present in modern technology like Wi-Fi and cell phones.
You know what? I can see why people found this guy entertaining though, right? Because he's just a human gimmick. Why did he have to... Okay, whatever. But I guess it was all just to sell supplements and at the end of the day, okay.
The cell phone reception goes here, and by here, that really means this Faraday cage is going to make sure to block all the EMFs from the phone so we can maintain this healthy...
Pre-modern humans most likely resemble dad and mum bods, not bodybuilders. Well, yeah, you can tell because if you look at people who work manual labor, like fucking cutting down trees and farmers and shit like that, they're strong, but they're not built. Yeah. Because doing this, bodybuilding isn't the best. It's far from being the best thing for strength. That's why you see these videos of like an old sort of like crusty farmer cutting wood and doing it quite easily. And then a big fucking bodybuilder with their big fucking fluffy biceps, like really struggling with it. Yeah. Or those like arm wrestling videos where a skinny strength person defeats a big puffy bodybuilder guy. Yeah. Isn't strongman better than bodybuilder? I mean, they're stronger. I don't know if they're better, but yeah, they're stronger. Because bodybuilding, like the whole hypertrophy thing is, the really simplified version of hypertrophy is you're just destroying your muscle so that it grows back, like bigger. So you're fucking aching all the time and you're not really doing the things that strengthen your muscles. You're actually just kind of like, you're kind of just fucking them up, really. Yeah. That makes it stronger also, but not in the optimum way. I know it makes you stronger, but not like... I need to look into the science of it one day, like exactly what the difference is. I know what the difference is in the routines. I know that people who do strength stuff, they do less reps and longer breaks. They take longer rests. So they'll normally just rep between like fucking 3 and 6 or something. And they'll take like 5-minute breaks, whereas bodybuilders are all like 2 and 3 minute breaks, and they'll do lots of reps and they lift lots of volume. But I want to actually understand why that's the case, but okay. Like how it works scientifically. And also, yeah, I know it's hypertrophy, but I don't actually know what that means. Is it not to do with like making micro tears in your muscles so that they get larger? Or yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Does anyone know what lactic acid does? Lactic acid is what makes you feel the burn sensation.
Pristine environment that we created that's EMF free.
While also fully understanding that without those things, he would have no way of showing.
Why does every streamer inevitably talk about bodybuilding? Because we need the optics, you guys. People will take me more seriously if I'm a fucking slab, okay? That's what I want to be. I want to have an upper body like a literal trapezoid. That's what I want. I want to be a walking block, and people will think more people will listen to me.
Us his
like this guy, right?
Hunting skills, which are also...
Would you not like it if I taught you about fucking mandatory
without
Palestine?
Those things, he would
would
have no way of showing us his sick hunting
with a bow and arrow in hand, looking like this. You guys would love it.
Skills, which are also incredibly real and praiseworthy. I'm curious which ancient tribes used to trap their prey behind a fence before blasting it in what looks to be the stomach with a high-powered rifle.
One for my oldest, one for my youngest.
Brother, why are you wearing a ghillie suit in your own backyard? Sorry, I know, it is pretty impressive. Who else do you know that can spear a fish to death without noticeably piercing its skin or dirtying the blade at all? Wonder how he did that. You too can achieve all of this and more when you follow the 9 ancestral tenets.
So the 9 ancestral tenets are these forces that have nourished us and shaped us to epigenetically express our highest and most dominant form.
The 9 ancestral tenets are pretty alright. I mean, they're fine.
I don't think I've ever heard him speak before just today. Oh, God.
Argue with most of them. Everyone knows sleep is important and eating healthy is good. You should take risks and get plenty of sun, bond with the people around you. I mean, it's not bad advice by any means.
So much of looking muscular is just having low body fat. I know. I don't care about looking muscular. I just want to be big. I don't care about the whole, like, oh, you could see all the little lines on my body. I don't care about a fuck about that. I just want to lift heavy shit. That's what I want. All right.
But it's also pretty generic advice. If you don't have your life together,
be
I
a
doubt the
wido.
Liver King is going to be the one to give you that wake-up call. For the first year or so, Brian wanted you to believe he achieved this unrealistic, godlike physique through a strict primal lifestyle, which is where all the raw food comes into play. As if humans haven't been cooking their meat for, I don't know, 780,000 years now? If there's something ancestral about downing an entire pound of uncooked liver on a daily basis, I haven't seen any indication of it. Not only is that an amount of vitamin A that could literally kill you if truly ingested every single day, as he claims, but many experts doubt that's what our ancestors were truly putting in their bodies on such a regular basis anyway. And I don't think I need to recite the laundry list of health concerns that come with consuming any flavor of uncooked meat. Yet, Brian has made his supposed diet a central point of his content and online image. It's pretty much what his persona revolves around. I mean, it's literally his name. The idea, from a business perspective, is for the Liver King to show everyone what your body could look like if you just followed his lifestyle and diet. But because most people aren't going to chow down on raw liver for breakfast every day, he makes it easy for you to still get those same nutrients by selling you his supplements.
He is tilting a little bit. He's hunching. Okay.
If you want to be a top king, if you want unlimited access to cars, money, and if you want to find your queen, then you have to fuel your efforts with ancestral supplements, liver, beef organs, and bone marrow with breakfast, lunch, and dinner, because liver is king.
If you can only choose one dietary supplement and you're not going to eat raw liver, make it Ancestral Supplements beef liver.
He needs to get these gross out reactions in order for the business model to work.
You are give me that nut.
You are not of my mind.
Give me that nut.
He said, give me that nut, dude. You didn't even chew it, you didn't even taste it.
Oh, that does not taste good.
Hey, it's his son.
Oh.
Did he eat fucking balls with the Liver King? Did he do that? This would have been with Ethan.
Oh, that does not taste good.
Should I be concerned there was no ice in the box?
But it isn't just him, mind you. According to Brian, this is a lifestyle that his wife and his two boys, Striker and Rad, yes, he named them gamer tags, are all happy to follow as well. In fact, if you ask Brian, it was his son's health scare that led he and his wife to discover this lifestyle in the first place.
My boys were taking ambulance trips to the hospital because they stopped breathing. They turned blue. They needed EpiPen shots. They would take ambulance trips to the hospital and then stay in the hospital because they didn't recover their breathing. How long are you going to put up with that? As a good cave dad that really loves your guys, we got just tired of the same answers. It was just more Benadryl, more bullshit EpiPen, and stay away from dust, stay away from grass, stay away from pollutants in the air. So it's like, what do you want to happen? So you keep looking for solutions. And finally, we found Ancestral Living.
Brian's family is very much a part of his content, making them the first.
What is it? Ancestral Living, bro. Watching too many fucking Mel Gibson films. Hang on. What am I looking at? Oh, here. Got a bunch of donos, you guys. Look at this. Kissy Wissy, thanks for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. Wow. For 6 months now. Wait, is she still come my chat? I thought she hated me. Okay, interesting. Camus, thanks for the €2. As a German, I'm very curious what you have to say. Oh, about the ICJ thing. Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. Mats again, thanks for the $5. Lefty Arc, how long until you find a Swedish model fiance? Don't know. Thanks for the $5. Mixolydian, thanks for the 200 something. I don't know. Any lefty who covers PL but not Ukraine is a tanky. Okay, that's a bold statement. Who knows? Scranton, the Immortal, thanks for the $5. The question is, will Iran make Nasrallah tap his finger on a map of Israel like he did those stack of papers on his desk before an angry speech? I love that clip. Fuck me. Camus, thanks for the €2. What's your body count? Fuck off. Fancy Teeth, thanks for the €5. 5 Canadian, I'm so sorry. He's an amalgamation of all the red pill self-help trends, dating, diet, physique, all taken to extremes. Yeah, as soon as I hear him speak, he becomes a lot less interesting to me. Yeah. Giorgio of Sparta, thanks for the $4.99. Money for the king. Hey, Dwayne, thanks for the $5. If you had to choose between eating 50 pounds of bull testicle or taking a few supplements, which would you choose? That's his gimmick. Ah, okay. Good one. Thanks.
First family vlog channel to eat raw organs on camera, I'm pretty sure.
Primals want to know if the liver...
Play the clip. What clip?
boys eat just like Liver King. Well, here's your answer. Liver King, out.
That's YouTube history right there. I mean, imagine the conversation leading up to this. Hey, Striker and Rad, you want to make an Instagram video with me? Oh, yeah, sure, Dad. What do you want us to do? Oh, I want you to eat something. Whoa, what are we eating?
Jesus
oh
Christ.
God. We talk a lot on this channel about influencer parents who force a lifestyle of clickbaiting and clout chasing onto their kids, but Brian takes it to another level. He's not just filming his kids' normal lives, he's making them active participants in this stupid primal LARPing shtick he needs to maintain. Like, man, just let your kids be normal. You can do all the dumb shit you want on camera, but just don't loop them into this. What about your wife? I mean, just look at her face whenever you're making her pretend to eat raw.
Oh, and Nasrallah doing the map tap clip. Am I even going to find that? That's really old. Hang on. Maybe I'll go look for it for another $5, eh? How about that? Whoa.
Organs for your ridiculous brand.
Hey, Queen.
I'm just picking up all the scammer tips, all right? This guy knows how to monetize. I'm picking up tips.
I love you.
Love you.
You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Liver King.
Liver Queen.
Out.
This mukbang, for example, is an uncomfortable watch, not just because of the animal head that still has its eyes, but also because the conversation feels so cold and forced. They all look thrilled.
It's time! Let's see. Where we starting, guys?
I think these.
When you see this piece of bread, are you jealous? You want it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't have it. What was your workout today?
Some cleans, T-Rows.
Power cleans?
Yeah.
So what was the emphasis today?
I think arms.
Oh, this is so horrible.
Back and biceps.
Mm.
Today was a pulling day. And we just back and biceps today.
All right.
You guys want any of this bread, or you have enough of your own?
Also, I'm sorry, but $300 million net worth and you can't even pay for a decent fucking boom mic? The background noise is almost as loud as the talking.
You know, it's funny. We're still getting tons of people on social that are like, oh, they don't eat that way. I doubt they eat that way. And we already have plenty of mukbangs that show that, you know, where I'm eating stuff. But it's like, what do people think we're doing with all this food?
Mm-hmm.
That we just make these videos for show?
Yeah.
Some brain.
Oh, God.
I think it's sad that pretty much the only thing they talk about here as a family has to do with either working out or eating animal brains, which is fine, but there should be more to discuss around the dinner table than just, yeah, guys, isn't it crazy that we really do eat all of this food ourselves daily? I mean, you know, what else would we do, right? I mean, we eat it. It's something we do because, of course, we eat it, you know, all of it, because we're primals. And trust me, I'm not the only one who picked up on this. Brian's own comments are littered with people saying he's holding his family hostage. I mean, if these are the kinds of comments you're getting on your own channel, it's probably time to do some reevaluating. As the Liver King's popularity ballooned through 2021 and into 2022, he was making appearances everywhere, going on just about every podcast known to man, taking exotic trips all around the world.
Yeah, I'm the Liver King. Don't forget that. I'm coming for you. That's right.
Being featured in articles for GQ and BuzzFeed, garnering national attention with alternating dumbbell curls in front of Buckingham Palace.
I'm here, the Liver King.
During this time, Brian suddenly became pretty hard to ignore. His ancestral lifestyle had the entire internet by the balls, and I'm not just talking about the ones he would shove in his mouth.
Primals! We're gonna see how many people we can trick into eating testicles so that we can increase the total testosterone for the entire savage city of Houston.
Jesus Christ.
But the closer he got to becoming a household name, the closer his secret came to being blown wide open. See, beneath the carefully crafted image Brian had become known for, there had always been murmurs of the Liver King hiding something very damning from his audience. Something that could irreversibly—
Bro, how the fuck is he hiding it? He's literally fucking pink above the waist. I don't... Do people... How many people actually look like that without gear? I don't... Whatever.
Tarnish his credibility, and those murmurs weren't getting any quieter.
Have you seen that bloke that eats
fucking
the,
bubble
just
gut.
the raw?
That's a gimmick, that guy.
It just looks ridiculous.
Let me
He's
tell you
got a
something.
plate of hearts and he just looks weird.
He's got an ass filled with steroids, is what he's got.
Yeah, he should have a big plate of steroids next to it.
That is not a natural body.
Of course it's not.
That guy is shooting all kinds of shit into his system to achieve that kind of physique.
Completely.
Unless you've been listening to this entire video and haven't gotten the chance to actually gaze upon the Liver King's gladiator build for more than 2 seconds, you've probably already gathered that this guy is on a shit ton of gear. An ass full of steroids, as delicately put by modern-day philosopher Joe Rogan. Rogan was one of Brian's earliest critics. From the second he started getting attention, he was there to call it out and cast doubt on the man's repeated claims of being all natty, a term that refers to anyone who isn't pumped to the gills with juice. And it's not that Brian would just avoid addressing these allegations, he would confront them head on, going out of his way to assure any and all doubters that his body was the natural result of 35 years of hard work, a good diet, and testicle sunning, or whatever else he likes to do.
If you sun your balls, there is a study, it's an older study, I think it's from like the 50s or 60s, that shows that it does improve androgens, not necessarily testosterone, but some of the androgens either upstream or downstream from testosterone. I think it's pretty fucking primal.
For the record,
Pretty fucking primal.
I don't touch this stuff. I've never done this stuff. I'm not gonna.
That's what they used to do. The hunter-gatherers, they would fucking sprawl and they'd lie down flat in the grass with their ass up on a tree trunk so their balls would face the sun. Jesus Christ.
Gonna do this stuff.
I don't touch this stuff.
I'd heard Rogan say you were on steroids.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
You think if I was on steroids, I would have these fucking appendages down here, these legs?
Have legs?
Do you see how fucking little my fucking legs are?
Never taken steroids. I've never done PEDs other than prioritize, execute, and dominate in life.
So this is what I say to people that make this accusation. If you don't believe this is possible, then I suggest that you take that self-limiting belief, you put that in a fucking box, and you bury that next to all your embarrassing shit. Don't open your fucking mouth about it. Let that live with you. Don't let that live with somebody else. Because the highest and most dominant form that we have to express is in front of us.
Okay. We did find something unusual about your blood.
How would he prove he's not on gear in a way that people would believe him? Pretty sure you can get a doctor to check, can't you? Because people get caught with steroids. I know people get caught sometimes with estrogen blockers in their systems. That's one thing. Yeah, you can do drug tests or like blood and stuff like that. But when you're fucking cycling on steroids, it's not just steroids you take. You also have to take estrogen blockers afterwards. Otherwise, your body will do fucking crazy shit or whatever. Science. Science.
Aha! I knew it! Primal! Primal!
Perhaps Brian's biggest misstep of all was believing he could successfully swindle his fans into buying this narrative.
Oh, I'm sorry. Estrogen. Even fuck off. Americans. Okay.
Hopes that they would then go on to buy more of his products, when in reality, total transparency from the start probably would have helped him out a lot more in the long run. It would ultimately be less catastrophic to his brand to hear the truth straight from the Liver King's own mouth, rather than from a massive expose made by someone else in the fitness community, which is exactly what ended up happening.
Leaked emails, blood test results, and a full steroid cycle breakdown. That's what we're going to be getting into in this video, and it is Shocking to say the least.
Turns out Derek of the More Plates, More Dates YouTube channel actually held some crucial insight into the
More plates, more dates. That's good. Fire. Jesus.
Liver King's real lifestyle and diet that the public hadn't been made aware of. See, way before Brian became a social media juggernaut in his own right, he was struggling to reach out to already established creators in the online fitness world, including Derek, who he once tried to recruit as a coach, firing off an email that would later be made public in Derek's viral expose, The Liver King Lie, the following year in November 2022. Derek had criticized Brian in the past, but this was finally some tangible proof of the claims that had long polluted Brian's image. This email was the smoking gun. Under a subject line ironically marked confidentiality, Brian wrote, "I've been working out for 35 years, but as I've reached my mid-40s, it's getting harder, and the back fat kills me. To support these exhaustive efforts, I've recently started taking Omnitrope, the 5.8 milligram vials from Empower Pharmacy for my new dose, which is 4 vials per week, 16 vials a month. My doctor told me I could double it. I'm wondering if taking a fuckload of other peptides, it could be confounding the results and possibly interfering with efficacy. For instance, here's what I'm currently taking." Before going on to quite plainly list out all the various steroids he was taking, while at the same time blatantly lying in the face of anyone who would mildly express doubt. It was an incredibly bold and risky idea to assume that no one would ever catch on to this lie, especially when emails like these were just sitting in Derek's inbox waiting to be pushed out into the world. I mean, imagine how those who had started his diet reacted. Take, for example, a guy by the name of Joe Loney, who just wanted to improve.
What happened there? I got lost there. Hang on. Let's go here again. I'm watching this 2 minutes again.
Right down.
Okay.
That's what we're going to be getting into in this video,
Okay.
and it is shocking to say the least.
Turns out Derek of the More Plates, More Dates YouTube channel actually held some crucial insight into the Liver King's real lifestyle and diet that the public hadn't been made aware of. See, way before Brian became a social media juggernaut in his own right, he was struggling to reach out to already established creators in the online fitness world, including Derek, who he once tried to recruit as a coach, firing off an email that would later be made public in Derek's viral expose, The Liver King Lie, the following year in November 2022. Derek had criticized Brian in the past, but this was finally some tangible proof of the claims that had long polluted Brian's image. This email was the smoking gun. Under a subject line ironically marked confidentiality, Brian wrote, "I've been working out for 35 years, but as I've reached my mid-40s, it's getting harder, and the back fat kills me. To support these exhaustive efforts, I've recently started taking Omnitrope, the 5.8 milligram vials from Empower Pharmacy for my new dose, which is
11K a month. USDs. That's a lot of roids, bro.
vials per week, 16 vials a month. My doctor told me I could double it. I'm wondering if taking a fuckload of other peptides, it could be confounding the results and possibly interfering with efficacy. For instance, here's what I'm currently taking. Before going on to quite plainly list out all the various steroids he was taking, while at the same time blatantly lying in the face of anyone who would mildly express doubt. It was an incredibly bold and risky idea to assume that no one would ever catch on to this lie, especially when emails like these were just sitting in Derek's inbox waiting to be pushed out into the world. I mean, imagine how those who had started his diet reacted. Take, for example, a guy by the name of Joe Loney, who just wanted to improve his own personal health and resorted to ingesting a daily steak so rare it was almost raw, taking a break only every 2 to 3 months. As Loney told Bloomberg, "I felt betrayed. I probably made at least 10 or 20 comments on Brian's videos saying, when are you gonna stop doing steroids after the expose?" It's important to emphasize that there were real people who were looking at Brian as someone with plenty of credibility, because that's who Brian had deliberately made himself out to be. Someone who had it all figured out. A guru that you could rely on for good quality fitness advice. When behind closed doors, Brian was shooting up over $10,000 worth of steroids, which probably does a little more for his body than drinking full glasses of blood, but what do I know? It was all a grift, and a dangerous one at that.
That is going to be 69.6 international units of recombinant human growth hormone per week, which is roughly 10 international units per
God, this guy was sitting on a mountain of gold, wasn't he? Imagine the blackmailing that could have been accomplished.
day, which is like a fucking really, really high, super expensive dosage that, to be honest, I know bodybuilders who compete at the Open Mr. Olympia who use less pharma-grade GH than that. Like that's how high of a dose that actually is.
Derek had finally brought all of this to the forefront. The Liver King was now being rightfully lampooned by the entire internet. Good thing Brian had a fire response of his own, locked and loaded. Amidst the chaos of his public reputation going up in flames, Brian took to his YouTube channel to address the scandal in a 6-minute video where he remains shirtless in character the entire time.
Primals.
I mean, you would kind of expect him to drop the shtick for maybe 5 minutes when he's discussing such serious claims, right? Especially when he isn't denying them. This video is not a rebuttal of the evidence Derek brought forward, it's a full-on admission. After being given endless opportunities to come forward about his steroid use in the past, Brian correctly assessed that he could not squirm his way out of this one, which to me makes this even more disingenuous. This is a textbook case of, oh, you're not sorry for lying, you're sorry you got caught. While some of his diehard fans considered this—
You become what you eat. What, a human fucking ball sack? Yeah, I don't know. An animal ball sack, really. Couldn't he just work out a bit and just take 5K per month in HGH? I mean, I'm pretty sure if you're on gear, you still need to work out. Like, steroids won't make you fucking grow just for no reason. You still have to work out, I'm pretty sure. Same with like protein, shit like that. Yeah.
Transparency admirable, the general consensus was still pretty negative, as evident by almost 250,000 dislikes as of today. And if you actually watch the full video, it's not shocking to see why that is.
I'm making this video to apologize.
Oh yeah, he also fucked up the audio so it only goes through the left side. Let me just fix that for you now.
Wrong, you can grow muscle even without working out when on roids. It can't be much though, right? Like, you go for a walk and you get home and your thighs are fucking ballooning. Like, what? You go shopping and you come home with fucking... and your lats turn into pyramids, like massive fucking triangles. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh. Wow, that was easy, and I don't even have $300 million.
Because I fucked up. Because I'm embarrassed and ashamed.
It's more than natural with weightlifting. If you go on fucking roids and don't work out, you'll get bigger than someone who does work out off roid. Are you fucking joking? No way. Wait a minute. That can't be true. Where's the facts? That maybe with 11 grand worth of them, I don't believe you. Stop.
Because I lied and I misled a lot.
I thought they make it easier for you to work out more, because that's the whole thing where like these fucking people try to follow these YouTubers, these big jacked YouTubers on the internet with their routines, and they get like 25% through the workout routine and they're just fucking dead because they're not on gear, right? Because there are these people who are like, yeah, you know, if you want to do this workout, you got to do 6 sets of squats, you got to do 6 sets of leg presses, you got to do 4 sets walking lunges, you got to do what's next? Oh, this is brutal, dude. You got to do your hamstring curls, your leg extensions, and you close with 5 sets of deadlifts, and also take a fuck ton of juice. Yeah, it's like 3 billion sit-ups. That's a basic leg day. Fuck off. You weigh 100 pounds, and the only fucking food within a 10 meters of you is fucking a huge bag of Doritos. Fuck off. What did I just say? 6 sets of squats, 6 leg press, 4 walking lunges, hamstring curls, leg extensions, and a bunch of deadlifts to finish. What the fuck are you talking about? You'll be in the gym for like 4 hours. Okay, stop.
Brian starts by admitting that he messed up and stating that, to be fair, it is a
complicated as fuck topic,
which is hard for me to understand personally. The question, are you on steroids, should warrant a pretty uncomplicated answer.
Sorry, I forgot. That's just something that never. Ironically, it only happened when I watched the Liver King video, but suddenly everyone in my audience is like a WWE wrestling champion. Like, okay, wow. What's the thing? What's the meme? I totally forgot that that this is me streaming. And this is all you guys watching. I totally forgot that was what was actually happening right now. I'm the streamer, and we got 690 no thoughts, head empty chatters. Like, mogging the fact that I can't do Arnold Schwarzenegger's 30 set leg day. Oh, God.
Especially when your physique is the primary selling point of your brand.
Before social media.
Check fitness chat on Discord, coward. So apparently this is Plum Yi on the... Really? This is my community. What this fucking vein here it's thicker than some people's necks. Okay. Who's this dude just puffing away in the background? Average Lonerbox viewer. Okay.
I was rich and anonymous, and after social media, I'm still rich, but no longer anonymous.
Pretty subtle flex there. Well done, Brian.
And I never expected this kind of exposure in the public eye. It's been tricky as fuck to navigate. Well, clearly I did it wrong.
Once again, I don't understand how he couldn't expect this level of attention when he was actively using 1DS marketing to craft a public profile from the jump. You were absolutely expecting the attention. You were asking for it.
Yes, I've done steroids. And yes, I am on steroids, monitored and managed by a trained hormone clinician. Liver King, the public figure, was an experiment to spread the message, to bring awareness.
Very true, Brian. I'm glad you can admit to that at least. Wait, spread awareness? What are we spreading awareness for?
To the 4,000 people a day who kill themselves, the 80,000 people a day that try to kill themselves. Our people are hurting at record rates with depression, autoimmune, anxiety, infertility, low ambition.
Okay, we're barely 1 minute in, and already we're in the what the f territory.
Fucking hell, dude.
What the fuck do you mean you lied about taking steroids for suicide awareness? Am I hearing that correctly? When has that ever been the justification for lying about steroid usage? It doesn't even make tangible sense outside of just trying to make him look noble on the surface. Brian implied to a shocking number of people that they too could look like him if they followed his lifestyle, which did not include steroids. As he repeatedly assured us, his expertise was in selling false hope. How does that in any way raise awareness for suicide prevention? If anything, reinforcing unrealistic male body standards without being transparent about your steroid use adds to the epidemic you're claiming to oppose. It's a deflection action is not a justification for anything.
When I talk about the 85% of the population that suffers from self-esteem issues, that's me. This is why I fucking work myself to death in the gym. This is why I do 12 to 15 blood-burning workouts a week, just to feel like I'm okay. Still, I have to absolutely crush myself to do so, and I'm wrecked physically and cognitively, and hormone replacement has helped in a profound and significant way.
Brian's ultimate motivation for lying is due to his deep-rooted...
Don't kill yourself, just go on the juice, haha. Bro. What? What the fuck is this? This guy's a character. Okay.
Self-esteem issues, as he claims. And that part I actually do believe. That, I'm sure, isn't the only incentive for him to lie. But Brian's admitted insecurity surrounding back fat, for instance, is something we see him talking about in the leaked emails. I'm sure that's in part what drove him to dig such a deep hole for himself, but at the same time, it's...
Maruzzi, Learnerbox actual photo of me. Okay. Now I'm getting trolled. Now I'm getting trolled.
Far from an excuse. He's not just some random person off the street whose body has no impact on his business. His body is the business. So you can see why that would become a massive liability, which it did when he was slammed with a massive class action lawsuit for misleading customers. Not the most surprising outcome in the world when you're as reckless as Brian, but lucky for him, it has since been discontinued by the man who originally filed for reasons that are currently unknown.
The conversation with my kids was almost identical to the apology video because, you know, I told them that I lied to them. And, man.
Were they like, why the fuck would we been eating all this liver bullshit? Some goddamn Skittles or something like that. This is disgusting. I'm dying. Why am I eating bone marrow? Give me a hamburger.
At the end of the conversation, they said that they're not eating liver or testicles that day.
We're boycotting balls today, Dad.
The Liver King does discuss his legal matters on his website, though, where he strangely appears to backtrack on that whole I misled my audience thing by writing, I will gladly own up to the fact that I influenced millions, and I couldn't be more proud. Only problem is, it was never a guy's. I can't wait to hear this one. When I read things like Liver King persuaded millions, deceptive business practices, and misleading consumers nationwide, I'm like, do you know how bad the world is hurting right now? Before going on to list a bunch of random percentages about how much people struggle with their finances and weight, but you may notice he doesn't actually explain how he didn't deceive people. It's basically just word soup that I can only liken to this classic tweet. If I misled my audience, I didn't mislead them because I did. No, I didn't. This is my job, to model, teach, and preach the 9 ancestral tenets so we can collectively express our highest and most dominant form. Did I persuade millions? I hope so. Did I mislead customers nationwide? Not if they're on the liver train and living the ancestral lifestyle. Okay, but you know you repeatedly claimed you weren't on steroids, right? I mean, that's the whole point of why people are calling you a liar. You said you lied. I don't know what the point of this paragraph even is. Did I conflate the Liver King's $500 million net worth? What? I thought they said 300. Not if net worth is direct reflection of self-worth. Okay, I'm sick of this. How much money do you have, Brian? Show us. Show me your bank account. Actually, you know what? Just give me your bank account while you're at it. Who would have thought rules must be followed? After all, rules are what separates us from animals. Only problem is, Liver King is an animal. I don't know if the court is going to listen to that. Brian may not care about wasting mental energy on meaningless legal cases as much as he cares about maintaining a six-pack, which, to be fair, he does say is crucial for winning lawsuits. But the fact is, Brian's reputation was at its lowest point, even after this apology video, if you can call it that. He tried to continue posting as normal, but people weren't having it. If he wanted to move on with a fraction of the audience he had cultivated, he needed to make it up to them. But how?
I believe so deeply in this message and the 9 ancestral tenets and the ancestral living. To answer your question, yes.
You would go natty.
Yes.
So are you going natty? That's it?
Yes.
Now, don't do one of them things where you say it on a podcast.
I'm done with that. You know, I've learned from this. The thing that I've learned from this is like, I'm not doing this again. Forget that. Like, now I got this responsibility, this obligation. You know, there's so many silver linings in it. Do you know how much better this will be for my health?
Yeah, the worst thing for primal lifestyle is dying at 50.
This at first may sound like a flippant comment tossed out in the midst.
50, or sometimes with like 40 or 30, bro. Okay.
just of a casual conversation, but within the same week he got exposed, Brian made it clear he was going to finally renounce his steroid usage and turn to a new life of becoming all natty. He was determined to get there, if not for the sake of his audience, then for the sake of his own health. But that begged—
Why 72 hours without food?
To get there, if not for—
Why?
The sake of his audience, then for the sake of his own health. But that begged another question. What if his appearance began to change so dramatically that it interfered with his brand?
If you go natural though, because your image is tied to your brand, and so like, what if like the cuts start going away and things like that, and you don't look as good?
How's it gonna?
Are you worried about your brand at all?
No, not at all. You know, again, like this is so much more important than me and my brand.
Brushing this off at the time, Brian wasn't about to concern himself with the what-if scenarios. He figured that from now on, he needed to be completely steroid-free and absolutely transparent with this new journey. And sure enough, for the next 8 months or so, he may have looked marginally less bloated from some angles, but overall, he looked an—
Let's see.
So, he may have looked marginally less bloated.
Because wouldn't he also, I feel like your body would do a lot of nasty shit when you come off fucking roids, but who knows?
Angles, but overall, he looked and acted significantly older. His bubble gut was still popping out, and his skin seemed to be radiating an even more vibrant red than before, if that were even possible. To those who had stopped watching The Liver King back in December and were only just now tuning back in to see what exactly he had been up to, this was a pretty grim sight.
In the modern world, we like to have our bowl of cereal, don't we? This is a primal version.
Oh god, this is the video I remember seeing. They kept on showing up on like Twitter feeds and shit. I was like, what the fuck am I keep seeing this guy pouring milk and liver into a bowl?
I got my testicles in farm fresh milk from Liver King Ranch. The most feared warriors, the Maasai. What they get down on is milk, meat, and blood. And they're expressed in a higher, more dominant form. If you still want your primal cereal to taste like Cocoa Pebbles at the end, put a little bit of whole feast in with your testicles. Make sure you peel back the membrane on the testicle. You can use a spoon if you want, but God gave you the hands for a reason. And go to town.
He's looking extremely rough, so I just wanted to do a little checkup on where Liver King is 8 months post-exposing.
In September of last year, Moist Critical made a video basically stating out loud what everybody was kinda already thinking, pointing out how increasingly unsettling Brian's appearance was becoming, even going so far as to argue he was back on the roids.
He is still doing the exact same thing, but he looks a lot worse now because I really feel like he is only amplifying his gear usage.
In fact, maybe he was using more than before. This garnered yet another response from Brian, where he admits that yes, he is back on the gear, and if only Charlie had been paying more attention, he would have known that too. It's been on his website.
Moist Critical, you're late to the party. All you had to do was go to liverking.com. All of it's there, all of it.
Never mind the fact that I have no idea who actively checks and reads through the endless walls of text that make up Liver King's god-awful website other than myself, because I'm an insane person.
I went 220 days.
It's gear addictive. It's either addictive or there's something about starting it that means you need to stay on it, but I don't know. It could be both. I don't know.
Without any steroid, without any growth hormone, without any peptide, without anything synthetic. If you call eating a pound of fresh, raw bull testicles every single day natural, then I've been natty as fuck for 220 days.
I will give Brian slight credit for at least attempting transparency here, though hard evidence in the form of blood work would have helped even more, so people could see when exactly—
Have you that Roid Arc box? Just weighing up the pros and cons, you know? There are a lot of cons. Well, 1 or 2 pros. Just weighing it up.
He got off versus when he got back on. Either way, he's admitting to being back on the steroids now, I guess, despite the health benefits of quitting that he expressed to Andrew Schulz some months earlier.
I don't like the idea of losing over 20 pounds of muscle. I don't like the idea that became the reality of losing a lot of strength. My 1 rep max strict press was like 255, and I couldn't even hit 205 in July. so I've decided to go back on it.
He didn't want to lose a ton of muscle, whatever. But as bodybuilding coach and fellow fitness YouTuber Greg Doucette asserted, Brian could have gone about this detox in a much safer way had he weaned off of it with the help of a doctor rather than just going cold turkey. He could have taken HRT from the jump to maintain his muscle mass, as Greg insists that cutting such a massive dose of steroids out of your routine so abruptly would have caused Brian's metabolism to drop significantly. He wouldn't be looking leaner, as Brian claims. Instead, we would be seeing his energy level and libido dropping like a bag of bull testicles. Something that, as Greg points out, Brian failed to mention during his 200 some odd days of being natty, leading Greg to assume that
hot take, roiding out is kind of like transing out. I've heard it from trans men that starting T feels fucking amazing, but who knows? I was like, hey, is that what men feel like? All the time. But it's difficult to tell because some of that is also gender euphoria, right? Like, or whatever the fuck. Feeling more in line with what your noggin is asking for. Starting T just made me hungry and horny. It's pretty masculine.
maybe Brian never got off the stuff.
The Liver King state that he...
No roid rage.
He did not take anything. He didn't do a PC.
Who is that guy, that trans man who was forced to compete against women in wrestling because of the biological sex bullshit? Who was that guy? It's that viral picture that people use in anti-trans propaganda, even though it's actually like...
It's the
Is it this person?
Audience, young happened boys gender. The issue director existing law fair.
Honestly, what the spotlight should have been on is my teammates.
The young athlete wrestles with a new.
Where there's someone, it's like you see the trans guy like beating the shit out of a bunch of women in wrestling, and then being like, "Yeah, I'll fight anyone." Where's that video? Oh God. It wasn't MMA, it was wrestling. But there's a really funny bit where he's getting interviewed and he's just like, yeah, I'll fight anyone. Fuck you. This is where you put me. This is what you get. Is it this person?
You are undefeated.
No, it's not this person.
Wrestling championship.
Oh, it's Anna. Transphobic Anna, I'm joking. God. This person?
Wrestling
Here today, mates.
the 7th Saturday. But because the new champion identifies as a boy, he was pulled unwillingly into a new fight. This one about the rights of transgender Americans.
I wouldn't be here today if
I don't think it's
my
this person.
teammates. That's honestly what the spot.
No, it's someone who's a bit more rough around the edges. Fuck, I'm not gonna remember. Oh well.
Didn't go to a doctor and come off properly. He just decided to go cold turkey for 220 days. And I can tell you this, I don't buy it.
So what happened when he went off of steroids?
Who knows if he did, dude? Said he did. I didn't see any blood work proof.
I don't see it. I don't believe it. I mean, as he's sitting here on this chair, shirtless, with veins popping out everywhere.
What do you mean by rough around the edges? As in, he was just like, yeah, fuck you, I'm gonna fight anyone. He was very straight to the point. He wasn't like, oh no, people should focus more on my teammates. They weren't being like diplomatic or anything. Fuck. No.
Does he actually think that he lost 24 pounds of muscle?
And as emphasized by both Greg and Derek, a few simple blood tests could have put all the rumors to bed right then and there. But at least we know what he's taking right now. And we also know why he looks so red.
So why is Liver King so red? part of it might be because I like to bathe in blood.
Yeah, the mental image of the Liver King emerging out of a vat of blood is something I will have nightmares about. Brian also says to Charlie that he isn't playing a character. This is how he really lives, even if he occasionally indulges in the same modern technologies he warns us all to stay away from. But Brian still went on to produce some of his most shocking and vile content ever in 2023. Considering everyone now knew he was back on the steroids, Brian needed to give his viewers a reason to keep tuning in. The mystique of his lifestyle is kinda gone, as reflected in the comment section, which is nowadays flooded with former fans expressing disdain for the man they were once enthralled by, sometimes announcing their decision to unfollow altogether, which is fair. I can't think of a lot of people who would willingly want to see a man eat after his dogs on the timeline.
You get a treat. You get a treat. No, you gotta share with your dad. You get a treat. But don't take all of it. We're still sharing. You get a treat.
Is this what it's like to eat haggis? Haggis is fine. Haggis is really nice. It doesn't feel like you're eating anything weird. It's got a decent texture, tastes nice.
You can have half. You can have only half. Because the other half is for me.
Bro.
You could chew on it. Mine.
This is a guy who goes after vegans on the daily, by the way. I would rather be vegan than have to chow down after my fucking dog, dude. What are you doing? I shudder at the thought of what his beard must smell like. In this clip,
I had vegan haggis in Edinburgh. It was pretty good, but probably nothing like the real thing at all. No, vegan haggis is really similar to actual haggis. It's because like all the taste of fucking, like all the flavor of haggis is in the spices. So vegan haggis tastes very, very similar.
keen-eyed viewers might notice the literal flies crawling around the head he's ingesting. These later videos are truly like watching a midlife crisis happen in real time. Even the dogs are looking at each other like, what the fuck, you seeing this shit?
When you know your why in the world, winning is a foregone conclusion. All you gotta do is sort the how and the what. That's the easy part. Define your highest leverage roles.
Assign a profound why to each and fucking execute.
Who wants the first bite of the testicle sandwich?
Me.
That's what I call a primal picnic. Get down on that sandwich. How's it taste, Rad?
Like beef testicles.
That's why your name is Savage Liver Boy Rad and Striker the Barbarian. The rest of the sandwich goes to the king.
But the worst Liver King video I've ever seen is actually absent from his TikTok today. The only way I would have ever found this thing is thanks to fellow YouTuber Fillion, who managed to document it before either Brian or Instagram removed it. Even for the Liver King standards, this next part is gonna be a little rough to sit through.
If anyone's squeamish, we're gonna be talking about dead animals. And the only reason why I bring that up is because the footage relating to this video is insanely graphic and off-putting. To be honest, I don't even know if I can show you what I'm talking about, but in the event that that's the case, I'll blur it to the best of my ability.
For Halloween 2023, Brian's personal chef decided to have a little demented fun and sew together what I can only describe as an unholy behemoth of insidious proportions. Chef Lionel dove into the dark abyss of his own mind to conjure up an animal hybrid I'm convinced not even Noah himself would let onto the ark. This guy attached a dead bobcat head to an ostrich neck sewn onto the body of a goat with bobcat legs and pig feet. What?
But that's just like what people did in the caves. No, that's a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. It's so normal.
Even compels someone to come up with that. He slapped that monster on the same dinner table his family sits at. Imagine walking into the kitchen one day and seeing your dad shirtless, first of all, getting ready to consume a Frankenstein animal carcass on camera at the same table where you do your homework and eat your meals. I just don't fucking get it, man. Is the clout that good? Is it that worth it? How is anyone involved with the making of this thing enjoying any of it?
The comments read, "That's not how you honor your food." That's wrong. What the fuck? This is madness. Disrespect. In what country is consuming cats legal, bro? You've got a screw loose. This is some Jeffrey Dahmer type shit, okay? Who actually plays with animal carcasses and stitches them together for the sake of social media clout?
I mean, is it just me or have we lost the plot completely? I fail to see how any of this content helps the 80% of the population struggling with self-esteem issues. Liver King's identity has devolved into nothing more but pure shock value for the sake of shock value, because it's the only reason people will talk about it. If he were truly serious about his grandiose message, maybe he would actually try to demonstrate demonstrate that. Otherwise, I don't see how him pretending to scarf down a raw meat smoothie is actually helping anyone in this equation achieve their full potential. What invites the Liver King to continue this shtick even when his audience is faltering and the people are no longer having it?
Bro.
Look at what you can build. Look at what you can build. Look at what you can build. From warrior to barbarian. Barbarian into king. King into kingdom.
By this point, it's safe to say Brian has figuratively and literally dug his own grave. Being at a place where he feels the need to pay for millions of impressions that ultimately get him nowhere is the result of his own actions entirely. I'm of the mindset that Brian probably could have continued to exist and even flourish in the fitness community had he just been honest about the steroids from the start. Not everyone would have approved, of course, especially considering the amount he was taking, but at least he would have eliminated a huge portion of potential criticism right off the bat. If you had just been upfront with how you were maintaining your physique, you wouldn't have run the risk of being labeled a fraud and a liar for the rest of your career. Brian will never manage to outrun these comments no matter how many Twitter ads he pays for, and he knows that, because the Liver King experiment was never intended as an honest venture in the first place. As we know by now, Brian's plan only extended as far as becoming the public mascot of Ancestral Lifestyle. His 9 tenets are of course a nice touch, but let's not pretend a multi-millionaire ex-pharmaceutical salesman is really out here trying to do anything other than grow his many businesses, employing unethical marketing strategies and falling back on good old-fashioned gross-out content wherever necessary. Brian may think
of fucking brains, dude. This is a good shot. Look at this. I'd follow this man's advice.
On good old-fashioned gross-out content wherever necessary. Brian may think of himself as something of a guru, a motivator, dedicated to spreading an overall positive message, albeit a generic one. But in the process, he's managed to convince me, along with many, many others, that he's nothing more than a modern-day snake oil salesman. It's a pretty irritating business model, one that he may never officially retire until he runs out of ideas for the next revolting TikTok, unless they get rid of that too. In the meantime, we may just have to get used to seeing the Liver King.
What are your big 4 PRs? I don't even know what the fucking big 4 is. What's that? Like squat, bench, deadlift. What's the third one? What's the fourth one? What's the fourth one? Overhead. Like shoulder press. With the barbell. I don't do that. I just do dumbbells for shoulder press. So I guess I have a PR for that. But I don't really, because I don't really go too high. I just do enough that I can do like 6 reps or 7 or 8. I don't think I've ever done like a 1 rep max on shoulder press. My PRs for all those, I'm only going to give them in kilograms, so you figure it out. I think my best bench is 90 kilograms. My best squat is 110. My best deadlift is 120. And shoulder press, I think I did like 2 of the 30 kilogram dumbbells. I might have not made that one though, so I'll just say 27.5 to be safe. Yeah. All right. You sit there in your fucking pound calculator.
Clog up our Twitter feeds with his highly...
That's good for a year-ish in. Yeah, I started in about June, July last year. Took a couple of months out because of October 7th. Yeah.
Desirable poop posts.
I've been kind of stuck there for a while though. Most of those numbers I was doing like 3 or 4 months ago. So I need to start boosting somehow.
This is a solemn place, an American place. The ultimate subprimal act was committed right here. Right now we stand as a family. We're gonna honor a moment of silence.
No slacking.
For those that went before us.
I mean, I went to the gym today with like 3 hours sleep. I went to bed at I went to bed at 11:30 last night, feeling really tired. Woke up at 3 in the morning, and just vibed until the gym opened at 6:30, and then went down. And that was my leg day. Then I had a big nap when I got home. But yeah, fuck. Oh, he's a Ground Zero. Alright, cute. I have not tried eating balls though.
Devin King, out.
Cigarettes help. I should probably think about going sleep and nutrition. My nutrition's fine. I eat a lot of protein and other shit as well with it. Like, but my sleep is shit. My sleep is horrible. Anyway. Maybe it'll be better tomorrow. Do you smoke? Nah, I'm thinking of smoking because doesn't the tar like line your lungs in a way that they actually hold on to more oxygen because it creates a sort of like, I don't know what you call it, but it's like a kind of, I don't know exactly the word is, but it's like a sort of tarry wind trap. So once you inhale, like it holds on to the oxygen for longer so that when you do your rep, it actually like, normally it would just come out, but it stays in and kind of slowly releases before it osmoses into your blood. Tubes. It's somewhat disputed, but yes.
Yep.
The air sticks to the tar. Yeah, so basically like the oxygen's always there. If you smoke enough, you can hold your breath underwater for like 3 hours. I watched that on the Snapchat shorts. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. What's Aberdeen like? Only been to Edinburgh and Braemar. Aberdeen's kind of shit. There are good areas. I live in a good area. I'm within walking distance of most cool stuff, but it's pretty, the best thing about where I live is the cheap rent. That's why I like it. I'm only here for the gym content. I don't even know what Israel is. Okay. I don't know how some people in this chat are so fucking autistic that they're asking me if I'm being serious about any of that. Okay. Okay. Isn't Aberdeen really expensive? It used to be, but when the oil prices crashed, the rent basically got sawn in half and it's never really recovered. Chat be pinpointing your location. I've had audience members recognize me like outside my fucking flat before, so it's not a big deal. I'm not scared of my audience or my critics.
I don't like, you know.
What is this? Stream chat. Cool video asking Arab Israelis questions. Oh, is this Corey Gilshuster? Even though we've watched this guy like a million times. No, this is someone different. Do you get recognized a lot? When was the first time? I don't remember. The first time I got recognized was by a Nazi. And I was on my first date with fucking Celery. We were just sitting outside a shop waiting for sandwiches. Outside a cafe waiting for our toasties. And this Nazi who had raided our Discord the week before saw me. That was insane. I always get recognized in Edinburgh, usually within a couple of hours of being there, somehow. How did you know he was a Nazi? Because he was from a Nazi server that came in to raid us. Do you have a public position on veganism? Yeah, my public one is that it's awesome and that you should buy my supplements. My private one is that I eat a fuck ton of meat. Anyway, hang on. Ugh. Did you see that Nazi raid coming? What? Okay. I don't know what that means. 1 second. All right, what's this? This is not Corey, is it? This is a different channel.
Okay.
נוח לך?
לא. האם אני מוכנה? לא יודעת. מתרגשת.
Oh, right off the bat, Pierce Morgan.
איזה שאלה.
לא, באמת. כן, ודאי.
זה אנושות, אנחנו מדברים על בני אדם, אנחנו מדברים על משהו שהוא לא נורמלי. לא היינו רוצים לו שזה יקרה לנו ולא לאף אחד אחר.
אני לא מוכן לגנות שום דבר שאני לא עשיתי. כמו שאני לא דורש מיהודי ממוצע לגנות את בן גביר ואת סמוטריץ' ואת צבי סוכות.
מציק לי שפונים אליי באופן ממוקד לגנות, כי אני אף פעם לא פונה ליהודים לגנות מעשה טרור נפשעים של יהודים.
כולם מסתכלים עלינו ומצפים ממנו לעשות משהו.
אני אזרח ישראלי, 7 לאוקטובר נחקק לי במוח כמו כל ישראלי אחר, כמו כל ישראלית אחרת. יש לי חבר חטוף בעזה. זה קרה גם לי.
מרגישה.
Is that Severalizer? That's him, isn't it?
חטוף בעזה. זה קרה גם לי.
מרגישה מאז 7 לאוקטובר שאני מתה כל יום חדש.
עשרות ערבים נהרגו מאז 7 באוקטובר, נחטפו, נרצחו, עונו, יש שבויים ערבים שעדיין מחכים.
זה כבר מפחיד הרבה דברים מהשגרה הרגילה, שבכלל לא הייתי חושב עליה. דברים קטנים נותנים לי להוריד דמעה, לבכות.
בכיתי בעצרת של משפחות החטופים, בכיכר החטופים. עמדתי שם לצד המשפחה של עידן, ואימא של עידן ישבה כזה לידי, וואי, סליחה. והרגשתי את התחושת חוסר אונים הזאת של...
Israel Chalamet. Okay.
מה... איך מתפקדים, כאילו...
כשנפגשתי עם השכנות שלי, שכנות יהודיות, אז הדבר הראשון שעשינו, פשוט התחבקנו, ובכינו ביחד, וזה היה מובן מאליו, בלי לדבר, שאני כואבת בדיוק מה שהן כואבות, שאנחנו עוברות את הדבר הזה ביחד.
השיח אחר, הפרצוף אחר, קבלת הפנים האחרת.
נניח, אם אני מקבל שיחה ואני צריך לדבר בערבית, אני צריך לחשוב מיליון פעם, שלפני זה לא היה לי את זה. הייתי מדבר בערבית, איפה שבא לי.
The music is killing the vibe. The music is retarded. I don't even know. It's like someone just Googled ethnic music and just threw it in.
אני לומדת בתל אביב עכשיו, כשאני באה ברכבת, כאילו, אני יותר מודעת לזה, שכאילו יש דברים שמותר לי לעשות אותם, יש דברים שאני צריכה לזהר לעשות אותם. בוא נגיד, להוציא עט, אני לא עושה. או פרון, אני לא עושה. כי אולי יחשבו שזה סכין.
אני יודעת מה לדבר, מה להגיד ומה הגבולות. ואולי בגלל שאני בלי כיסוי ראש.
יותר קשה להסתובב עם החיג'אב עכשיו במרחב ציבורי?
בטח. מסתכלים בעין שהיא חושדת, הם מפחדים.
אשתי אישה עם מטפחת.
אני דתייה, אני מוסלמית, אני דתייה. אני הולכת עם חיג'אב.
אפילו בצחוק ניהלנו את השיחה הזאת מה קורה עכשיו?
ממילא חושדים בי. ממילא.
היא מסתובבת המון בערים כמו עפולה, כמו חיפה.
יש סטיגמה כזאת, שאני מסתובבת, כאילו, אני מסתובבת בה כל הזמן.
שמה הסטיגמה הזאת אומרת? שאם את עם חיג'אב?
אולי את דוקרת אנשים.
זה לחיות בפחד.
היו לי לילות שלא ישנתי בלילה, כי פחדתי שחמאס מגיעים וחוטפים לי את הילדים ושורפים לי את הבית. יומיים אחרי זה אני חולמת שיהודים מגיעים ושורפים לי את הבית כמעשה של נקמה.
בוודאי אני חוששת על הילדים שלי, שני הבנים שלי, שהם צעירים יותר, הם בכיתה י' וי"א. אז כשהם יוצאים כאילו למקום שהוא מעורב עם יהודים, אז אני מבקשת מהם ככה שיהיו זהירים.
יש לי 3 ילדים גדולים, וזה מפחיד אותי. נושא רגיש.
אני רואה.
כן.
יש לנו ילדה קטנה. את חושבת על הילדה, איפה היא תגדל?
כי המצב הוא מאוד נפיץ בחוץ. אז כאילו אולי כל דבר שהוא לא בכוונה שלך או שלך, יכול להתפרש לא יודעת איך.
איך היא תגדל בעולם כזה? אם לפני זה היה קשה, אז איך זה יהיה אחרי? אני בעל עסק כבר 11 שנה. זה להיות ממש בעוד חזית. מ-7 באוקטובר, גם אנשים מפחדים לצאת. לא היה עבודה, לא היה אנשים.
המסעדה שלי היא מורכבת חצי-חצי מכל הגוונים, יהודים, ערבים וזה. אבל אחרי 7 לאוקטובר אני רואה פחות יהודים נכנסים. אני יכול להבין את הסיטואציה.
אני לא רוצה לעזוב את הארץ. אני נטועה פה. זה המולדת שלי. כאן נולדתי, כאן המשפחה שלי, אני צאצאית למשפחות פה שנים רבות, אני לא רוצה לעזוב.
קשה לחשוב על זה, השורשים שלנו פה. ההורים שלי פה, המשפחה, כל הזיכרונות.
אבל אם יהיה...
I'm not in this video, okay. Thanks. Thanks for the heads up.
מקום שהוא לא מוגן בשביל לילדים שלי, אז בסופו של דבר הילדים שלי זה הדבר הכי חשוב. לא קל לחיות פה. אנחנו כאילו התרגלנו לזה, וזה עצוב מאוד שאנחנו התרגלנו לזה.
זו שאלה שצריך לענות? בחיית...
Oh wait, what was the question? Who do you care more for, the people in Israel or in Gaza?
זו שאלה שצריך לענות?
Uh-oh.
בחיית רבק.
נו באמת.
זו שאלה מבחינתי קלה.
משני הצדדים. חשובים לי.
דבר ראשון, אכפת לי מאנשים בישראל.
My God, literally me.
כשאני מסתכל על המציאות היום, אני מכיר בעובדה מאוד מאוד פשוטה, שמה שיש לי במשותף עם הישראלי הממוצע, הוא הרבה יותר גדול, הרבה יותר רחב ממה שיש לי במשותף עם הפלסטיני הממוצע, עם הירדני הממוצע.
זה מחזיר אותי לאיפה את. כאילו, מי את? מי את בכלל? כאילו, זה מחזיר אותי לזהות שלי.
יש ימים שאני חצי-חצי, יש ימים שאני רבע, שלושת רבעי, ויש ימים שהפוך.
אני עם האדם. כאילו, الإنسان خليفة الله على الأرض. כאילו, האדם הוא האג'נט, הסוכן של...
They're basically all just Lonerbox viewers, right? They, the fucking...
על האדמה.
כל פעם שאני מקבלים הודעה או תג לפרסום, אני ישר בלחץ לראות שזה לא מישהו שאני מכירה.
גם חברות שלי יש להם ילדים שהם בצבא, שהם משרתים בעזה. אני והן מדברות כל הזמן.
לפני כמה ימים גם נהרג סטודנט שלנו במילואים שנה ב'. אז כן, אין מה לעשות. אני מכירים אנשים וזה מאוד קשה.
גם בעזה יש קולגות שהם חוקרים וחוקרות. זה מורכב, זה לא קל.
10,000 ילדים הרוגים, אפילו המספר הזה לא מגיע אפילו לישראלים. לא יכול להיות שחברים שלי לא יודעים מה קורה בבתי החולים, לא יכול להיות שקולגות שלי לא יודעים את מספר הנהרגים בעזה.
זה חלק מסכסוך שקיים כאן כבר 100 שנה. זה חלק ממציאות גיאופוליטית יותר רחבה, שהגיעה לאן שהגיעה, כי לא פתרו אותה. כי פמפמו לנו שדרך התקשורת גם, שאפשר לנהל, שאפשר להביא כסף.
Is David looking up my fucking old Discord arguments with tankies? Oh no. Let's see how much more radical I was back then. You've condemned people for making jokes about violence against Israelis, 2023. You want me to support targeting civilians? I'm going to say no. Military and maybe even politicians have said multiple times, yes, they're justified even on occasions when Hamas and Hezbollah do it. You'll find a problem with that, no doubt. Again, I can just copy-paste the fact that you don't care about my positions, which is why you assumed I oppose armed resistance. Think I'm done kowtowing to the retarded purity testing, though. What counts as targeting of civilians? Lol, told you, okay. Does your definition of the occupation expand beyond the West Bank and Gaza, though? Both of these positions refuse to take a stance. Both of these positions refuse to take a stance on militancy. Besides that, you understand why people do it. And you've multiple times in the past said how much you hate Hamas and Hezbollah, so you refuse to positively affirm it, but you do attack the groups that do it. I wonder what that comes out to. Bro. And then there's me saying this. 2022. God, we're going way fucking back. Old box. Just to be a Giga chat and support the Palestinian people. A lot of them don't identify with any of the parties. Fatah and Hamas are effectively at war with each other. A lot of Hamas supporters do it begrudgingly because they feel like they've tried everything else. Let's see. I can take an honest position and say that militancy is the result of them having exhausted every other option and being backed into a corner where they have no other recourse. Whether I think it's actually the right idea, the right option, no idea. Okay.
לחמאס והם ישבו בצד ולא יעשו כלום, שאפשר לנהל את הכיבוש, שאפשר לנהל את הסכסוך, שאפשר אלף וחצי דברים שבסוף.
Do you condemn past Lorna Box? Not really.
תצאו לנו בפנים. הציפייה המאוד בסיסית שלי זה שהתקשורת כאן, כלב השמירה של הדמוקרטיה, יבוא ויגיד את הדברים כמו שהם.
זו שאלה קשה זאת.
What was this? How do you feel when you see pro-Palestinian protests around the world? It's like the same arguments you have today. Pretty similar. And maybe more decisive in the idea that any violence in Gaza is just completely fucking useless coming from Hamas. I'm probably less unsure about that now. But when it comes to the West Bank, yeah, I still think there are absolutely places where it seems to make sense that there's some kind of militancy, but fuck knows.
זו שאלה קשה זאת.
זו שאלה קשה.
לגיטימי. כל אחד מפגין לפי הדעות שלו. פרו-פלסטיני, פרו-ישראלי, זה לגיטימי, ידוע.
הייתי אומר הפוך אפילו. הייתי מופתע אם לא הייתי רואה דבר כזה. כי לכל צד יש אנשים שחושבים שזה הצד הנכון יותר.
זה תלוי בהפגנה.
אני מבדילה בין...
Are fucking Palestinian Israelis just all a bunch of enlightened centrists? I'm joking. I think it's quite reasonable to understand both sides, but in this particular conflict, it's not. Anyway.
פרו-פלסטיני לפרו-חמאס. פרו-חמאס הוא מנוגד לכל המערכת המוסרית שלי, לכל קנה מידה מוסרי שלי.
אני הרגשתי גועל שאני לא יכול לתאר כשראיתי את ההפגנות הראשונות, ב8 לאוקטובר. כעסתי כל כך, לרמה שככה אמרתי לעצמי, כל מה שישראל תעשה עכשיו, מוצדק.
וואו.
ואז ראיתי מה הממשלה הנוכחית שלנו עשתה, ואז הבנתי שלא.
הם להגיד שאנחנו מבינים את הכעס.
That was a very complex... Interesting. This guy is a pick-me Israeli. Dan. Oh, God. We have the whitest rural fucking farmer's child. Dan and chat.
לא של חמאס, אלא של הצד הפלסטיני. הם יגידו גם, הצד היהודי יגיד שאני בוגדת. אז כל מילה שאת הולכת להגיד, את משלמת מחיר עבורה. הפגנות פרו-פלסטיניות, אני חושבת שהן חשובות והן משמיעות קול.
כי הן דורשות את הפסקת המלחמה, באמת הפסקת שפיכת הדמים.
אני יכול להבין אותם יותר. יש רעב, יש מחלות, יש סבל אנושי נוראי, שאני לא יכול להישאר אדיש אליו.
אבל היה לי קשה לראות שגם את הזכות הזאת הם שללו פה.
כי אני לא יכולה להפגין בישראל. הפגנה באום אל-פחם, בית המשפט העליון אישר את חוות הדעת של המשטרה, בטענה שההפגנה יכולה לפגוע בשלום הציבור, והוא אסר אותה.
זאת אומרת, אם רצית לעשות פה הפגנה, להגיד, חבר'ה, בוא נעצור את המלחמה, לא היה לך את האופציה הזאת.
פעם ראשונה בישראל, אחרי 75 שנה, עושים על הפגנה.
זה אחד הדברים שמאוד קשה להקל במדינה שהיא דמוקרטית, להביע, זה משהו בסיסי.
כן.
בטח שיש סיכוי.
Finkeltown is going to be on the Bad Faith podcast in 2 hours for a Destiny Cope session. Oh, God. I remember when Brianna Joy Gray was being tweeted about the Mizrahi Jews who fled their homes to go to live in Israel. And she corrected them and said European, as she didn't know. She didn't know about Mizrahi Jews. And then just the next day, after getting all those quote tweets and everything, she just kept on chugging like nothing had happened. I'm like, oh my God. You it's a skill I've always slightly envied. Like that level of self-assurance, like fuck me.
איזו שאלה, שו הד הסואל?
נו, אז תו לי טובה, מה זה יש סיכוי?
כן, בטח.
Wait, what was this question? What are the chances of being able to coexist here?
כן.
בטח שיש סיכוי. איזו שאלה, שו הד הסואל?
נו, אז תו לי טובה, מה זה יש סיכוי?
כן, בטח.
תלוי מתי את
Beta?
שואלת.
She called him a beta.
יש רגעים שאני חושבת שלא, ויש רגעים שאני חושבת שכן. אני שוב פעם בוכה. בהחלט יש לי רגעים שאני
Lonabox, this channel has more vids, but they're weaker. That's because this chat's weaker, okay? That's your fault. Yeah. Maybe if you contributed better messages in the chat.
חושבת שלא, אי אפשר.
Wait, what's... It's weird that Brianna Joygray was willing to debate Vosh. I wonder why she hasn't gone after any other streamers to disagree with her. She debated Kyle Kalinske and Crystal. Okay.
לחיות פה ביחד.
יש לנו בעיה עם
Not your channel, the channel you watch now. Oh.
מוסדות המדינה, עם האפליה הממסדית והשיטתית שיש כלפינו כאן, עם הגזענות והשנאה.
Wait, is that his goon face? Oh god. That might actually be worth watching, who knows? Actually, I don't know. No, probably not.
התבטאויות המאוד מאוד קשות, הגזעניות, של נציגי ציבור, של חברי כנסת.
והעובדה שזה לגיטימי לגמרי שאנשים מורשעים בתמיכה בטרור וגזענות הם שרים בכירים בממשלה, עם זה יש לנו בעיה.
אני כפלסטינית כאן, אני מרגישה שאני בהרבה פעמים, הרבה, שמופקרת, לא מחשבים אותי.
בגלל שאכפת לנו, אנחנו חייבים לחשוב עכשיו ולעבוד אחרת.
חיו לפני כל הסכסוך הזה, חיו ביחד.
הרי באמת, רק צריך לראות את ההתנהלות של חמאס ושל הימין הקיצוני בישראל בזמן מלחמה, כדי להבין כמה שהחיים המשותפים של יהודים וערבים מאיימים עליהם.
אי אפשר שכל החיים נהיה במלחמה. זה ידרוש עבודה רבה מאיתנו, האנשים.
זה רק הדרך של השלום.
צריך להיפטר מכל האגו הזה של האדם, לשלוט.
הקשר האנושי הוא זה שמצליח. הוא זה שגובר על הכל. בשנייה שאנחנו מוחקים את הזהויות, אבל נשארים במהות שלנו כבני האדם, אז אנחנו נמצא הרבה מאוד דברים משותפים.
אנחנו נצליח.
אז נחיה ביחד. תודה רבה לכם.
בנימה אופטימית זו...
אני לא מרגישה שסיימנו. לא מרגישה את זה.
מוחמד, תודה רבה.
על האמון.
She wanted more content. Okay. The music is so cringe. Oh god.
תודה.
This is what me and Destiny should do in Israel. It's only the music is actually we play it. We just play a little song afterwards on the big stools. This music only works for The Sims. Mr. Bornelli. I do not recall The Sims music. I remember the way that they spoke. The way that do this with Sheer, Sev, and Scarlet. Oh, we definitely will do something, yeah. Those guys will be content. I want Scarlet to be just as unhinged in person as she is in the chat. Katie, I don't think Katie's coming. I don't think she's getting involved. Did you do today's Wordle? I don't do Wordle. Mugen Inc. with the $2 should have included this guy in your strongman vid. Oh, the Liver King. I didn't even know that much about him, so okay. Yeah, it would have been a good idea, because he's really bought in, isn't he? Dwayne, that's the $5. I ain't here to criticize your folks. Okay. Get Warthongs there too. Yeah, obviously. We need an even balance though. We're gonna need some of Sev's friends who aren't in the YouTube chat. Okay. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Vosh debating Joy Gray reference. Thanks for the oh yeah, more money. Okay. Appreciate that. Plummy 005, thanks for the $4.99. How do I become a member? Also get more sleep for muscle growth, bucko. I know. You can't just say sleep and then I fall asleep. That's not how it works. But anyway. How do I become a member? What, of YouTube? There's like a thing, isn't there? There's a link in the description of the stream. Become a member. Is that what you mean? Like a sub? I don't know how it works on the end of you guys, but actually, yeah, I don't know. It's not a green name. It would be a pink name in the chat, but that is how it works, isn't it? That is how it. How'd you do it? Would it be here? I don't see where become a member is. I think it would have to be down here, right? Become a member. The people in the video were cherry picked. Oh, Scarlet. Bold. Bold Scarlet. You Nimrod. Join. Oh, the join button. Ah. I don't know. I don't fuck with streamers. There you go. Join. Yeah, next to the name. Okay. Smart. Very smart. You guys are being rather generous today. You're giving me all kinds of subs. Okay. I wanted to look at that ICJ case is not going to go fucking anywhere. The Nicaragua one. I wanted to look at Hamas's plans on October 7th, what they were expecting to do. That might be worth looking at. Don't have answers to any of those questions right now, Jamie A. Sorry. Recent poll on your sub. Dwayne, thanks for the $5 again. You know what, Lornabox? I will thank you for the content. Wow, soy. I really appreciate that. Being so generous today. Reftop, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that too. Wow. New ICJ. Well, I think Nicaragua are taking Germany to the ICJ for aiding and abetting a genocide by arming Israel. I think that's basically. I think that's where we're at. Would you consider yourself part of the, most people are a bit of both, but generally part of the streamer audience? That's what I generally thought. Yeah, anyway. People who watch video essays just aren't they're not as active as audience members because they're not chatters, they're not fucking, yeah. Plumyu 005, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. You finally figured it out. Tier 2 as well. Wow. Real man subscription. Okay. What is this? Not so erudite Tree of Logic drama. Is that funny? Is that good? Is that something I want to give a fuck about?
We've been asked in the past.
Michigan. Oh, I think I saw this meme.
Why are our We've been asked in the past. Why are our protests on the International Day of Quds? Why are they so anti-America? Why don't we just focus more on Israel and not talk so much about America? Gaza has shown the entire world why these protests are so anti-America. Because it's the United States government that provides the funds for all of the atrocities that we just heard about. And this is why Imam Khomeini, who declared the International Day of Quds, this is why he would say to pour all of your chants and all of your shouts upon the head of America.
There's like 3 people there. What? Okay.
Malcolm X said, and I quote, "We live in one of the rottenest countries that have ever..."
He said a lot because he did fuck all. Yeah. Yeah. Malcolm X said many, many things because that's all he fucking did.
Has ever existed on this earth. It's not Genocide Joe that has to go. It's the entire system that has to go.
Yeah.
Any system that would allow such atrocities and such devilry to happen and would support it, such a system does not deserve to exist on God's earth. And so when these fools ask us if Israel has the right to exist, the chant "Death to Israel" has become the most logical chant shouted across the world today.
Pretty low energy though, isn't it? Pretty low energy. Didn't Malcolm X change his mind about... He changed his mind about some things. I don't think he changed his mind about violence though. And I don't think he really changed much of his mind about anti-Semitism. But he definitely, yeah, he left the Nation of Islam and he was done with them, for sure. What is this? What is this meme? What is this meme? Okay. Yeah, Malcolm X was still saying anti-Semitic shit like up to a month before he died. What's this? Benny Morris on Eli Hassel. I never saw this.
Today I'm talking about the past, the present, and the future.
Oh god, the Benny Morris fucking lecture in LSE where people are just screaming at him every 5 minutes. What a statement.
Israel-Palestine conflict with historian Benny Morris.
Historian?
As a professor of the Middle East studies, Benny is one of the most well-known people in this space. I think there's 3 main questions that I will go into today. I think that can really define where you should stand on this war. Number 1, the history. Going back historically, who does the land of Israel belong to? Number 2, what does the organization of Hamas represent? Are they an organization that you can actually work with for peace, or are they something that you need to wipe out? And number 3, which we need to go to as well, is does Israel oppress Gaza? So I think those are all points we need to talk about. I'd love to talk about the first one.
Oh, those are good questions. That last one's a good question, especially for someone like Mr. Maurice. But if I was a lecturer, I don't understand how lecturers are able to hold 3 questions in their head at once and give like a 5-minute answer to each question. I would freak. I can't remember what the first question was. Who does Israel belong to? Was it? Oh, okay.
Which is going back into history. Who does the land of Israel belong to?
Well, that's a tough question. If you're asking me, I would say both peoples have a claim to the land, both the Israelis and the Palestinians. The Israelis have a claim to the land because Jews lived in the country and periodically governed the country for over 1,000 years between 1200, say, BC and the 1st century AD. And then over the thousands of years in which Jews were exiled from the land of Israel, which is today called by most people Palestine, they longed to return to that country in which they had lived, in which Judaism and the Jewish people, in fact, were galvanized and formed. So there's a strong historical connection and claim to the land of Israel by the Jews. The Palestinians have a claim because Arabs have lived in the country since they conquered the country in the 7th century and then began to settle in the country and to convert the population in the 7th century and later, which was largely Jewish or pagan or Christian. They began to convert people and they became Muslims. And so in some way, Arabs have lived here, though never governing the country, since the 7th century AD. And in the past few hundred years, the majority of the population of Israel, the land of Israel, Palestine, was Arab. So in that sense, they're an indigenous people, even though, as I say, they conquered and came from somewhere else. They came from Arabia and conquered the land in the 7th century. But since then, they have more or less continuously lived here, even though not governing it, because it was governed by...
Benny Morris is a good historian, but this idea that ethnic groups have claims to the land is reactionary. It's why I get annoyed when someone on the left invoke it. I don't really like claim to the land. I mean, I think it does exist in a way, but the claim to the land is that if you live there as a particular large group, you deserve two things. One is protections, as in other groups aren't going to vote your rights down or oppress you. And then the other right you have is not to get fucking kicked out. And if you extend that to the two broad groups, then yeah, Israelis and Palestinians both have a claim. It's nothing to do with it. I don't think it's anything to do with like the 2,000 year shit though. It's because they live there. It's because there are two ethnic groups living there.
By Mamluks, by Turks, by others, usually not by Arabs, certainly not after the 13th, 14th century.
So to now, do Arabs have a claim of the land?
Yes, I think they do, because they and their fathers and grandfathers and great-grandparents, by and large, lived here, and they would like to stay here, and they became politically conscious, the Arabs in Palestine, from the 1920s on, growingly became politically conscious, identified eventually as what is called Palestinians, and have a claim to rule the land in which they live.
Okay, so that brings us really to where we are today.
Well, it brings us to a conflict between two peoples who have claims, and I believe in some way rightful claims to the land, and they're in conflict over the who will be sovereign in the land.
Okay, so we've got the answer to that question. Let's go to the second question, which is, what do Hamas stand for as an organization? So if you look at that...
I can answer that very simply. Hamas is a despicable organization. It is an Islamist, fundamentalist Islamic organization which puts in its founding charter from 1988 the destruction of Israel as a major aim. The second aim is to turn the land into an Arab-ruled land run along Sharia, that is, along Islamic religious rules. And it's also anti-Semitic. It basically doesn't want Jews to live here, and it sort of implies it would like to destroy the Jews in the land of Israel and perhaps even outside it, but certainly to get rid of them from Israel-Palestine. It's homophobic, it's misogynistic, it's anti-democratic, it's anti-Jewish, anti-Christian. Almost on every count, it's a despicable organization.
So some people might say is that, okay, it said in the Hamas in the founding charter in 1988, as you said, that they promoting the murder of Jews. But since then, they've changed it. Does that make a difference to you, or you don't think it makes
No, they haven't changed it. This is a sleight of hand, a trick by the Hamas. The founding charter from 1988, put together mainly by its founder, Yassin, the Sheikh Yassin, remains the charter, the covenant of the organization. In 2017, seeing that this wasn't particularly appealing to Western minds and ears, they issued a sort of interpretation of the charter, which downgraded its very negative parts. But the charter remains the founding foundation stone and program of the organization to destroy the Jewish state, to expel or kill the Jews who live in it, and to turn the land into a Palestinian Arab polity run on extreme religious rules.
So what do they use that? You said this, they've got the original version and then they've got the second version, which is more down.
There's no second version. It's an interpretation. It's not a second covenant. There is one, it's like the American Constitution.
Yeah.
There are amendments to the Constitution, but the Constitution is the basic document which characterizes and should set the rules for the country. Afterwards, you can write interpretations of the document, and that's what supposedly the Hamas did in order to soften its impact in the West, because it sounds anti-Semitic and anti-democratic and misogynistic and anti-Christian, etc., etc. But the foundational document, which remains the constitution of the organization, is the 1988 Covenant.
So because of that, you're saying that they still want to kill all the Jews. Is there?
I didn't say kill all the Jews.
Not kill all the Jews.
It's anti-Semitic and would like to kill Jews.
Yeah.
And wants certainly to rid the country, Israel, of its Jews. Yes.
Is that what it says in the charter, that they want to get rid of the Jews from the country?
Basically, it says that. Yes.
So, are you saying
there's a sentence there which they quote from one of the hadiths, which says. It calls on stones and rocks behind which Jews hide from avenging or attacking Muslims. Please come here and take care of or kill the Jew who is hiding behind me. This, by implication, means all Jews should be killed. That's what the implication is. So it doesn't say explicitly kill all the Jews.
Do you see Hamas as an existential threat to the state of Israel? It's either us or them.
No, it's not an existential threat. That's absurd. It's an organization with 20 or 30,000 armed gunmen. Today, far less, because we probably killed at least 10,000 of them in the past 4 or 5 months. So it's not an existential threat, but it's part of an existential threat, because the Hamas is a branch in one way or a tentacle of the Islamist bear hug, if you like, run from Tehran, from Iran. Iran has its regime has always and repeatedly said it wants to destroy Israel, and it has managed to mobilize proxies around Israel: the Hezbollah in the north, the Houthis in the south, the Hamas in the Gaza Strip. It has mobilized these proxies in a sort of an attempt to strangle the Jewish state. And at the moment, 3 of these proxies are active against Israel. Hamas by itself is incapable. It's too small.
I feel like his house is very messy. He looks like he's got a messy house going on.
Organization, too weak an organization, though it's very good in defense because it's prepared the Gaza Strip to defend itself quite well, but it's incapable of destroying Israel. But as we saw on October 7th, they are able to send thousands of their troops across the border and killed 1,200 Israelis on that day. So it can harm Israel. And alongside the other Iranian proxies and Iran itself, which is busy trying to achieve nuclear weaponry, it is a part of a general existential threat to Israel, yes. But essentially, Tehran is the main proponent and the main source of the problem. As I said, it is trying to build atomic weapons to probably achieve a stock of atomic weapons, and then it will definitely.
What I would like to ask Mr. Morricelli, I'd want to ask him, let's say the Jews actually were fully functioning equal citizens in Europe in the 19th century. would they have still had a right to the land of Israel? Like if they weren't being persecuted? Because I don't think you can say they have a right to the land just because they used to be there 2,000 years ago. I don't think that's the idea. I don't think that would be a very defensible, or just in general, where he gets his ethical foundations from. Why keep beating about the bush? Do you think I should ask Morris for? I wanted to talk to Morris. Well, I probably talk to him if I'm in fucking Israel, but I wonder if it'd be worth talking to him after I read his book, after I finish Righteous Victims, just so I can say I've read a whole Morris book before I chat.
Be an existential threat to Israel, especially with the aid of various proxies around Israel's borders.
So if Israel are going into Gaza now and saying, listen, we need to actually make sure that Hamas doesn't have a threat of Israel anymore, is there an argument to say that?
Did they have a right to the land because they were persecuted? Did the Arabs persecute them? The Middle Eastern Jews got persecuted, yeah. By Ottoman Empire and the like. Gotta have your quotes ready, Drew.
That Israel should go into Iran and actually stop the larger threat.
If all Palestinian refugees got citizenship in the Arab world, would they lose the right to return morally? I think they would, yeah. I think it would just be fucking insane if they all had citizenship and equal status in different countries, that they'd still get to just go in the millions to go to Israel. That would just be... I don't think you could... No, that would be weird. In an ideal world, it wouldn't be a problem when people can just immigrate wherever the fuck they like and there's no... and they could do it in the millions and it wouldn't bother anyone. It wouldn't cause any problems, but that's not the world we live in. Not with those old grievances.
I've been writing occasionally articles over the past 15 years, I think, saying that Israel should, if America won't do the job, Israel should destroy the Iranian nuclear installations and the Iranian potential to build atomic weapons. I've written that frequently. Unfortunately, our leader for the past 15 years has been an incompetent and weak-kneed leader called Benjamin Netanyahu, who's incapable of taking strong decisions and hasn't dealt with the Iranian nuclear project as it should have been dealt with until now. And over the years, they've come closer and closer to achieving nuclear weaponry. And Netanyahu, while doing some made some clandestine efforts to kill Iranian scientists or...
Israeli media is saying that a date has been set for the Rafah invasion. Okay, Lord Box, let's do your job then. Okay, whoa. Has he said what the date is? Obviously, probably not. Reiterates invasion threat. Hezbollah shoots down a $5 million Israeli drone. Israeli minister threatens to topple Netanyahu if he doesn't invade Rafah. That's Ben Gvir saying that. I don't see anything about a date being set. You said it's in Israeli media. Put it in stream chat, or it's not real, and I'll ban you.
Blow up occasional installations in Iran using secret...
You did not even read all his books. No. I am reading his longest one, though.
Agents, but the only way, apparently, of stopping Iran from achieving nuclear weapons is to destroy their whole...
Please finish reading them before... Are you fucking trolling me, Jay? How many books does Benny Morris have? I've probably all in all read about a half of The Birth of the Refugee Problem. Most of Righteous Victims. Almost at the end of that one. What do you want from me? The fuck?
Nuclear installations and the whole system of enriching plutonium, enriching uranium, building missiles and so on, all of which...
Anyway, that's not my brand. My brand isn't reading books. My brand is lifting weights and screaming at the camera incoherently.
Together will eventually amount to an Iranian nuclear state, and that Israel cannot allow. because it will be under perpetual existential threat from Tehran.
So how would Israel do that? And do you think they're most likely to use it on Israel?
I don't know. The question is, lots of things here are variables which are unknown. I don't know, for example, what Israel's aerial and naval capabilities are versus the Iranian defensive systems against these things. So I don't know how capable Israel is today of destroying the nuclear installations in Iran by itself. America certainly has that capability. Israel might...
Didn't the Iran nuclear deal prevent Iran from developing nukes? Didn't Trump scrap the nuclear deal? I thought Trump binned it.
Might have that capability, but I don't know if it does. It has a leader who's incapable of taking action or making a serious decision on this score. There is also, of course, always the possibility of Israel using non-conventional weapons to destroy the Iranian nuclear project. And Israel may in the end up doing this if the conventional weaponry is insufficient to stop the Iranian march to the bomb.
So
no one has sent me that story about Netanyahu setting a date for Rafah. Double rifter? You're going to get banned. What the fuck is this? This isn't a news article. This is just something that someone typed in a fucking Word document and is passing it off as news. Why would you send me this? I only DM you to harass you, not to be useful. I know.
So you mentioned the nuclear bomb, but isn't that just nuclear capability? But that's just one part of the larger problem. The larger problem isn't it that Iran, not just nuclear, because that of course makes the threat much worse, but actually the whole hatred against Israel isn't that much further than just nuclear is just one part of it again.
Yeah, look, the nuclear threat is the spear point. That's the most dangerous thing. If activated against Israel, atomic bombs, Israel will not exist. It will cease to exist. Israel is a small country. One of the Iranian leaders, I think Rafsanjani once said, a former president of Iran said, Israel is a one-bomb state. In other words, you drop a bomb on Tel Aviv, that's what he meant, a nuclear bomb on Tel Aviv, and Israel will cease functioning or cease to exist.
God.
So that's obviously the main threat. It's true that
the fucking bad empanada solution, eh? Well, consent. No, I don't want fast cars. Fuck off. Give me my translate. English. Yeah, he's not going to say the date. Why the fuck would you say the date? Netanyahu referred to the ground maneuver in the Gaza Strip, saying that today I received a detailed report on the talks in Cairo. We are constantly working to achieve our goals, first and foremost, the release of all our hostages and achieving a complete victory over Hamas. Netanyahu added that this victory requires entry into Rafah and the elimination of the terrorist battalions there. It will happen. There is a date. Ooh. Whoa. And not the yummy kind of date that you use to make toffee. Set date for the Rafah operation. It will happen. There is a date. You use dates to make sticky toffee pudding, Maruzzi. What the fuck is that? It's a very fine British dessert. I don't even know if it's British, but it's good.
Iran is demonstrated that there is another threat, which is this, octopus-like tentacles using proxies which are trying to strangle Israel from all directions using conventional weapons. The Houthis by attacks on shipping to Israel, the Hamas by invading southern Israel, the Hezbollah by shelling Israel's northern settlements, and so on. But these aren't existential threats unless they continue to.
It's funny how they still call, like, the Israelis still call their towns within their own borders settlements, because I think it's just the fucking yeshuv word or whatever. Yeah.
Be activated in concert over a long period of time. This could eventually, one can think,
Tentacles.
maybe do some mortal damage to Israel. But the real threat is the nuclear weapons behind all of this, and these are possessed by Iran.
Okay, so that's cool. We'll answer that question. We'll go to the third question, which is Israel and Egypt have a blockade over Gaza where they control the sea air, which I don't think they.
Yes, I know, because the fucking translation settlement in Hebrew does not mean settlement in the settler colonial fucking sense. I know. Fuck me. I'm just reiterating what I already know, cunt.
Coming at all. They control all 3 entries and exits, which Egypt control 1, Israel control 2. Does this limit Gaza's economy, and can Gaza grow under this? Whilst this is still happening?
Well, in the past, you're right. Israel has controlled the airspace over Gaza, the sea, the Mediterranean Sea, the coast of Gaza, and most of the border crossings.
It doesn't mean that in English either. It doesn't, but it kind of does. When people say the settlements, when they refer to Israel, they're always talking about the West Bank, the ones that are immoral, illegal, whatever. That's what they're talking about. Normal people don't refer to fucking Tel Aviv as a settlement, even though it kind of was and is. Like, just not in the same sense as that you would describe the ones in the West Bank.
Potentially land crossings to Gaza, except for the Rafah crossing, which is controlled by Egypt. So Israel, in some way, has been besieging Gaza. Israel, incidentally, also supplied Gaza over the last decades with...
It's not a yeshuv, it's a city. Okay, the settlement... So I'm talking about in English, though. Yeah, okay.
The fuel necessary to run the generators and the power plant in Gaza. It supplied it with electricity. Its water system is dependent on Israel. All of these things are true. And in this sense, Israel was besieging Gaza. But the reason Israel was besieging Gaza is that Gaza was a base used by the Hamas and the Islamic Jihad for rocketing southern Israel. This has been going on since the late 1990s and increased after the Hamas took over the Gaza Strip in 2007. The rocketing of southern Israel and even major cities in Israel has been going on for the past almost 15 years. So this forced Israel to constrict and restrict access to Gaza, access of materials to Gaza, etc. And following this invasion of October the 7th last year, the siege will be tightened, has been tightened, and Israel is virtually occupying most of the Gaza Strip physically with its army at the moment. What will happen afterwards, nobody knows. Will Israel withdraw from the Gaza Strip? Will it manage to destroy the Hamas, as Netanyahu says he wants to, and most Israelis want the army to manage? I don't know if this is going to happen or how quickly it's going to happen. Israel may stay in occupation of Gaza for the coming years, for all I know, because there seems to be no alternative for an Israeli army occupation if you don't want the Hamas to resuscitate and arise again posing a potential threat to Israel.
Okay, so you said that they need to stay there to make sure this doesn't come up again. So the question is, if
I didn't say that. I said at the moment, given no other alternative,
right. So
Israel will stay there. If there is an alternative, the Fatah or the PLO or the Palestinian Authority or the Emiratis or the Saudis, somebody taking care of security in Gaza, preventing the rise again of the Hamas, maybe somebody else can do it. At the moment, it doesn't look like there is such an option on the horizon.
So if there's no alternative, then Israel will have to stay there. But won't that just create more well, actually, let's take a step back. Is Israel able to get rid of Hamas, or is it an ideology which can spread and just never stop growing?
Well, Islamic fundamentalism is an ideology with various offshoots or practical offshoots, ISIS, ISIL, Hamas, Hezbollah. There are Islamic fundamentalists everywhere, and you don't kill them by killing the actual preachers or the military leaders, etc. The ideology is there to remain, and I assume many people in Gaza, perhaps most, are Islamic fundamentalists and would like to see Israel die. But that in itself is not sufficient as a threat to Israel or to its existence.
Oh God, he's making the Loner Box argument. Crazy.
It's possible that Israel will be able to destroy the Hamas as a military and governmental organization. That seems to be the aim of the Israeli military invasion or counteroffensive against Gaza. I don't know how close we are to it, and it may depend on whether Israel is able and allowed to take care of the remnants of the Hamas in the southern part of Gaza, in Rafah. At the moment, Rafah is under Hamas control. Israel has managed to occupy and destroy the Hamas in most areas of Gaza, but so long as the Hamas remains effective in the south of the Gaza Strip, I don't know whether Israel will be able to accomplish the job, again, without going into Rafah. But going into Rafah involves the problem of 1.5 million refugees who have inundated the town, most of them from the north of the Gaza Strip. So the possibility of taking over the Rafah area, southern Gaza, is problematic. This is the problem. And
why does he keep saying the Hamas? Hamas has two meanings, isn't it? Because it's an acronym, but the word itself also means something. I think Hamas just generally, its broad meaning is just like Islamic resistance movement, no? Maybe I'll say the Islamic resistance movement. But doesn't the word, because that's the acronym, but I think the word Hamas itself also means something different. Doesn't it mean like strength or something? Excitement? Courage? I don't know if there's like a perfect Arabic to English translation for the word Hamas. I think it's got like, you can use it to substitute a couple of words. It can mean excitement, it can mean courage, yeah. Zeal, I think, maybe. So yeah, the Hamas would make sense because they're the Islamic resistance movement.
Western powers have tried to curb Israel's intentions and perhaps even ability to take Rafah at the moment.
Do you think Israel should go into Rafah?
Do you think what?
Do you think Israel should go into Rafah?
I believe Israel should try to destroy Hamas totally, and I think if it's capable of doing it and going into Rafah without killing a large number of civilians, Israel must give it a shot. But this partly depends on America's attitude and then the attitude of the European community.
But that seems quite negative towards that.
Yeah, but it depends how negative. You can make noises against it, but you can also, for example, halt munitions to Israel. So far, America has given Israel apparently all the munitions it has requested. if there is an embargo on military supplies to Israel, this might affect Israel's decision-making with regard to taking over Rafah. If this doesn't happen, if there is no munitions embargo or military embargo on Israel, basically it means that America will give Israel a free hand in Rafah so long as we don't kill large numbers of civilians. This depends on will we be able to move this 1.5 million civilians out of Rafah, leaving the place open for Israel to enter and take care of the Hamas battalions which still exist in Rafah.
So let's go back a step. You said if Israel has no other option, you think they should stay in Gaza. So I'm wondering, if Israel do stay in Gaza, could that be indefinitely? Would that be okay?
Most Israelis, myself included, don't want to see that happen, because staying in Gaza means a continuous guerrilla war against Hamas insurgents, many of whom are living in the tunnel system underground across the Gaza Strip. That's problematic. It'll mean a sort of an urban guerrilla war against the remaining Hamasniks. And don't forget, we may have killed 10 or 15,000 Hamas
or 6,000, Mr. Morris. Don't forget the other estimate.
But they can probably recruit more. There's lots of 17 and 18 and 20-year-old Arabs in the Gaza Strip who will gladly join the Hamas to replace those who've been killed. And urban warfare doesn't take that much military, know-how. You just have a Kalashnikov and a couple of grenades, and you come out of the tunnel system and you attack a Israeli patrol. And this can go on for years if Israel is in permanent occupation of the Gaza Strip, a type of war of attrition which Israelis don't like and don't want.
Okay, so
insurgency as well.
So that's where we're at. So going back to the original question, which was,
no way. What the fuck is this? I didn't know this. What's this? Hamas with 2 A's was a weekly publication of the Lehi, an armed Zionist militant group in Mandatory Palestine. 1946, from the Anglo-American Committee of the Inquiry. Attack on the Haifa oil refinery. Oh, what did the Lehi have to say in the Hamas publication? The events of the 1st of November have given a striking expression of the firm resolution of the Jews to fight for the freedom of their homeland. The scope of the attack has proved that the Jews are capable of acting under the most difficult conditions. However, the most significant achievement on that night was for the first time, the attack was coordinated and concentrated. The Jewish resistance movement has embraced all the Jewish resistance forces with a view to their being guided by a single authority which could control the common fight. Huh. Does Hamas with 2 A's mean destruction, you're saying? Oh no. This isn't doing well for fighting the Hamas was created by Israel crowd, is it? Don't let them find this out. Such a stupid statement. Well, you'd know because you've read 800 of Benny Morris's books. Single spaced.
Israel oppress Gaza, and if so, does that limit their economic ability? Could Israel? So you said since 1980, or especially since 2007, Israel have put these restrictions around Gaza. Can Gaza actually grow economically under there? Because it's a very poor place right now.
Look, until 2003, tens of thousands of Gazan inhabitants used to work in Israel. They used to cross the border through Israeli checkpoints and come to Israel for 8 or 10 hours and work here. This was stopped after the Hamas in Gaza and the Islamic Jihad in Gaza began to systematically rocket Israeli settlements around the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip at the moment basically lives on Western charity, that is aid organizations, and this has been going on for years. It's not just from yesterday or from the October 7th. For in fact decades, Western money, American money, British money, European money in general has been financing the Gaza Strip and keeping people there alive and with medical systems, with schools and so on, basically through UNRWA. This situation of continuous Western world charity seems to me something which must end. But then you have to put Gaza on its feet economically. In other words, building industrial plants, providing power generating plants, water filtration systems, and then the converting salt water into fresh water. All of these things demand basically a peaceful Gaza to come into existence. A port in Gaza, an airfield in Gaza, all of these things could happen, but there has to be peace in and around Gaza. And without that, Gaza will not progress economically. It'll, in fact, sink into a greater and greater dependence on Western charity and a greater and greater poverty, in fact.
Okay, yeah, so that's exactly what I was wondering. I was wondering, okay, Gaza is where they're at right now, and it's also basically the only way they're surviving is sponsored by Western charity, where people put money into it, where America, whatever it is. So I was wondering, under this oppression of it, where Israel control their border, where they don't let many imports come in, is there any way Gaza could grow economically? And if they can't, as long as a blockade is there, they're never going to grow, and they're never going to be able to actually. Because isn't the way that to actually to not to de-educate them, but to give them, but to actually make them less radical, is to give them more opportunity, or is it? Do you think?
Well, if they were de-radicalized and agreed to live in peace with Israel, economic opportunity and economic development would follow in the Gaza Strip.
No, but
so long as the Hamas.
But to get them to de-radicalize, don't need that first to happen.
It's probably, you're probably right. You probably need to change their mindset, their psychology, and think in terms of their own welfare rather than destroying Israel. Maybe if that happened, economic development and economic independence of the Gaza Strip would follow. But at the moment, an opinion poll published today, in fact, in the Haaretz, shows that support of the Hamas in the Gaza Strip, among all these poor, devastated people, support for the Hamas has only increased since the 7th of October. And the same, incidentally, among Palestinians in the West Bank. And so long as this is the psychological mindset of the people in Gaza, I don't see a peace or economic development happening in the Gaza Strip.
So it seems a bit like the chicken and the egg situation, where Israel is where they have right now with the blockade over Gaza. Israel is saying we're going to take away all this blockade once we think Gaza is not a threat to Israel anymore. Gaza is very likely only going to have that change of mindset once their blockade is gone, and they're allowed to have economic stability, they're allowed to grow, they're allowed to have not just donations from Western countries, but actually investments, which is where there'll be much more education, real prospects. So it seems like a chicken and egg situation.
Well, there is a chicken and egg situation, but don't forget that Israel didn't blockade. The Gaza Strip wasn't under blockade before the year 2000, certainly not before 2003. There was free movement back and forth. There was investment to some degree in developing the Gaza Strip. They even started to build an airfield there at one point. But once the rocketing of Israel began or increased, the Israeli blockade of the Strip began and then intensified. So it's all related to how much terror, if you like, is projected from the Gaza Strip vis-a-vis Israel. If they stop doing that...
Hamas just said they only have 40 hostages alive. Send it in stream chat. I can't find it. Send it in the Discord stream chat.
There's a possibility of developing the Gaza Strip won't turn into paradise, but it can maybe become a normal place. But so long as they attack Israel, Israel will retaliate, and as one saw after October 7th, even reoccupying the Gaza Strip. And that's certainly unhealthy both for us and for the population there. But how you de-radicalize a population...
I have a friend from Deir al-Balah and is currently stuck there with their family right now. She tells me hatred for Hamas is high and most of the people she knows want the PA to take control. Well, I know that Morris might not be completely on the polls there, because although I know that Hamas have grown more popular in the West Bank than they have in Gaza, but that's also factoring in the fact that it's harder to answer a polling honestly when you're in Gaza, because there's intimidation from Hamas if you say something that they don't like. So whatever the real number is in Gaza, it's probably lower than the one that we've actually got. But
especially a population which has suffered so much at this.
Morris is also low-key an Israeli shill with the fucking stars. Why do you have the stars in you? Jesus Christ. Weird.
Israel's hands, though Israelis will say also at the hands of the Hamas. How you de-radicalize them, I don't really know.
So that's...
20 years...
What do you mean low-key? He's pro-Israel. Like what? Okay.
The 20 years of American presence and...
There are at least 300k military-aged men in Gaza. Isn't it likely that there will be more Hamas members after the war than before? Like, how, though? Because I don't think they can give 300k people weapons. It might. Let's even assume that more people become technically like militants after the war. They're not going to form into battalions. They're not going to have formal training. They're not going to have access to the right equipment. Like it's very different. That's why it'll be more of an insurgency than an actual like military. You know, like 1,000 fucking men in a battalion or whatever is going to be a lot more effective than 10,000 wankers just running around like aimlessly.
Combat in Afghanistan de-radicalized the Afghanis. It didn't. So I don't know how you go about this. The only other examples I can give you are Germany and Japan after World War II. They were de-radicalized, both of them, but they had to suffer so much devastation, millions of dead Germans, hundreds of thousands or millions of Japanese had to die before they changed their mindset and agreed to become liberal Western states. Whether this can happen in the Gaza Strip in the wake of what has happened in the last few months, the Israeli counteroffensive there with thousands of Gazan dead. I'm not sure the numbers are what the Hamas broadcasts, but certainly thousands of Gazans have been killed. I don't know whether this is sufficient to lead them to a de-radicalization.
So that's really the big question, is $1 million question, which is how do we de-radicalize Gaza? Because if Israel is saying that people in Gaza, if Israel is saying the only way we can actually, open this and actually let them have imports now.
You think it's possible that the 10k they've lost will be replaced easily? No, you're wrong. It's even if you're right, even if they replace the 10 people easily, those are 10 people who are who don't have training. Those are 10 people who don't have access to the right equipment or infrastructure, and those are 10k people who are not going to form into a coherent battalion or force. So you're making it sound like it's one for one. You might get 10,000 insurgents who were non-violent before October 7th. That's very likely. But 10,000 disorganized insurgents in current day Gaza is going to be nothing compared to 10,000 Al-Qassam fighters pre-October 7th. When they know where all the tunnels are, where they're organized, where they know how to move as a unit, where they've got like intelligence and everything, that's going to be nothing like that. It's just going to be people with fucking whatever spare weapons they found lying around just in a building hoping to survive and take out a few people on the way. I don't know.
Have the investments is once we actually once they're de-radicalized, and then but they're still continuing to oppress them. It feels it's never going to end.
Well, I'm not an expert on de-radicalization. I know a little bit about history.
Yeah.
But as I say, tremendous traumas, tremendous tragedies in the past have led to de-radicalization of societies, as I say, like Germany's and Japan's at the end of World War II. Whether this will work or whether this will happen in the Gaza Strip, I don't know. Islamic fundamentalism seems to have a very strong hold on Muslims. In other words,
Muslims.
I don't know how you change that.
Okay, so I'll actually go and recap. I asked you 3 questions to see what's the future. So I'll recap the questions you answered. So number 1, historically.
I know something about the past. You're asking me all the time to think about the future.
Yeah.
And I don't really know very much about the future.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I mean, if you look, so going through this 3
Oh,
questions.
the eclipse is being live streamed. Look at it. Look at it go. Look at it up there. Isn't that exciting? Look at the size of it.
You said Israel, what's it called? Israelis and Palestinians still have some sovereignty to the land.
They have a right to the land or claim on the land. Yes.
They have a claim on the land. He said Hamas. We need to get rid of Hamas because they do have a huge threat to Israel. But of course,
you don't think Al-Qassam will be able to recruit and rebuild if a ceasefire happens soon. If a ceasefire and an Israeli withdrawal happens, then yes, they will be able to re-recruit and rebuild because they'll get fucking aid money. They'll steal shit and they'll repurpose stuff for weapons. Yeah, they'll do all that. But Israel is not going to let them do that. That's they know that's what would happen. That's why they're not going to let them do that. They're going to check every fucking piece of aid that comes into the strip, probably overdo it. They're probably going to have very like arbitrarily imposed conditions on which aid can come in and which aid can't. They're going to be stationed in certain areas. They're going to be cutting the north off from the south. Yeah, they're not going to let Hamas rebuild to a pre-October 7th Al-Qassam brigade. They're not going to let them do that. Even with the most fucking liberal left-wing Israeli leader, they're not going to do that.
More largely, we're looking at Tehran and Iran, especially nuclear weapons and number 3, which is about the blockade. He said they need to have the blockade for the safety, but we need to de-radicalize them first. So I see all of this put together.
They will allow an insurgent guerrilla movement to form, though. That they can't. I don't know if they could stop that.
It seems like an almost impossible. I know you said about the future is quite a hard thing to talk about, but is there any solution that you think that could work?
I don't know. I've become pessimistic since the year 2000. I've become a pessimist about the possibility of Israeli-Palestinian peace, mainly because the Palestinians, and in this the Hamas is a vanguard. The Palestinians have basically refused to accept the legitimacy of the Zionist enterprise and the legitimacy of Israel, and refused basically to make peace with Israel based on a 2-state solution. They want all of Palestine for themselves. The Hamas says so very clearly. The PLO, Fatah, Palestinian Authority says it less clearly, but this is what they have in their hearts. And so long as this is the situation among Palestinians, and this isn't just the Hamas and Gaza, I don't see a possibility of Israeli-Palestinian peace. The West may want a 2-state solution. They may think it's the just solution, as I do, incidentally, theoretically. But so long as the Arabs do not want a 2-state solution, won't agree to it in their hearts, and growingly, incidentally, the Israelis also have become averse to a 2-state solution, there won't be any peace, and I don't see a way out.
Well, we've almost finished on a very negative ending.
I'm sorry to not supply an optimistic ending.
I presume you don't like Bibi Netanyahu's.
I think he's an awful.
I think 2-state solution numbers. I don't think I've seen them at 45% for a very long time. Not seen that for a very, very long time. But who knows? Yeah, 3 months ago it was 34%. This is a poll from last month. But it doesn't. The numbers don't matter. I want to say they don't actually matter that much, Because unfortunately, there needs to be a popular leadership that's willing to commit to it. And I don't know who or what that's going to be. Poll of Palestinians. This is Palestinians in West Bank and Gaza. So see, in Gaza, it's gone from 34, 35 to 62, which is pretty high. I don't know why the fuck Gazans are saying two-state solution. Yeah, I don't know. All of a sudden.
Awful prime minister. He's incompetent. He's a crook. His place actually is in jail. I think this is what the judges will decide. If ever he allows them to reach the end of his trial, that's where he'll end up.
What about his plan for the future of Gaza?
He doesn't have a plan. He doesn't say anything about a plan. When asked, he says, well, the IDF will remain there for a while. I know the generals and the soldiers don't want that. But he says, well, I don't have a plan. And when people say, well, maybe the Palestinian Authority can take over,
it's a different angle,
maybe the Emiratis
right?
can take over.
Fuck. Yeah, it's different. Or is this is an old one? This is like 2014 or okay, well, don't care.
Maybe the Saudis can take care of security in the Strip. He says, well, I don't think so. I mean, I don't see how that's going to happen.
Well,
he's right.
It's just because the sun is X times bigger than the moon, its diameter, but it's also X times further away. Like that number's the same. Isn't that why the solar eclipse works? Because the sun is as many times further away than the moon as it is bigger than the moon? No, it's because the Earth is flat. True.
I don't see how it's going to happen. In that sense, he's
the
correct.
geometries don't work. Yeah, I know it doesn't match exactly because you can still see the fucking corona and shit. And when there's a full eclipse, you can still see light. It's still bright-ish, yeah. Those are triangles.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. It wasn't positive, but it's not really a positive conflict. It's a very, very negative conflict, which left tens of thousands of people dead. So thank you for joining.
My pleasure.
Didn't you do the peace video with Beast Process? No, I didn't do a peace video with Beast Process. I did a fucking apartheid BDS video with Beast Process, first of all. The Israelis never wanted a two-state solution. If that's the conclusion, this is why people who watch my videos from a far left perspective aren't actually watching my videos. They're not. They're just fucking... They're using it and just like, I guess they're seeing sources up on the screen and they're like, yes, this confirms what I already believe. I never said that Israelis never wanted a two-state solution. I pointed out that Likud never did. And mentioned failures of other politicians. I never said the Israelis never wanted a two-state solution. The fuck are you talking about? So you didn't know who I did the video with. You didn't know that that was a video I did by myself. And then you also didn't know what the contents of the video were, but you're appealing it to try. What the fuck, man? Don't do that. Don't ever fucking ascribe an opinion of yours to me again. Jesus. Yeah. Anyway. What the fuck? Didn't you do the big collab with Corantos? True. All right, I don't know. Look at the fucking shiny eclipse while I make a sandwich. Weirdos. Ugh. And I need more shit to watch. There's a Turkey Tom video. I never actually watched this Turkey Tom guy. Apparently he has audience overlap with me, so I might check what he's about. He's done a Hassan video, so obviously we have to have a peep. He's got like over 1 million subs and shit, bro. Nice one. Wow. He's done a lot of Hassan videos. Why did I never know about these? Oh, it's Tom Dark. Ah! God, he's like 12 years old. Hang on. Tom Dark. Hassan is sad and down bad.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. Be right back. Wow, look at it. The black circle's almost over the orange circle. It's absolutely insane. Okay, hang on. It's actually quite cool. Space. All right. What's this video? Who is Turkey Tom? Do I care? Let's find out.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say, you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on the street. Why? Boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan, at least pretend, do it off stream.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
No soda. I didn't know it was like that.
Guys, mental health is a really important issue. A lot of people don't really take it seriously, like me. I take it seriously. I'm an advocate for mental health, for depression. I'm an advocate for you to be depressed. But I do take it very seriously, and that is why we all need to come together in this trying time to support Hasan Piker, because he's going through a hard time, guys. Support Hasan Piker's mental health, please.
Please support Hasan Piker's mental health.
So Nick came on, we do tea time with Nick, and he showed me these girls. They were trying to be J-pop. They're still young, and it's like cute, but it's also very cringe at the same time.
Strawberry, and then you repeat back, blueberry. You're gonna say, Betty John. Are you ready?
Yo! But a big part of what I talk about always is like how insane and unhinged people get on TikTok and on Twitter and like immediately dox people, which these people had been doxed.
No.
Right? So like on the one hand, we were just like joking and making jokes about how cringe they were, but also on the other hand, we were like, how insane. Like, please do not, like, I can't believe people dox these people. It's crazy. So what ended up happening is, I ended the stream, and then the next day I found out that like people were canceling me and Nick, saying that we were responsible for the demise of this J-pop idol group.
Nick is Not Green and Hasan together at last. This is what I've wanted the entire time, guys. Okay, this is the collab of the century.
Is this old? It can't be, because it's 35 minutes ago. Okay. I didn't know when this happened.
I'm the biggest fan of Nick is Not Green. I'm the biggest fan of Hasan Piker. So seeing them come together, it's so beautiful. I couldn't be happier. So Hasan at one point was one of the biggest streamers in the world. Technically, he still is. I mean, the dude gets like 17,000 live viewers. He's doing super well for himself, but that's nothing compared to where he used to be. Hasan used to average like 40 to 50,000 live viewers on live stream. He was absolutely destroying the game when all of the riots and stuff were going down during the election season. He actually peaked in live viewers on November 3rd, 2020 during the last presidential election at 226,000 live viewers, live people watching him. That is absolutely insane. That is absolutely bonkers. Whatever you think of him, you kind of got to respect the fact that he ever got there in the first place. Despite the fact that him getting there was like parroting leftist political takes and spreading misinformation, encouraging cancel culture, okay? Despite the fact that's how we got there, you got to respect the grind a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Give him the smallest bit of credit over here, guys, okay? But things are trending down for Hasan Piker. He's been losing viewers and subs for quite a bit. I believe he lost 6,000 Twitch subs in 1 month a few months ago, and that's due to a few major factors that are going on right now. Firstly, the misinformation he's been spreading is actually catching up to him. It was out of control for a while. One great example is during the conflict in Ukraine. He spread a lot of misinformation, like claiming that Russia would never invade, and then had to walk that back.
Russia was deploying units across the Ukraine border. US intelligence said that they were going to invade, but Hasan and his intelligence team of absolutely no one says no.
And we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shock. I think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine is
God, William Axel really just blew up in the fucking commentary sphere, didn't they? Why is it all the opponents in the video essay sphere, all the opponents of like far left stuff that get big in the video essay sphere are like commentary streamers or commentary community people? They're not actually like political figures. It's weird.
Has still not been invaded by Russia. Every day. Change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean?
And I think this is a point in time when a lot of people realize that Hasan is not a political commentator in a serious sense. He's not educated about these issues. He's just a guy who screams on Twitter. And hey, we're all people who scream on Twitter here, okay? I'm a guy who screams on Twitter. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a retard. My haircut looks like, what is it going to be this week? Rebecca Sugar or something like that, okay? I know! I know, but regardless of that, I think it's fine to be a fucking idiot if you're not going to pretend to be something you're not, right? But Hassan is a fucking moron that pretends to be educated about a lot of issues, and it's bit him in the ass really hard. He claims to do on-the-ground reporting. Keep in mind, he has no like actual source for on-the-ground reporting for any of the places he reports on. He just posts from Twitter and calls that reporting. That's like his major groundbreaking reporting over here. On the ground, respected journalism at Hassan Piker Industries, okay? When there was an attack on a US base, Hassan immediately said that it was an inside job by the CIA.
Wait, what? Attack on U.S. consulate in Iran happening now? False flag. 100%. MEK false flag. MEK actors. 0% chance that is so fucking sussy. Oh no. Oh, that's what's going on in Iraq, the American base that was under attack? No fucking shot. When I say MEK, I just mean CIA. I said MEK, but I mean CIA. Rumors saying the missiles were launched from Iran. I mean, dog. Come on, bro. Like, come the fuck on. You think... Like, think about this. The Iranian government, after, like, years of crippling sanctions, despite fucking following the denuclearization agreements under Donald Trump, still got more sanctions and still got fucked over time and time again, who are still trying to, according to the U.S. State Department, very close to finalizing the denuclearization deal this week, ends up bombing an American base? Like, really, dude? What the are you talking about?
Hassan then called viewers who question this narrative insane warmongers.
Yes, dude, I'm wrong, okay? It's probably Iran. You're right. It's probably Iran fucking blowing shit up for no reason. You're right. Let's believe that instead. You got it. It's Iran doing it 100%. Iran's the one doing it. They're irrational. God damn it, dude. I'm so annoyed. Like, one fucking dub for the American intelligence, and they never shut the fuck up. These goddamn stupid, pathetic little sniveling cowards living in the imperial core that regularly are like, I love war! I love war! I fucking love murder! I want more war!
Yeah, the warmonger is the guy who's questioning you. And during the Israel-Palestine stuff, he was still a member of the Leftovers podcast with Ethan Klein, and he managed to torch his biggest friendship during this by being an asshole. Ethan was not totally condemning every Israeli, saying they deserve to die. Meanwhile, Hassan's chat was because they live on stolen land, and when these people were calling Ethan a piece of shit, they were like digging through his wife's stuff, trying to find, you know, who she killed in the IDF or whatever, which I don't even think she got anyone, to be honest with you. They were basically saying that Hassan is hanging out with a subhuman, and people in chat were calling Ethan a subhuman, and Hassan was okay with it. He was like, well, I can't do anything about it. Keep in mind, if you insult Hassan even slightly as a large streamer, like XQC or someone like that, he will cry about it and cry about it fucking endlessly, okay? I mean, just recently, he spurred the fuck out at Ludwig for even making a video with him in the title and thumbnail where he wasn't even critical of Hassan. He just had him in the title and thumbnail. Imagine being that mad about that. But this is the kind of thing you deal with Hassan Piker. He's a very sensitive person. But if you're sensitive and Hassan makes fun of you for that, then he's based, right? He's cool, actually. And then Hassan's insane fan base started attacking Ethan over all this shit, and he just, like I said, he didn't even stop them. He didn't care.
Listen, everyone in my periphery...
When you win the genetics lottery, looks wise, but your brain electricity is bugging. Yeah, I feel like people like Hassan had it really good when they were able to just kind of like popularize and repackage the Bernie Sanders message or the Corbyn message if they were UK. But then once that was gone and they're just kind of left to their own devices, they didn't have the same kind of direction anymore. And especially when the two of the biggest events of the last 2 or 3 years have been foreign policy events where left-wingers are fucking generally quite horrible, then yeah, it was just kind of the only way was down.
Everyone in my circle, all the leftist people that I watch, that I'm part of, that watch this show, because I consider myself a part of that side, are all pretty much uncritically accepting of Hamas propaganda and uncaring about the rewriting of history right before our fucking eyes about this stuff. So I'm not seeing a lot of people, even though you might look at the popular media and say, you know, everybody's supporting Israel. The popular media's defense of Israel is cartoonishly dumb and evil. You know, burn them all to the ground. They have a right to defend themselves. Bomb God, like psycho shit, okay? But on the left, I don't see anyone saying what I'm saying right now. I just see the opposite. And so that's why I feel that I need to say it. I don't...
Poor Ethan. Yeah.
If you're going to extrapolate from this that I don't care about Palestinians dying, then you're definitely reading way too far into this. And you're also, in my opinion, really callous.
And this led Ethan to basically detach from the leftist space entirely because of the treatment he got from Hassan and Hassan's various sycophants like Frogan, who repeat whatever he says unquestioningly. And if you ever wanted to peek into the mind of the average Hassan Piker viewer, well, now we actually have it. We did a scientific study. I got a lot of researchers and on-the-ground reporting to conduct this, and we managed to find one through this study that is a very good case study for the kind of people that watch Hassan Piker. They're fucking stupid, crazy people. Shocker, giant shocker, I know. So Hassan recently traveled to Australia to hang out with I Did a Thing and Boy Boy, two pretty big creators who do a lot of interesting stuff. For example, they basically infiltrated an American intelligence base in Australia and did a whole video about it. Not with Hassan, keep in mind, that was just I Did a Thing and Boy Boy, but I'm just saying that was a cool video. Like, these guys do make cool stuff now and then. Well, Hassan decided to do some collab content with them, and one of these pieces was an IRL stream. During that stream, one of Hassan's viewers approached him and chastised him for drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
yeah. Thanks so much.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
It's boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff.
Rising star 4 years in a row, Frogan. Oh, it's such a meme. Didn't she get like 100 viewers? Which again, is fine. I don't know if you're gonna be like the Twitch Rising Star Award with that shit. Oh god.
Please, Hassan, at least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Why is he placating her?
No
Fuck
soda,
her.
Hassan.
Hassan should have debated her. Come on. You don't just... I know it's that the problem is that it's a political figure. You would argue with someone who's like trying to browbeat you or give you a fucking like tell you what to do and shit about your messaging, but I think he's stuck between political figure and celebrity because a celebrity would just kind of nod along awkwardly and let them say their thing without being too confrontational.
No, I didn't know it was like that.
So the reason this fan is mad, in case you're wondering what the fuck this even means, is because
No, it has been
Coca-Cola
stuck in my
operates in
head for
Israel
days.
because they're a giant global company. I mean, like the most famous soda in the world, okay? Pepsi lovers owned, okay? Pepsi sells destroyed. Coke Chads stay winning as always, but Coke operates everywhere, and everywhere includes Israel. And according to this website that I found that talks about how people should boycott
Oh,
Coca-Cola...
I really hope he found out about the bottling company executive who's a Palestinian who opened the bottling company in fucking Gaza. Oh, come on. I can't be the only one who does fucking original research in here, eh? When I say original research, I mean Emboman sent me a link, but close enough.
Coke operates on stolen Palestinian land, and so this person from Hassan's chat who approached him in real life believes that by drinking Coca-Cola, you are profiting off of this stolen land by supplying Coca-Cola with the $2 you spent on that soda. Keep in mind, Hassan Piker caters to these people regularly by engaging in cancel culture and encouraging people to be criticized over the most nothing shit ever. So obviously, this kind of thing is what his audience cares about. These are the kind of people who like him. And the performative activism here is so transparent too. Like, she even says to him in person, she's like, well, if you're not going to stop drinking it, then at least pretend to stop drinking it. Like, this just shows to me that she doesn't act.
Blaine Stevens, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Wow. Do you ever watch and read philosophy stuff? Every now and then. I get bored of it fairly easily. Maybe I should. I'll revisit it at some point, you know? It's not going to be done forever. Ooh. The dialogue options. That was brilliant. Fucking video.
Actually fucking, like, understand why this is important or why this boycott matters. And she doesn't even really care. She just wants him to pretend about this issue to validate her feelings and make her feel safe in her home, that she's not personally drinking Coke Zero, okay? And so I posted about this on Twitter saying you reap what you sow, because this nut job is exactly the kind of audience Hassan has managed to cultivate for months and years at this point, right? He simultaneously will call out people on the right for making edgy jokes while also laughing about cops.
Ethan thinks settlements are valid targets. That's more radical than most. Oh, is that true, Chase James? You, as a regular Lonerbox viewer, just happened to be coming out with the Lonerbox takes. Wow, interesting. That's the thing I always bring up about Ethan, is that his views are pretty radical. Like, in the mainstream sense, they're like radical left, and in the mainstream Overton window, they're not even they're wacky. Yeah. Okay.
dying and supporting edgy jokes when they play to his political side. But all of the misinformation he spread, the audience he's cultivated, and his lost connection with Ethan Klein is really starting to pay off. And by pay off, I mean backfire with declining stream numbers, and he's very sad about it. I'm sad. I think the streams are bangers, but people just don't see them. We used to be a community. I hate what my community is becoming. I swear, Twitch streaming isn't about the actual content. It's about whether people want to pay attention to you or not and clout. All that shit was banger and 13,000 people watched like I'm gaming at 8 p.m. I'm done. I hate this job. I'm not streaming today. I'm going to kill myself. Wow, so it seems like Hasan is finally coming to terms with the fact that the quality of his content doesn't actually matter. What people want to watch him for is to see him parrot the same dipshit talking points that they personally believe in and get to have regurgitated to them to make them feel good, okay? They don't actually give a shit about finding the truth. They don't care about solving these issues. They just care to see their favorite giant, streamer Hasan repeat what they want to hear back to themselves. That's basically it, right? And now some of them have actually wisened up to how much of a shill he is. The more critical members of the audience have fucking dipped. They're leaving. They're not interested anymore because he's not the #1 lefty on YouTube anymore, right? Leftism is not the coolest thing in the world anymore. He can't ride that trend and he has to actually work to make content. Boo-hoo! Now you have to actually make good content on stream and try instead of putting on a video and then leaving the room with your chair for 20 minutes straight. Now you can't just eat your lunch and watch someone else's video and say nothing about it. You have to actually try. Wow, that's sad, dude. I feel bad for you. Your life is really hard, man. Streaming is really hard. It's socially draining. You really are a lost soul, man. I feel bad for you. Send this man Lexapro in the mail right now, okay? Save him. Now, just to be
antidepressant or medication on the stream.
Very clear and transparent because I don't want to spread misinformation. That last message was taken out of context, apparently. It had nothing to do with streaming numbers, just to get that straight. It was about like some other joke someone had told, and he was just like parroting it about taking a heart monitor in the pool, okay? He's not saying he wants to end his life because his stream numbers are doing bad. Regardless of that, Tim Pool was posting saying, "Don't hurt yourself!" Like, dude,
Bro, Tim Pool's a fucking moron.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Hasan would do that anyway. He probably loves himself too much to hurt himself in literally any way. I just don't see it happening.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say, you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Shutting down the mental institute.
Wasn't it an IRL stream that got the shit views? No, it was, it's all the streams that are getting lower views than before. They're still massive. He's still like the biggest political streamer by far. But yeah, the concurrent viewership is lower than it used to be. It's on the decline.
Institutions and society has had a profound and negative impact on the public at large. It's had a profound and terrible impact. Like, if a crazy person like that came up to me, I would immediately be like, "You're so right. That's completely true. I'm so sorry." And I would tell them whatever they need to hear in order for them to leave. We have to figure out one way or another to get them to de-aggro this person.
And now it seems to me like Hasan is trying to actually escape the only politics thing that he's been locked into. And he'll probably get some level of success on that kind of stuff, actually. And you know what? I support him doing this kind of like more lifestyle content where he just hangs out with people. If he wants to do that stuff that's not political and is just him hanging out, having a fun time, that's probably for the best. Maybe we'll get less of him acting like a tart on stream and I won't have to talk about him every week. But the problem he's going to face is that he's built his entire brand up until this point on politics, really, on people liking his takes, right? And at that point in time, months ago when he was streaming, if people are going to watch other stuff he does, it's because they like his takes, right? They don't really like Hasan for Hasan. They like him for the image he projects on the internet. And the struggle is going to be that he's not going to get the same kind of views if he's not parroting these shitty takes, right? If he does IRL streams, he's going to dip below 10,000 viewers. He might even get as low as like 4,000 or 5,000, which is still amazing.
To be fair, I was quite surprised that on TikTok he actually got quite a lot of backlash from further left people over the boycott stuff. That did actually surprise me a little bit. Have you seen his Destiny documentary? Nope, it's too long. Not gonna watch it.
Streaming numbers, but it's just not the kind of stuff that he wants to be getting, and that's why he's so upset about this, right? He seems like a pretty numbers obsessed person, I would say. And also beyond that, if he wants to expand into a more normie audience, he also has to deal with the fact that a lot of people just don't like him as a person because of his repeated behavior. Ethan Klein's audience certainly isn't going to be inclined to watch anything Hasan does for a while, regardless of if he's like parroting shitty political takes or not, and is just like hanging out being a normal guy with I did a thing, right? He's going to have a hard time accessing those people because he's turned off a lot of normies to his stuff with how crazy he acts. Given he seems to be a pretty numbers-focused dude. Until that works out, we can probably expect to see a lot more messages of him complaining that he's just not getting the numbers he wants to get. Very sad. You know, I really feel bad for him. I know streaming is a really socially draining job, so you know, hopefully someone can once again get him on antidepressants real quick, and he'll be fine in no time, guys. Okay, we'll save Hassan Piker. Me and you personally, we're gonna save Hassan Piker. Me and you, bro, we're gonna save Hassan Piker from himself. Anyway, that's about it. I don't know if this Red Bull has anything to do with Israel, but if it does, be sure to let me know because I will be drinking way more of it. See you guys all in tomorrow's video. And be sure to become a member for $5.
Oh, that's a good point, you guys. Be a member for $5 a month. Crazy. Joy Lynn, speaking of, thanks for the tier 3 sub upgrade. I really appreciate that. God damn it. This Turkey Tom guy gives good advice. He does. He gives very good advice. Swan Star, thanks for the... Oh, God. Oh, shit. Video... Like, the thought of actually starting a video essay again... I don't know, it doesn't give me the same kind of reward. Maybe if I'm doing one, like, doing one against the left might be refreshing, because I haven't done that for a while. And it's like a proper one, you know? Not like one where the left are divided, like fucking Ukraine, but... Tom is like Noah Samson, they both annoy the fuck out of it. Well, that's our impression of the commentary community, you know? It's not. I actually kind of like it. Thought it was alright. Why don't you put video essays behind a paywall? The first 15 minutes should be free. Why the fuck would I do that? For video essays? You fucking kidding me? You could research on stream. I've done all the research. The research is there, Blaine. For the New York Times Intercept thing. That's all there. Maybe just do a big video on... I was thinking of that as well. That's like scorched earth, though. Dumb lefty takes on Israel-Palestine. That's fucking I'd be going on everyone. That is... That's a fucking... That would be a big... That's like the Samson option. There will be a time. Considered it. Absolutely considered it. But the New York Times Intercept one's nice and straightforward. Can do that one. The thing I want to do, the only research I haven't done for that is reading the full reports on Sabra Shatila. That's what I want to read for, and the reason that links into the October 7th story. You seen anything about the Novara interview with Abby Martin on Ukraine? I didn't know they interviewed her in Ukraine. Oh no. You could do it as a manifesto rather than a video essay, probably make more in donos.
£10 for a video essay on the Intercept New York Times stuff. I saw so many lefties get suckered by it, it's crazy.
Well, thanks for the £10 Swan Star. I really appreciate that. Yeah. You know what? I should just start writing a little bit every day. We'll see how the Vivance goes. We'll see how if I write a little bit every day, it'll be very doable. Why Sabra and Shatila? Well, I don't know, but it might. I just want to see, because everyone seems to agree that rapes happened in Sabra and Shatila. I just want to know why everyone agrees on that. Like what evidence was presented, and I want to compare the standard of evidence that's accepted for Sabra Shatila with the standard of evidence that is rejected on October 7th. Because I have a feeling, my gut instinct based on what I've read, just cursory reading on Sabra Shatila, is that the evidence for Sabra Shatila is not that different from the evidence on October 7th. But for some reason, it's accepted for one but rejected for the other. I just want to dig into that. Like I know, I've already got the example of Deir Yassin. I've already got the example of that because of fucking Hassan regurgitating all the like propagandistic embellishments on that massacre and believing it, as well as the Intercept guys just nodding along to it. But was there systematic rape? I mean, it seems to me that there was. No one would deny that there was. Yeah, but we'll see.
This streamer just got arrested in Israel only 6 weeks after getting let out of Japanese jail, and it's safe to say he's about to have a terrible time. I don't even know how it's possible to act this stupid and just completely ruin your own life purely for the attention on the internet after you've been given this many chances to change your ways. But hey, he surprises us each time. Because I feel like every single time I cover this guy, I think to myself, how much worse can it really get? Apparently,
this is what's going to happen when I bring Karantos to Israel, you guys, just for reference.
A whole lot worse. Because as many of you guys know, he was arrested in Japan 2 separate times for his IRL streams, which led him to be held in Japanese jail for over 90 days. And once he got out, he happily bragged about lying in Japanese court and started streaming again, even though he promised in court that he was never going to stream again. And as we covered in my last video, out of all the countries in the world to go to stream the kind of content he streams, he chose Israel with his chat and community who are actively trying to harm him, both in real life and via his text-to-speech donations by just simply donating the worst possible text-to-speech messages that are being played super loud across his Bluetooth speaker. And as we also saw in my last video on him, that is a recipe for disaster. So in the last episode, we covered his massive comeback stream in Israel where he got into multiple fights, filmed himself calling a bunch of people slurs in front of the police, then finally got jumped towards the end of his stream. And this was pretty wild and also eye-opening to the world because not even Johnny expected to be jumped.
First YouTube, first Rumble live stream. I'll call it a success. I'll call it a success for tonight. That was way more.
We're gonna actually watch him get jumped.
And I got 2 girls to hit up tomorrow. I gotta get some sleep though.
It's like fucking 5 or 6 in the morning, right? Looking at the light.
Guys, that was like day 1.
I cut that there for obvious reasons, but Johnny was then missing for a few hours and the internet was genuinely wondering what happened here. But then a couple hours later, he suddenly updated the world that he was fine, but went to a hospital for some stitches. So did he learn his lesson? Stop IRL streaming and leave the country? Absolutely not. At this point, he's not going to learn, as he just found out, because last night he decided to live stream himself harassing a female cop. And you know, who wouldn't have thought that that wouldn't fly in a Middle Eastern country? But all this was done during an anti-conflict protest, and this was his contribution to that.
Yep. Oh, you a bad, I swear to God. You a bad, I'll take you to dinner. I swear to God, I'll change your life. I'll change your life, baby. Baby, I'll change your life, I promise you.
Jesus.
I'll change your life, baby girl. You ain't gotta work for these no more.
Wow. Thank you, Johnny. Very cool. Somehow his pickup game just got worse than what we saw in my last video. The dude is literally hitting on her with the same riz as those prisoners in downtown Miami, catcalling those women on the rooftop pool.
God. Why is there a prison next to a pool?
Johnny truly is the definition of the term. His last 2 brain cells are fighting for 3rd place because the dude is just speed running, ruining his own life for basic internet attention. As shortly after that stunt, he was carried away and arrested.
I'm in the sidewalk.
The American prison system, what the fuck? Why is there a prison in what looks like a hotel swimming pool? Overlook it, what the fuck?
I'm in the sidewalk.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Okay, I'll go.
Spit on them in chat. This chat's going fucking mental. Oh god. Oh, there's a lot of case slurs. My god.
I'm going. Oh. What am I going to jump? America! I'm from America! I'm from America, USA!
I love how quickly the dude...
The prison predates the hotel. So someone built a fucking hotel so that the guests could look at the prisoners. Do you pay extra money for that? What the fuck? Or do you pay less? Does it make it cheaper?
Switches up to being an American as soon as he actually gets in trouble. But here's a more entertaining angle of all this.
Oh no. I'm from America. It's okay, I'm from America.
What an extreme case of main character syndrome. Like, the dude travels out to a war zone because he knows it's going to get attention. Then he just inserts himself into protests and chaos for the sake of attention on the internet. It's wild. I feel bad for everyone who has to interact with this dude.
I'm passport. I'll give me passport. Passport for what? What did I do? It's my stuff. Don't steal my stuff. What are you stealing? I'm from America. I'm in the sidewalk. What did I do? Give me passport. I will, but calm down. Why are you choking me like that? I'm gonna give you it. Relax. What's your problem? You're recording right now on camera.
You can hear one of the cops saying, "I don't care if he's American or not. Take him."
I'm giving you it. Police brutality. I'm from America.
So after being arrested for about 30 minutes, they let him go, and this is what he said about that interaction.
Division works. Did you guys hear what I told her? That was the fun. Bro, those guys, show them how they carried me. They carried me like a child. Like 4 cops grabbed me and carried me like a child to the bus. Holy.
People in his chat are saying that was content holocaust.
You guys heard everything? 1,300 on here. I don't know how many on Rumble.
Jesus. War journalist.
You guys heard
W
everything?
war
Wallahi, you guys know I'm
journalist.
not lying. Wallahi, you guys know I crashed out on the and it got from it.
Yeah, he's just proving to the world that he will literally do anything and celebrate it as long as people are watching him live. But notice how he seemed completely fine in this video, but he ends up having a different story when the police showed up again to confront him at his hotel.
Okay, I will explain you everything.
Okay, explain to me.
Your name is Ramzi Khalid Ismail?
That's my name, yeah.
Great. We just come to here to check that everything is okay because somebody called and said that you wasn't on the hospital and you don't feel good.
The police beat me.
Huh?
The police beat me tonight.
What?
The police. Okay, I'll remain silent. Don't answer the question. You're telling me not to talk to them. Okay, I'm not going to talk.
Okay.
Loaderbox, I can't believe he came here before you. Listen, he's just walking so I can run. He's just testing the waters for me. Seems pretty safe. Seems like the average brown person experience in Israel is you'll survive.
Where's they beat you?
What?
Where's this was?
They choked me tonight. What do you mean?
Where?
In my neck.
לא, הוא לא עושה כלום, הוא רק צלטה. בסדר, באנו לבדוק שהוא בסדר, אתה לא צריך להגיד לו שמור על שתיקה, אחי, אנחנו לא באנו... First Amendment, Second Amendment, shut the fuck up.
Now his next plan is apparently to make a big lawsuit.
Hopefully this won't happen to you. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, Shir. Thank you.
So did I do? Is there a crime or something? I don't understand. What is it? Harassment or something?
To check you out if you're okay. That's it.
It's appealing to American amendments in Israel.
It just sound aggressive. I don't understand. It sound aggressive.
No, they okay. It's fake. It's.
You just trying to take me to the police station.
No.
You didn't want to say your name.
So I just don't understand how you guys beat up an American and then I come get harassed. Well, your colleagues did.
Stop funding. Stop funding Israel now.
Your colleagues are beating up American citizens. It's crazy.
On the camera, I will ask you a couple of questions. You wasn't on the hospital?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want to answer no question. I need to talk to my lawyer. I'll talk to my lawyer. I have a lawyer.
No problem.
I have a lawyer. I'll talk to my lawyer. I'm going to make a lawsuit. Big lawsuit.
Okay, no problem.
Big lawsuit.
You don't need the medicine help. Yeah?
I do. I'm going to make a big lawsuit. I'm talking to my lawyer.
Bye.
Good night.
I guess anything to content farm. I feel like his massive flaw here is he's live streaming everything. So the police can see all of his footage. But after this, the dude was traumatized, like anyone would be, because apparently he sat down to eat at 3 a.m. when 2 people lost their lives in front of him. Allegedly, a masked man...
Oh, hi, Vince. I'll see you in the thing. I'll see you in a minute, okay?
Destiny.
Oh, Johnny Somali was on Kick or Keep.
Let me talk to you one-on-one, Destiny. You're hearing me? Listen to me.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Look, I'm not a poor African slave like this one, right? You're not going to ambush me. You're not going to dangle $1,000 in my face and ambush me. I'm saying this is unprofessional, bro. Don't do this, bro. I won't come back if y'all gonna do this.
Okay, hold on. Wait, just to be clear. Wait, hold on. Just to be clear. You are nobody, okay? So when you threaten to not come on my show, I don't give a fuck, okay? This is some shit we do in our free time on the side. This shit we do in our free time on the side, okay? You can walk into Gaza tomorrow and get fucking domed, okay, by an ID soldier. I wouldn't give a fuck. You don't matter at all to me. Okay, just to be clear. So this whole look, hold on. You want to see how irrelevant you are? Wait. Do you want to see how irrelevant you are? Watch this. Boom.
Standing up for Carantos, eh?
Fired into the restaurant, striking 2 people sitting beside Johnny. Johnny claims that he ran and hid under a car, but when it was clear, Johnny whipped out his phone and starts essentially live streaming everything. I'm not showing that for obvious reasons, but I guess he finally realized that this is what happens when you go to an area in active conflict, and it might actually not be worth the attention online.
Oh my God.
Would you defend Sev like that? Listen, I do much more for Sev, okay?
Get the f out of here, bro. Fuck the content, bro. I don't care about this the content. I'm done. We don't know what happened. Some Arab trader coming, bro. I'm going. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. My hotel is this way. Look, bro. Someone just came and shut everything up. What the?
He then went back to his hotel and was awoken by Israeli police again.
Put a t-shirt on. Like, what kind of respect is this? Come on. Have some respect. Have some respect. What is going on?
Speak with me, my friend.
I'll talk to you. Let's go outside. I'm not talking in here. You guys are embarrassing me. We can talk downstairs. Crazy, bro. This is crazy. My shirt is not even on correctly. What do you need?
I want to ask you.
Yes. Let's do this downstairs. You're gonna get me kicked out of my hotel. You're gonna get me kicked out of my hotel, man. What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I want to ask you what happened yesterday. You feel good?
I don't want to talk about anything. I need to talk to my lawyer.
You don't want?
I'll talk to my lawyer.
You go to the hospital?
I will talk to my lawyer.
You don't want to speak with me?
I do not want to speak with you guys. I'll talk to my lawyer.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
You feel good?
I want to talk to my lawyer.
Jesus.
This is harassment. I'm being harassed. I'm being
He's
harassed.
such a fucking
This is the
baby,
second
dude.
time.
What the fuck?
The second time police is coming to my hotel.
Also, to ask you, how do you feel? That's all.
I just don't want to talk. I don't want to answer my question.
It's your choice.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
He's making things so unnecessarily hostile. I can't tell if the Israeli police are doing a similar thing to the Japanese police, where they started like following him and building a case before they finally arrested him. But Johnny did make an official response to this entire night.
How you guys doing? It's Johnny Somali. Good morning. It's a beautiful day in Tel Aviv. There's a lot of fake news, fake media narrative. They're trying to bury me like I'm Trump. They're saying that I was arrested last night for sexually harassing a female officer. Do I look like someone who's to sexually harass anybody? I can show you my DMs.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you a bad. I swear to God. You a bad. I said you to dinner.
Whatever you say, dude.
These Israeli ladies love me. Even the Israeli men love me. They've been trying to f me. All genders have been trying to f me my whole time here. I can show you my messages. Last night, I was peacefully protesting for the plight of the Ethiopian immigrants, and I want peace, and I want the war in Israel to end.
Jesus.
I want things to stop on both sides. I was arrested and detained.
Okay, actually, I understand why people hate this guy. What a fucking clown.
For peacefully protesting, and I was let free after 30 minutes once they saw I was a U.S. passport and an American citizen. So please don't believe the fake news, the fake media. I never sexually harassed anybody, and they're making up bull stories for the media to make articles and clicks and engagement. Don't fall for the matrix. The bull.
Lonabox do geography quiz. $20.
Johnny Somali would never do some bullshit like that. Guys, come on, I'm a real journalist. So don't listen to the media, don't listen to that.
Is he being sarcastic, or is he not aware that he live streams everything he does? It now seems like he's back to square one and he hasn't learned anything from his traumatizing night. I feel like it's safe to say if this guy stays in Israel and keeps streaming like this, it's going to end a whole lot worse than what it did for him in Japan. But I mean, hey, at least for Johnny, he's not facing life in prison like this TikToker is, because that story is also insane. You can check out that video here. And if you want to stay updated on my new brand, Matt City, where we're launching the Tozy mat, which is right here, the Manhattan, New York City mat, and the Los Angeles mat, and multiple mouse pads ranging from
I
small
used to have a little mat like this for my toy cars. Oh, it's so cool. I feel like a child again.
Covering the whole desk. You can go to matt.city, which is linked right below, fill in your email, and you'll be notified as soon as we drop.
The Ethiopians.
This is courtly.
Oh no, that's because anti-Israel people only know one thing about Ethiopian Jews, and it's about the sterilizations that happened. And half of them think it was like fucking ordered by the state, because apparently the same state that wanted to bring a bunch of Ethiopians in also didn't want any of them to replicate. Yeah, that's what people like that say when they talk about Ethiopians. And then some of them actually find out that most of those Ethiopian Jews are now voting for Netanyahu, and then they feel quietly sad that the sterilizations weren't actually real and state sanctioned in the way that they think they were. Now they're actually quite sad that the Ethiopians are multiplying. Pasta 21, thanks for the 20 Swedish. More like 20 SEK. That's like... What the fuck is that? That's like 150. Okay, that's £1.50. So what's it to dollars? $2, just about. So you're about 18 short for your fucking Satera quiz, chat. Jetta. Dude. Chat. All right, hang on. Dollars from which country? American. American schmucks. All right. Sky News. Now, this is 4 days ago. What is there a new one? Hamas rejects latest ceasefire proposal as date set for Rafah ground offensive. Reports were suggesting talks have been progressing well. What was the proposal? What did it entail?
And that means they can get even clearer.
Oh, Mexico. Okay, don't care. Oh. Did they say what the terms were? I don't think it says what the terms were. No, it doesn't. I mean, we know that they reject basically everything that doesn't involve a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, so. Johnny Somali goes to Iran. Yeah. Oh, phone call. I mean, viewer, sorry. Hello, Vince.
Oh, hey, man. Long time no see.
It has been a while. How are you?
Yeah, fine. How are you?
Yeah, good. Can you make your mic any louder?
Is it okay? Just let me. Like this?
How far is it off of maximum?
It's like 78 on Discord.
Just put it maximum.
Like this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
I just want to ask you, like, you said something about the leftist like composition on Ukraine, and I've seen Anna talk a lot on Twitter about that there's like a lot of leftists who are like not so chill on Ukraine. So because I know that on the right there's like a huge amount of people who are pro-Russia, like the majority basically. But like, what about on the left? Do you think that like there is becoming more people now, or like what's the composition?
The left aren't really like pro anyone in Russia, Ukraine, because as far as they see it, they kind of regret the loss of the Soviet Union a little bit, but they also have no love for Putin, so they don't really care for him. But they also don't like the country that's being backed by America because they think America is like the ultimate imperial power. So they just see it as two imperial powers fighting over like a country in the middle that's kind of siding with one a little bit more than the other. So they just don't care. They don't take a side because they don't care. They see Ukrainians as a bunch of Nazis who fucking rejected the Soviet Union. They see Russia as just kind of like the embarrassing leftovers of the Soviet Union, and they see America as the big enemy of socialism or indigenous people or whatever the fuck else, third world. So yeah, they just don't like anyone who's involved. That's kind of how I think most like standard socialists and communists see it.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously talking about like mostly, I guess, just the tankies, like Hassan Pikers type viewers, right?
Yeah. As for the ones, but yeah, that is like a lot of socialists and communists do just take tanky views in foreign policy. It's kind of what they generally do because otherwise it's like liberal foreign policy. So
yeah,
those are kind of the two alternatives.
When it comes to progressive, I know that Destiny's community and yours community is pretty much pro-Ukrainian, but like, what about like this, like generally like the progressive movement? I know that these like commentators, I forgot how it's called, like Vigilant, and another guy. Like, it seems like those type of people don't really talk much about Ukraine. Like, do you think they're just don't mention Ukraine, or do you think they're like kind of neutral now?
Well, like progressives, you mean like socialists, progressives?
I guess, yeah, like that type of people. I guess like liberals, but more like far left progressive types, and like not tankies, but like somewhere in between liberals and the tankies.
Yeah, I mean, most of them I think are going to just choose either the liberal narrative or the tanky one. But if they don't, what I noticed with BreadTube especially was that most of them just didn't say anything. Like these people like fucking Sean or whatever, they just didn't make videos about Ukraine because I think they knew that their audiences were basically cleaved right down the middle on the issue, so they just left it.
So that's because their audience is basically the one that you described, where they don't see anybody as their friend.
Yeah,
right?
like they think that if you come out too strong in favor of Ukraine, you're going to look like a Western imperialist. If you come out too strong in favor of Russia, you're going to look like a fascist or like a Putin supporter. So they just didn't want it to be either, really. And if you just both sides it, then that can look quite bad as well. Because I think people just don't know what their audiences think about it, or so they just don't have a very strong opinion on it themselves. Or maybe they just don't care because they don't care about Russia or Ukraine or the United States.
Yeah, because it's like I know many people, especially like I know Anna did that on Twitter, like, and I agree with her because like they're always talking about like imperialism and how bad it is, but like Russia attacking Ukraine is basically them expressing imperialism.
No, when they say imperialism, they mean it's only a problem when Western Europe and America does it. They don't care about Russia doing it.
Well, it's kind of interesting, by the way, that this used to be like a leftist approach only, but it seems like the right now, especially the dissident right, just like of the same opinion, right?
Yeah, like the populist right. But, I mean, it feels like they support it for different reasons, though. But yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like that's just them, like grifting because like people always want to hear America bad narrative, just like on the left, and also maybe they also think that if Ukraine loses, then they can just blame it on the establishment and then harm establishment this way. Maybe that's also one of their reasons.
Ooh, maybe. I think for right wingers, the reason that they would not care for helping Ukraine is because they are isolationists. They just don't see America as having any place in that world. And they see American involvement in Ukraine as very much a symbol of American corporate elite, Democrat-leaning corruption, like say with the Hunter Biden stuff. Like they just see Ukraine as like Western coastal elites, like liberal coastal elites in America, meddling with other countries so that a few people can make money. That's kind of how like the right-wing populists would see it, which is quite similar to the left-wing perspective, I guess, just like different. They arrived at those conclusions from different ways.
Yeah, but also, I mean, I actually thought, like, I mean, but the populist I think the populist right now is like becoming, it's like basically the new standard. I mean, the majority of like Republican and they, whether populist or at the very least, like they lean Trump on the Trump side, right?
Yeah, that's most Republicans. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, like there's a portion of like MAGA supporters who like have this like weird incoherent position where they like support support Israel but don't support Ukraine. Like so I mean it doesn't seem like all of them are really that as isolations. I really think it's more about like what they hear from their like commentators, because I feel like, you know, there wouldn't be half as much you know, smoke about like when people are screaming about like corruption in Ukraine and all that, if not for the fact that all the major like political commentators from the right are always like talking about like, oh, it's all like money laundering, it's all like fucking you know, endless wars and all that type of stuff.
That's difficult because the right wing are very split in America, I think, on Israel, because some of them are like old school Republicans who want to support Israel uncritically.
Yeah, like in the Christian right also.
Yeah, the Christian right, the old school right, the fucking the Trump right, just because that's what Trump does, the Islamophobic right. That's all the kind of different reasons that they would feel that way. But there are also still a bunch of right wingers who are very anti-Semitic and don't want to support Israel for that reason. So I think it makes sense, though, that like the Trump right would support Israel but not Ukraine, because they just see supporting Ukraine as supporting the side that Biden's taken, and they see supporting Israel as the opposite of what Biden's doing as well, because Biden is putting more pressure on Netanyahu and that kind of thing, right? So, and they often associate Democrats with like Muslim voters. So it's not really too surprising that they would go in that direction, even if it's a little bit incoherent.
Isn't that kind of crazy that like the right thinks that Biden doesn't allow, like this old school right doesn't think that Biden doesn't allow Israel to do enough, while like the left thinks that he allows too much?
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy.
It's very people living in alternative universes problem. Yeah.
By the way, about living alternative universes, I mean, it seems like it becomes a very global problem with this like populism, and like in Europe also. What do you see as the solution for that?
I have no idea. I think often with these movements is they just need to go long enough without taking power, so that once because I think the advantage of fighting against populism is that populists, unless they get power and consolidate very quickly, they raise people's expectations to very unrealistic heights, and that basically always means that there's only one way. There's one way forward, which is down. That happened with Bernie or with Corbyn. It's like if you can't really capitalize on the initial excitement of populism, then you're very quickly just going to disappoint whoever supports you, because populists are very part of their whole thing is raising people's expectations, because they are like a new exciting alternative. They talk very big, they're very emotionally charged when they talk, and that makes generally people expect that if these people had any power, then they would do something with it. But if a populist takes power and like not much happens, say with Trump, or if they just don't get power, then the interest fades very, very quickly.
So was it the reason, I guess, like Trump didn't really fulfill the expectations for the 2020, right? Like for the 2016, that's why they didn't vote for him as much for the 2020?
I think, yeah, because it was like Make America Great Again. But obviously people make America great again. People have a very fantastical view of how great America used to be at whatever random time he's talking about. And obviously their lives did not improve in that kind of like fantastical way. So now when you look at Trump's re-election campaign, like his one now, his Make America Great Again is just him referring back to his old presidency. It doesn't really capture the imagination in the same way that the old MAGA did, you know? So it's like, yeah, I think it's already going that way. At least to me, it looks like Trump used to be this big, boisterous, like exciting new thing on the menu. But now it's just like this tired old guy with a bunch of fucking criminal convictions and spending more time just talking about the same old like repetitions of his own personal scandals and shit like that. So yeah, he's just getting I think it's just getting kind of boring for some people.
Well, I think maybe that's true. I think because like I remember in Progressive Victory when we were doing all the like door knocking, there were some people who were like, I think like a couple people were, or like maybe at least one who said like I wanted like a third party candidate because I'm like not fine with neither of like Biden and Trump camp.
Well, yeah, that's a problem as well, is because Biden has not really overseen a situation that's made that many people feel much better either. Even if things like real wages are going up and shit like that, which is happening right now in America, it's just not enough to get over all the kind of doom and gloom that people have right now. So, and also he's very fucking old. That's a big problem. The fact that both of them are so old that like, yeah, that in itself is just kind of disillusioning. But yeah, I don't know.
Do you think RFK Jr. will do like problems for Biden, like take some votes from him?
I don't know. No, probably not anything substantial.
Yeah, fair enough. By the way, you on the Progressive Victory event, like when there was podcast with Dylan and Destiny, you and Destiny agreed on one thing where you said that the right is like easier to change their mind because like, or at least in comparison with the leftists, because a lot of times the right might not be like, I mean, their commentators might be grifters, but like a lot of those people actually believe in what they tell them and they just don't know enough stuff. So I was just curious, do you think that could be applied for Ukraine? Do you think like if there would be like a huge effort for that, do you think like the right can change their mind on Ukraine, or at least some of those people?
I think I think that's the case with anyone, but I think the difference for I don't really know why this is the case. I'm just kind of like floating thoughts out. But when it comes to why right-wingers, I feel like are easier to persuade is because right-wing opinions are like center right, at least, is a very default way of thinking. Like it's kind of like a common sense way of thinking that I feel like if you just grow up with no political education and you just kind of like grow up with whatever like British or American press or media and just in general society, I think you will just drift towards right-wing opinions. At least it was the case when I was younger. Maybe it's different now. Because it's more like right-wing answers to most problems are much more simple. But that also means is that there's a bit more of like there's more of a kind of blank slate there to work with. Whereas with left-wingers, they've already learned usually to become like a far left person, you have to learn a bunch of shit, even if that stuff you're learning is not true. And the problem is like having to unlearn that kind of like wealth of like narrative and ideological standpoint is probably a lot harder than just someone who's going off of mostly common sense. But I don't know. That's just a thought.
Yeah, I guess. Are you still doing your Holodomor research?
Slowly but surely. Yeah. We'll see how the new medication goes tomorrow.
What are we taking? Are you taking medication now?
I'm gonna go on Vyvanse tomorrow, yeah, because I've had Ritalin for a while and now I'm trying Vyvanse instead.
Damn, it's so crazy how so many people use that these days.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big shortage of it now just because of how popular it is. Yeah.
Like, but I mean, have you read any like researches on like the health sides of that? Like, I mean, like there should be some side effects, no?
Well, there will be, yeah, but it's just whether or not the benefits outweigh them, which we'll find out tomorrow. Yeah.
Is Destiny still taking it too?
I think he is. Yeah.
No. Well. Also, like regarding Holodomor, like genocide, or at least just genocide, because like leftists like talk a lot about like, you know, genocide and stuff when it comes to Israel, but like when it comes to Ukraine, I mean, consider that there's like statements by Russia where they basically claim that everybody who does not agree that Ukraine is just should be owned by Russia, and like everybody who disagrees that Ukrainian people are not ethnically Russian, which is obviously, I mean, they're Ukrainians are not Russians. I mean, everybody's like a Nazi, and like, I mean, considering that if for example they will manage to take the entirety of Ukraine, they'll probably like jail or like even kill some of those people. Don't you think that like that can be sort of classified as a genocidal intent for this invasion?
No. Like in the problem is that I feel like I often hear this from Ukrainians, or like even just like, and people talk about Soviet stuff in general, is they seem to appeal to a definition of genocide that's not really used anymore. It's like the older one, which is to do with like cultural stuff and trying to like wipe out like a national identity and things like that. Like in today's definition, that's not really considered genocide. It's called like, I think ethnocide is the word that they use for that. But for the leftists who talk about Israel being genocide, like if they believe that is, then of course they should believe that what Russia's doing is also actually a worse one. But yeah, that's just
so
it's just one of those words that again, like people don't really use like properly. Yeah.
Oh, so but where did they change that definition?
The original definition was proposed in the 40s, but then when the Genocide Convention was actually negotiated and finalized, it became the one that we use today. So the one that we use today has basically been the one that's been the international one since 1948.
So 1948. Okay. So is this on the UN website?
Yeah, the UN Convention on Genocide.
So it's you said 1948 UN Convention on Genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But like, what should it take to make something a genocide, or like say like somebody intends a genocide with what they're doing?
You have a very specific intent to either destroy biologically or physically a particular national or ethnic group. So like basically just by killing them, like to actually just like the special intent to exterminate a group in whole or in part. So like the Holocaust would be one, the Bosnian genocide, like the massacre in Srebrenica would be one, the Rwandan genocide would be one, because these were all very like explicit plans from either the state or from a military or both to eradicate, like to just murder a particular group of people. Like,
yeah, but I mean they also. Yeah, I mean, it's not related to the invasion, but I mean, back in the day, they also did Holodomor, which is also like genocide, right?
It might be, it might not be. Based on what I've read, it like there are arguments for and against that being genocide. But I need to read more. Yeah.
Well,
the argument against it would be that. So, I think most people agree that the famine wasn't started on purpose, right? But the people would argue it's a genocide because they think that the Ukrainians in particular were punished and denied aid because Stalin wanted them to die as a result of the famine. So like people weren't allowed to leave their villages, and there were troops surrounding different like collective farms, like that kind of thing. But it's whether or not the Stalin or the Central Committee were acting with the intention of killing Ukrainians, like specifically. So the argument for it is those policies that were put in place, like those kind of punitive actions. But the argument against it is that there are kind of like slightly alternative explanations for why a lot of those policies were carried out, and the fact that they were not just carried out exclusively towards Ukrainians, but then also typically for Stalin, when he wanted a group of people murdered, like a group of intellectuals or something, he was very, very open. There was no ambiguity in how he ordered it and how he wrote about it and how it was communicated during Central Committee talks and things like that. But it seems to be for the Holodomor, they don't have that same unambiguity of him actually saying that he wants to like exterminate the Ukrainian people. Whereas when he wanted to murder other groups intentionally, he was very explicit. So.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, which groups he wanted to murder intentionally?
Like intellectuals, right? Like Polish intellectuals or Ukrainian intellectuals.
In Ukraine, he also did that, yeah.
Poets, yeah, artists, yeah. So but that would be groups that were political enemies, not like ethnic ones, technically, because they were seen as like the Ukrainian intelligentsia. And I think when the definition of genocide was being formalized in the UN, it was actually Stalin and the Soviets who fought to keep political categories out of the definition, because I think the original definition that was proposed did mean that you could genocide a political group, like you could genocide landlords or conservatives or communists, but because of the negotiating at the UN, mostly by the Soviets, that part of the definition got taken out.
So the UN basically took out the definition of ethnocide from genocide because of the Soviets?
Partially, yeah.
Damn,
Other nations
that's actually crazy.
other nations had their reasons as well. Like ethnocide, but like yeah, other countries wanted it out as well because they'd all done it. Like the UK had obviously done it, America had done it, so they didn't really want to have that in the definition either, like cultural genocide. Yeah.
So it's basically UK, US, and Soviet Union who helped to take ethnocide from the genocide.
I don't know exactly, but I think most of them had that interest in it. Yeah, I don't know which ones pushed the hardest for it, but yeah, I think France as well had an incentive. Germany to some lesser degree because they didn't really have that much say at that point. But yeah.
Well, but I mean, you said like, I mean, famine. Like when you say famine wasn't intentional, I mean, I don't think I would argue that. I would definitely not argue that the initial famine, like there were many famines which were caused by many different factors. But I mean, it's not like, I don't think it's just like they're just declining the aid, because from what I know, and I'm not gonna back it up by source now because out of my head, but like as far as my knowledge goes, they specifically targeted Ukraine when it comes to Holodomor. Like if you open even the map in Wikipedia, like you see that the area that suffered was not only the area of like Ukraine, but also the area in Russia in the south. And that area specifically is known by the fact that there is a huge amount of ethnical Ukrainians there. So, and also like they were not just declining aid as far as I know. I mean, they were also like taking the food from people in those cities and not allowing anybody to come out of the city. So I think it's not really just declining the aid. I think it's like more of a targeted on Ukraine.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't just declining aid. Yeah, they also surrounded villages and didn't let people leave. But why they chose those particular ones, like the blacklisted villages, I think it's also contested whether or not that was done like as part of targeting an ethnic group or whether it was to do with political grievances. Because I think a lot of the blacklisted villages were because of their political activity, especially in the Russian Civil War and also in their responses to the requisitions under Lenin as well, because I think one of the counter arguments is that although there were those extra punitive actions in Ukraine, Stalin did also send apparently quite a bit of aid to Ukraine at the same time, and it also would have to, and this is what I need to read about a bit more, but apparently also the death rates in Ukraine were not the highest in the Holodomor. I think the highest death rates at various points in the Holodomor were actually in like Kazakhstan, or was it the German Volga region? Was that what it was called? The German Volga region?
German? I'm not sure.
Yeah, bordering like Kazakhstan. Yeah, the Volga region. So yeah, there were parts that outside of Ukraine that had higher death rates during the Holodomor at different points. So
yeah, but I mean, I think I don't know where you take that, but I mean, even if you take like the map of the death toll on Wikipedia, like I'm opening it right now, there is like it seems like the death toll was in Ukraine, or at the very least, I don't understand like if that was not ethnically targeted. How comes that also the Cuban also suffered, which was part of Russia at the time, but Cuban is known to be like populated by many ethnic Ukrainians. So like for me, it seems like it really was more of a ethnical stuff.
Yeah, but this map doesn't include Kazakhstan, does it? Kazakhstan's way over in the east here, yeah. And I think the Volga region's not here either. So it did obviously compared to Russians, it did hit Ukraine harder, but that's also because there was like a national and political conflict underlying the policies as well. So that wouldn't be very surprising. Yeah, I don't know. I just need to I need to look more into it though, because like it could be the case. it just seems to be that so far the thing I'm noticing is that it seems to be that whenever Stalin wanted a group murdered specifically, he was very clear about it. Whereas with the Holodomor and these policies regarding Ukraine, that clarity is a little bit less so. So that's what I'm trying to look into and trying to see what the arguments are.
To this day, Russia still denies it like happening at all, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And I mean, if you look at like Maidan revolution in 2014, Ukraine unsealed all the KGB archives, so we know what's there. But we still don't have unsealed KGB archives in Moscow. So I mean, maybe there is an order somewhere there, because like I mean, we don't know what's there, right? Like there's a bunch of unsealed stuff there.
There might be, but there are also things that we have, like, it's not like completely closed off, like, always, right? So there are some Soviet documents that we have that really implicate Stalin pretty badly for other mass murders and shit like that, like Katyn and all that shit. Yeah, I think, but also even like the big silver bullet that people use for the Holodomor is that one with the policy that he put through in 1932 November, which was when he actually. No, was it that? No, the blacklisting. Yeah, the decree, the blacklisting of villages. Wait, no. I'm talking about 33. Sorry, beginning of 33, the directive where Stalin actually signed it himself, saying that he wanted to prevent peasants who were starving from leaving their towns, and that led to like 200,000 people getting arrested for trying to flee their villages for food. So we do have stuff, but yeah, it is possible that there's something that we just haven't seen yet. Usually in that case, you would look for circumstantial evidence, like, you know, how there's no written order from Hitler with the Holocaust, right? But we know that he gave an order somewhere, like almost definitely.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so much reference to it alongside, and he gave a bunch of like verbal. He held a bunch of meetings that were only verbally recorded, like nothing was written down. So, and around the same time, people are starting, like the Holocaust starts to materialize, and people are referencing it in a sense that definitely implies Hitler's full approval and command. So, but I don't think we have an equivalent for that from Stalin for saying that he actually wanted the Holodomor to get continued worse in Ukraine, specifically to kill Ukrainians. So I don't know.
I mean, considering that, like Russia could at some point in time just conceal all this evidence. I mean, I think they're pretty good at like concealing stuff and lying. So I mean, I don't think it would be much of a surprise if we would find out that they conceal evidence somehow.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be surprising, but we have to go with what we have. And based on what we have now, but again, based on what we have now, some people still think it's genocide. Like a bunch of historians still think it was, but other ones don't. So, yeah.
Yeah, and also one important thing here is that, I mean, as far as my knowledge goes, a lot of like Ukrainian villagers were probably the most prone to rioting against the Soviet power. Mm-hmm. I think that probably was a very big part of that.
Yeah, they were definitely, there's no question that they were seen as a political nuisance, especially the rural ones, right? Because of like the whole Cossack culture and shit like that was basically kind of wiped out during that Holodomor period. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like, I mean, obviously Soviet Union is not exactly the same as like Russian Empire, but I mean, the way I see it, I think it was probably more like an extension of the policy that they did during the Russian Empire, which was not genocide, but was more like an ecocide, where they were banning the stuff from like banning Ukrainian language, also banning writers to write Ukrainian poems and all that. I feel like that probably is the way I see it is extension of that.
Yeah. There's no question they did plenty of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, guess that's it for the like. When are you gonna have some more research on that? I'm gonna have some more tweets about that.
It could be a month. It could be a fucking 6 months. I don't know. It's just gonna see how much news there is between now and whenever. Because when there's less news, I'm more inclined to do it. But yeah,
okay.
No promises, but we'll see.
Yeah, sure. Are you posting those notes somewhere like Destiny does it with his Obsidian page?
No. I'm very secretive with my Obsidian. I mean, I'm not secretive, but like once I've got something that's actually presentable, I'll put it out, but nothing's presentable now. I just have some notes from like 2 essays, and I've only read half of one of them, so yeah. We'll see.
But where do you take sources for that exactly?
Where do I get them from?
Yeah.
I asked a historian just to show me like a bunch of references for the genocide debate. And yeah, I just got and I'm trying to remember a few of the big names. Like I've got one essay which is about the historiography of the Holodomor by someone called Olga Andriuski. Got like some essay about the grain stockpiles. Like this one actually goes into detail about how much grain was stockpiled by the Soviets at that time and how much grain was exported to which different places and shit like that. And then I've got like an interview with one of the historians who opposes the genocide argument but still thinks it was a pretty condemnable act. Obviously, I think they're called who are they called? Stephen Kotkin. Going to look at Timothy Snyder's arguments. Yeah, I just kind of like, I think usually once you read one or two essays, you start to see names getting dropped for other things, so you get to like just branch out from there.
Got it. And if I have if I will find any good sources for you to read, can I send it somewhere to you?
Yeah.
Where should I send it?
DMs on Discord.
Oh, okay. Wait, should we be friended for that, or can I just send it even without being friends?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just sent it.
Okay. Oh yeah, there. Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I just wanted to ask you, where do you see support of Ukraine right now? It seems like, is it just me, or is it like not so many people really talk about the support in Ukraine anymore, or is it just me?
Yeah, it's unfortunately run very, very low. I don't I don't know. I don't really have any strong predictions either way.
Yeah.
I really hope it turns around though, because it's kind of disgraceful that America's just kind of reached that deadlock and is more or less like as a country just turning their back on the situation.
Yeah.
It's really, really horrible.
And it's just also crazy because like Ukraine doesn't even receive the aid because of all the MAGA people are blocking that. But at the same time, you have like Jake Sullivan recently coming and saying, hey, if we're going to send too much aid to Ukraine, it's going to start a nuclear war, which was like wild.
Okay.
So it's like, it's weird why they still care. Like while MAGA blocking the aid, Democrats at the same time also still talk about all this escalation type of stuff, which for me seems like weird, no?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I guess, anyways, thank you for having me on the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. All right. Let's
Yeah.
meet you soon.
Have a nice day, man.
All right,
Yeah,
take
see you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Apparently, there's a video of a guy from PIJ admitting that they tried to hide the fucking Al Ali Hospital rocket strike.
لإشي زي هذه اللي صار اللي انت ذكره.
نموذج زي اللي صار مثلا لما صار في بداية الحرب هاي. بداية الحرب مش وقع في المعمدان صاروخ.
اوكي.
هو صاروخ محلي وقالوا انه اسرائيلي.
اللي انفجر يعني ان جاري سامي طلقوه.
ايوه.
وانفجر. بالبداية انا ذاكر. اوكي. هذا امر
عشان نمحي الرواية. الحركة عملت عملت رواية معينة، لا هذا من عند الاحتلال، والاستهداف كان بشكل مباشر، وهناك تصوير وهناك زاوية، واستندوا على أكثر من رواية من بعض الروايات الأجنبية، الصحف الأجنبية.
اوكي، وبعدين وزعوها لكل الدنيا.
Get wrecked, Hassan Abi. No one individual in Hassan's audience will ever believe this is real. They'll believe it's fake for different reasons. Some people might think he's an actor. Some people might think he's a fucking turncoat. Some people might think he's saying this stuff under duress because they're going to rip off his balls as soon as he goes off script. Yeah, there's literally no point in presenting this fucking footage to anyone. But wow, it's just interesting to look at anyway.
هلا انت بينك وبين ناتج بلسان حماس او مؤسسات ثانيه في علاقه بيناتكم في حكي؟
ولا
زي مين؟ مع مين انت موجود بعلاقه؟
لحاد القاسم تبع حماس، مش حكي وزيارات، يا بيجي عندنا على المكتب يا مرة عنده على المكتب من اجل بحث بعض الامور الاعلاميه اللي بتخص المقاومه او بتخص الناس. يعني اليوم احنا في عندنا غلاء معيشي في غزة بدناش نركز عليه. الناس متضايقة كثير بدناش نركز عليه نهائيا. فبنجتمع احنا طبعا مع رؤساء الدوائر، مثلا داوود الشاب بيكون موجود، علي العمودي بيكون موجود رئيس.
A few months ago, you weren't watching either for the same reason, Lonerbox. If you can show me any stream clip from a few months ago of me saying that any Hamas interrogation footage is completely fake. Same for hostages. Is that what I do? You're weird. The interrogation vids are just too shoddy. And then we have people like also, and this is where you get the kind of like just making it up as you go along approach, like fucking Zasa Khat here over here. Because I don't know why you think this is a shoddy interrogation and what a proper interrogation should look like. I don't know like how many interrogations you've watched in your life, or like how many, or like what your gold standard is for interrogation. But my guess is you're just making it up. You're just making up a random standard because like when you say take it with a grain of salt, it sounds like you're just saying like just this can't be real. It's not allowed to be real. Like fuck knows. Ugh. I would like to know, just by the by, I'm just asking questions. Why do they put an Israeli flag in the fucking interrogation room? Is that necessary? Anyway. Flex. Yeah. Intimidation. Is it though? Upstate Trash, thanks for the $5. This has to go towards Vyvanse extended release. Ritalin is no way to live. Hey, that's like what are we on now? $13 away from me playing that fucking countries game for you guys. Okay. Anyway. What is this Haaretz article about Hamas thinking they were going to turn Israel into a bunch of cantons? You ever covered the Lebanese civil war? Yeah, I've spoken about it at times. Spoken about it in passing. I did a bunch of note-taking on it at one point. It's a fucking minefield, though. One day I'll do a proper like history presentation on the whole thing. But yeah, we got quite a lot going on. So far, I'm finding the Israeli internal cabinet process towards how they actually got the green light, which wasn't even really a green light, to invade Lebanon from the United States. Oh God, the amount of shit they did to try and justify going in there in 82 is just insane. And also the way the war panned out as well, the way that the Israelis went, even when they were in Beirut. So you remember Finkelstein got mad at Benny Morris for saying that Israel avoided killing civilians in Lebanon. Like they were quite careful in who they targeted in the Lebanese war. And obviously Finkelstein responded by saying, how can you say that given what happened to Beirut in 82? But it's actually because there were two phases of the war from that perspective. The first phase was Israel moving up towards Beirut, like on the road from the south. And at that first period, they were only actually getting any resistance from the PLO. The Lebanese Shias, the Sunnis, the fucking Syrians, no one else actually attacked them. So they realized that if they could just fight with the PLO one-on-one without pulling other people in, that would be much easier for them. So they very specifically avoided killing anyone apart from PLO, but also only shooting other people when they were shot first. That was their approach. And because the fighting was so focused just between these two groups, other Lebanese families in the south would famously go on their balconies to watch the gunfights because they kind of knew that it wasn't between that, it was between just like Israel and the PLO. But when Israel reached towards Beirut and started going in, the campaign completely changed because they were going for a big city. There was lots of like indiscriminate bombing and infrastructure being damaged and a load of civilians being killed. But I didn't know that when they were in Beirut, like the siege on Beirut, which lasted like 8 or 9 weeks, I didn't know that the Israeli cabinet didn't actually fully approve of that. That they thought the IDF were just along the outskirts, and Sharon just kind of like unilaterally did it himself. I didn't know that. Pasta, thanks for the 101 Swedish. Why am I doing this again? Don't know. And JF Pose, thanks for the £2. Play the game box, man. Yeah, we'll get there. I'll read this and then I'll play the game, okay? Chill. 101 sec, that's like $10. True. Ooh. Okay. Hamas actually believed it would conquer Israel, really. In preparation, it divided the country into cantons. Tens of thousands of Gazans have fled to Egypt since the war broke out, many of them members of the elite who are able to pay the enormous costs. I met old friends in Cairo who are still astonished at the messianic insanity that seized Hamas leadership. In Gaza, they're known as the New Jews. They're rich merchants of the Gaza Strip who were the first to flee for their lives after October 7th, managed to save themselves and their families, and are continuing to run their businesses safely by remote. While enjoying the good life in Cairo's luxury hotels, they're selling the Strip to the highest bidders. When a kilogram of sugar costs 70 shekels, almost $19, and a litre of gas 150 shekels, it's only natural for the 1.5 million internal refugees in Gaza to add the profiteers to their list of enemies, after Israel and Hamas, not necessarily in that order. Escaping the inferno costs around $10,000 per person. It entails finding a wakil, Arabic for matcher. What the fuck is that? Okay. Who can organize entry to Egypt via the Rafah crossing, and getting there safely, hoping that you don't run into the Israeli army on the way. Having done that, there's a chance that the gates of paradise to the land of the Nile will open wide for you, but that doesn't yet ensure tranquility and security. Cairo is very cheap by almost any measure, but it's still expensive in terms of the Gaza Strip. With no income and your home in ruins, your property lost, your savings depleted from praying for the exit permits, what future exactly is there to dream about? Only a successful Gaza merchant who is adept at maneuvering and surviving between Hamas and Israel will be able to live in Cairo and enjoy its delights. And the city has plenty to offer. The last time I was in Cairo was after the removal from power of Hosni Mubarak in 2011. The city was turbulent and frightening. The millions of angry demonstrators who flooded the streets were a third way, beyond the corruption of the Mubarak regime and the fundamentalist takeover of the Muslim Brotherhood led by Mohammed Morsi. That ended with the Egyptian army taking matters into its hands and stifling the breezes of the Arab Spring. Today, photographs of President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi are ubiquitous in Cairo, but they are smaller and more modest than the likeness of the ousted omnipotent president who died a pariah. Cairo has gone back to being a city that never stops, even during Ramadan. The appalling poverty and ostentatious wealth fuse into a bustling urban patchwork of vast shopping malls, narrow alleys, bicyclers precariously carrying sacks of food on their head as they ride, dangerously overloaded pickup trucks swaying to and fro, and packed minibuses carrying the dwellers of this dense city of 10 million through the congested streets. It's easy to get lost and disappear here, and that is exactly what thousands of Gazans who fled from the war are trying to do. Their hope is to stay under the radar until they can start a new life in some corner of the world that will agree to accept them. It's clear to them that they will not be able to stay in Egypt indefinitely. Egypt is hosting them legally until things settle down, but it's not an easy place for foreigners. Certainly not for Palestinians. How long is this article? quite long. Jesus, it goes all the way till the... I thought it was a big comment page at the end. Okay. Wow. Single spaced. Listen, guys, I'm busting my ass for you, okay? This job. Hardest of all jobs. I flew to Cairo to meet Gazans who fled from the war, some of them old friends from the years when I worked in the Gaza Strip, though not all of them were willing to meet with me. I began by calling S, the brother of my former late cameraman who died of cancer a year and a half ago. S was evasive and I couldn't understand why. After all, I had often stayed in the family home when I was covering the Second Intifada for Israeli television. On the day of the coup led by Hamas in the Strip 2007, when armed militants from the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades tried to apprehend my colleague, I saved his life by getting him out of Gaza to Ramallah in the West Bank. S's nephew, Amjad, explained to me now that S's daughter had been killed by an Israeli bomb. Besides which, he didn't want problems with the Egyptians. It wouldn't have been easy for him to tell you, Amjad said apologetically, and asked me to forgive S. I understood. Arriving in Cairo around midday on a Friday, I made my way to the area around the International Hotel where many of Gaza's leading merchants are staying. It's an extensive complex of structures that include luxury hotels and an immense mall, 10 floors of outlets carrying the world's top labels and brands. Many young Gazans can be seen here riding the escalators up and down. Some carrying bags stuffed with purchases, others just feasting their eyes on the shop windows and trying to digest the disparity between Gaza and Cairo, between a place where death lurks around every corner and the place that signifies, perhaps, what Gaza could be if its leaders implemented just a fraction of the fantasies that they promised would materialize after the Oslo Accords were signed. One of the big dreamers from the Oslo period is Sufyan Abu Zaideh. Zaida, I don't know. How ironic it is that the man who dreamed that a Palestinian state would be established alongside Israel is now living in a gated neighborhood called Dreamland, which is about an hour's drive from the center of Cairo and generations from Palestine Square in Gaza City. Oof. Okay. Abu Zaideh, who's 64, was one of the first Palestinians to be released from Israeli incarceration following the White House ceremony in 1993. In short order, he became something of a Palestinian media star among Israelis, analyzing on local television in his fluent Hebrew the complex situation that characterized the period after Oslo. Now, too, he quickly became something of a star on Egyptian TV. Back then, he provided a running commentary on a collapsing peace process. Today, he's doing the same for war. In the taxi on the way to meet him, I passed Ain Shams University, where Sheikh Ahmed Yassin was a student in the mid-60s and where he hooked up with the Muslim Brotherhood 2 decades before he founded Hamas. Along the way, we also went by Al-Azhar University, the Muslim world's most important academic center, which to this day turns out the religious sages shaping modern Islam, which drove a wedge between the moderate Muslim world and fundamentalist Islam. This is already a pretty interesting article, though. No regrets. Not far from there is the stadium in which President Anwar Sadat was assassinated on October 6, 1981. Indeed, the month of October shouts from every corner of Cairo. For an Israeli, that shout resonates even more powerfully. The debacle and drama of the Yom Kippur War blended into the trauma of a new, accursed October. Why did my little lights go off? Fuck. All right. It's fucking Mike from Breaking Bad over here. Wearing slippers, Abu Zaideh was waiting for me on the shoulder of a side road in his neighborhood, a gated and guarded community of tall, desert-hued buildings. We hadn't met in person since 2001, the period of the Second Intifada, and even then the encounter had been in England where he was a doctoral student. As I stepped out of the cab, we both burst into liberating laughter at the vagaries of fate that have brought us together in different regions of the world. When I was released from Israel's prison in 1993, I was certain that the suffering and pain were over, that that enough. We were starting a life of quiet, peace, and hope, he said with a smile. But since then, I have known only wars. All the time, wars. Abu Zaydeh spent time studying Israeli history at Sapir College in Sderot, obtained a doctoral degree in England, and in 2005 was appointed Minister of Prisoner Affairs in the Palestinian Authority. In 2006, he was abducted from his home by the Izz al-Din al-Qassam Brigades and afterward was persecuted by Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas because he was considered loyal to Abbas's rival Mohammed Dahlan. Abbas deprived him of his salary and seized his pension and his house in Ramallah. Wow. In 2019, Abu Zaydeh was compelled to return to the Gaza Strip, from which he had fled after Hamas's coup. He lived in Jabalia, I think it is, in a refugee camp in a closed enclave ruled by Yahya Sinwar's gang. And when I thought I'd already endured everything, he said, the war broke out and I became a refugee again. He met with Sinwar on many occasions. Their talks, he says, dealt mainly with economic aid consisting of funds from the United Arab Emirates, that Dahlan, who himself went into exile in Abu Dhabi in 2011, where he became close to the ruler, Mohammed bin Zayed al Nahyan, sent to the inhabitants of Gaza, principally for projects in the Jabalia and Khan Yunis refugee camps. We founded many projects and awarded study scholarships totaling millions of dollars to young people, Abu Zaydeh says. Hamas had a vested interest in this because in practice, we made things easier for them. That's the reason they didn't harass us. Not able to hold back, I said, in other words, you were like Benjamin Netanyahu, who channeled Qatari money to Hamas that helped them build tunnels and establish an army. You also wanted quiet and got smacked in the face. But unlike Netanyahu, Abu Zaydeh does not shrink from taking responsibility. He admits his mistake and explains that the Dahlan group wanted to alleviate the distress in Gaza because they saw themselves as being responsible for their people. They too believed that Hamas was aiming to arrive at modus vivendi with Israel, and their ambition was to have as many Gazans as possible work in Israel. I love how Learnerbox falls into video essay voice when reading. It's funny that I don't hear a difference. Why is that? So nostalgic. Fucking. Oh. Big difference for Dylan Burns, though. Oh, God. I didn't know that Dylan Burns spoke like that when he did scripted stuff. That was really surprising to see. It is harder. It's much harder doing scripted stuff or reading than just speaking. But, why do you sound so sleepy in older video essays, Learnerbox? Depression? I don't know. Just finding my voice. Anyway, fuck. Give me subs or super chats, assholes. Watch as I do the hardest job for you guys. For nothing. Almost nothing. All right. Not really nothing at all. Was your voice lost? I think I just improved it. I don't like the sound of my voice in my older videos at all. I sound like a fucking dead person. On the morning of October 7th, when he saw dozens of rockets being fired from the Strip, he thought that Israel had assassinated a top figure in Hamas and that this was their response. But when he saw a military jeep go by his home and understood that it was carrying a woman abducted from Israel and saw how dozens of jubilant local residents surrounded, he grasped the intensity of the storm that was about to engulf all of the Gaza Strip. I knew that Gaza was finished. Gaza was on the road to perdition. Where are the Oilers? I don't know. I don't really have an Oiler yet. I do have a couple. They come in every now and then, but. A compulsive consumer of the Israeli media, Abu Zaida is well acquainted with the outlook of the public and the leadership. I told my wife that the Israelis were going to run over us with tanks and that they would destroy everything. All these tall buildings that you see around you, I told her, the Israelis will topple them, one after the other. They will level all of Gaza, which is indeed what happened. The buildings are gone. Abu Zaida's house became the Israeli Defense Forces headquarters in the Jabalia area. Ooh, cringe. On the basis of his experience observing previous IDF operations, he expected the army to split the strip into two parts, and that if he did not move to leave the north, he would not make it to the Rafah crossing and get his family out. His primary concern was for the life of his daughter and her infant son. They had arrived from Boston for a visit a few days earlier, and now were caught on the battlefield. Only holders of Palestinian passports were being allowed to leave via Rafah, but his American-born grandson didn't have a local passport. By the time his exit was arranged, the crossing to the south had been closed, but the Abu Zaida family hadn't waited, having arrived at Rafah before the IDF blocked the passage from north to south. I had tears in my eyes, he recalls. I knew I would never return to that place. He was born in Jabalia, as were his children. At the beginning of the 80s, he was imprisoned in Israel for his membership in Fatah. After his release, he returned to the alleyways of the refugee camp, determined to be a Palestinian leader who would change the world. And when he fled to Ramallah for fear of Hamas, the home in Jabalia remained the object of his longing. I didn't cry only for the house, he says. I cried for the dreams that vanished, for the state that would not be established, for the children who would die for no reason. I had many dreams and hopes, and nothing remains of them. Everything collapsed together with my house. I took a few items, some clothes, photographs, and keepsakes, all in one small suitcase for the family. As they entered the car, they still saw happy people around them. I saw that they were pleased. I saw them, and I told my wife that we were headed for perdition. I asked him whether he understood the jubilant shouts of many Palestinians when they saw the captives who were brought triumphantly into Gaza. Not for a moment did he try to defend their reaction. You can write it in capital letters, he said. From my point of view, it's a disgrace. He raised his voice so I would not miss his determination. I, as a Palestinian, say to you in a loud voice, it is a disgrace. I am ashamed that they murdered and abducted people, children, women, old people. I am ashamed. That is not heroism. Absolutely not heroism. In the first 2 days of the war, he recalls, he heard even Hamas figures say that the civilians should be released. If there was a little sense, the Israelis could have got back the women, the elderly, and the children for free. I tell you this with certainty, from knowledge, but Israel thought that pressure would lead to the release of the captives. They didn't understand what Hamas is. Ooh. Interesting. But again, I say, and I'm not afraid to say it, to kill civilians and to abduct women, old people, and children is not heroism. And I tell you, think he condemns Hamas? And I tell you this as a Palestinian who knows that there are now 32,000 killed and at least 10,000 buried under the rubble. 10 people were killed in my family alone. 9 had nothing to do with Hamas, including a cousin and a nephew. They went to look for food, and a missile was fired at them. Abu Zaida has never been one who feared to utter what he thinks. And from the time we first met in 1993, I found that he could be unsparingly critical of both the Israelis and the Palestinians. He sometimes paid a price for that attitude. In 1996, after Israel assassinated Yahya Ayash, the Hamas bomb maker nicknamed the Engineer, Abu Zaida told Israeli state television that the timing was wrong, not the act itself. During the 2 months that followed the killing of Ayash, Hamas carried out 4 suicide bombings in Israel, killing a total of 78 people. I understand the Israeli response, he says, about the current unprecedented round of violence. I knew there would be a response, but I didn't believe there would be a response of this cruelty. To kill Ahmed Andor, you destroy a whole neighborhood? Have you gone mad? Andor was Hamas's northern Gaza brigade commander and the man in charge of developing the military wing's rocket arsenal. On November 16th, the IDF bombed the site where he was hiding along with other ranking personnel. IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari said afterwards, 2 powerful attacks were carried out against 2 underground compounds. According to Abu Zaida, the IDF used tons of explosives in the attack, wiping out an entire neighborhood and killing about 250 Palestinians. It was later reported in Israel that 3 captives, Sergeant Ron Sherman, Corporal Nick Bazier, and civilian Elia Toledano, were killed in a nearby tunnel, apparently as a result of the attack. For one person whom you wanted to assassinate, you killed hundreds of people. Does that make sense to you? Abu Zaida says accusingly. Even if the goal was justified from your viewpoint and you were fighting against Hamas, do you not have any limits, any red lines? Afterwards, you were amazed that the whole would come out against you. Because, from your perspective, there are no innocent people in Gaza. As you see it, compassion died, and therefore you are shutting your eyes to what is happening in Gaza. Did you see the eclipse? No, it's fucking nighttime here. The eclipse was in North America and Mexico and Canada. Like, wasn't that where it was? It wasn't supposed to be seen from here, I don't think. It's the cadence. I don't know if that's a compliment or a criticism, but thank you. Go visit Dylan. Dylan's in Paris, isn't he? Dylan didn't invite me to go see him. Fuck him. What a piece of shit. I mean, he probably would have been fine with me going to visit him somewhere in Europe, but I've got stuff to do anyway, to be fair. Including that country's game. Can't forget the country's game after this. Oh. True, I reply. Many Israelis lost the little compassion they still had after seeing the atrocities that Hamas perpetrated in the communities adjacent to the Gaza Strip, and the shouts of joy in the Strip. Those who exulted are now crying, Abu Zaida says. But you can't undertake an angry response and revenge that go on for 6 months. Shlomi, for us, every day has been on October 7th. Every day for half a year already. What riles him no less is the attitude of the Israeli media toward the events in Gaza. As an example, he cites the rescue of 2 Israeli captives, Fernando Merman and Louis Har, from a refugee camp in Rafah on February 11th, in the course of which more than 100 people were killed, according to Palestinian reports. You undertook a heroic action to liberate captives who never should have been abducted, Abu Zaida says, but you also killed 100 civilians, including women and children, in order to provide cover for the Israeli force. Is that an act of heroism by the Israelis to liberate 2 captives and kill 100 innocent people? Abu Zaida pounds the table with his fist, and that doesn't even merit a mention of 1 second in the Israeli media. I checked his allegation. With the notable exception of Jack Kurhi in Haaretz, there was hardly any mention of the circumstances surrounding that rescue in the Israeli media. So then you say that there are Hamas members and they're lying, Abu Zaida continues. Well, no, they are not Hamas numbers. We see it with our eyes. Watch television. Forget Al Jazeera. Every other television channel in the world showed images from Rafah, except for you. And then you say that the Israeli army is the most moral in the world. They are so trigger happy, Shlomi. It's wrong. You must not lose compassion. I like how he keeps calling the journalist by his name. In fact, contrary to what's going on today in Gaza, Israel was careful for many years to avoid mass attacks on civilians. If civilians were hurt, Israel was quick to explain, express remorse, and learn from the event. The Israeli media took a critical stance and asked questions. The best example is the response to the decision to assassinate Salah Shehadeh, the head of Hamas's military wing, at the height of the Second Intifada in July 2002. Is it Saleh Shehadeh? Okay. The missile that struck his home also killed another 14 civilians. The event caused a public furor in Israel, and 27 Israel Air Force pilots famously sent a letter to protest the action. The then commander of the IAF, Major General Dan Halutz, who defended the assassination, was asked about the event in an interview in Haaretz and replied that in a situation of that kind, a pilot feels a light tremor in the wing. The phrase entered the language as a synonym for a loss of compassion and morality. Huh. That's actually quite interesting. That attitude shifting. This is a misquote. Okay. Well, God damn it. I asked Abu Zaida whether he had ever thought that Hamas was capable of perpetrating horrors like those of October 7th. If you had asked me, he replied, I would have answered like any Israeli intelligence officer. It's inconceivable that this is what they're planning. I would not have believed that they would not take into account what would happen to them on the day after. I know Hamas rejected the new hostage proposal. I know. Yeah, I know. They're not. They don't want anything less than a full withdrawal. Okay, that's the choice they've made. Okay. Chill. He adds, there were many statements by Hamas before October 7th, and we in Fatah would laugh. For example, someone from Hamas wrote on Facebook, remember, in another few months, the Al-Qassam men will get to Ashkelon, enter the jail, and free all the prisoners. That was the atmosphere. It was hard for us to grasp that they believed that with 3,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 armed militants, they would conquer Israel. That's insane. But when you believe that God is sending you to do his bidding, there's no one to argue with. The signs were out there the whole time. Do they say this all the time? Or because I would have thought that on fucking Facebook, people would be monitoring this shit. But you know, before the Yom Kippur War, I'm guessing they just made these threats all the time. Before the Yom Kippur War, an Egyptian radio station accidentally, I don't know how they did it accidentally, actually did broadcast that Egypt and Syria had plans to attack Israel like within a few weeks. And it was just completely ignored. Like either the Israelis just never heard about it or they just ignored it. Don't ask how they made that mistake, but yeah. Ah. Okay. Do not yawn in front of us. Keep me awake then. Be more of an interesting chatter. Indeed, Abu Zaida is well aware that for the past 2 years, the Hamas leadership had been talking about implementing the last promise, a divine promise regarding the end of days, when all human beings will accept Islam. Sinwar and his circle ascribed an extreme and literal meaning to the notion of the promise, a belief that pervaded all their messages, in speeches, sermons, lectures in schools and universities. The cardinal theme was the implementation of the last promise, which included the forced conversion of all heretics to Islam or their killing. In a militant speech Sinwar delivered in 2021 after the IDF's Gardening of Walls operation in Gaza, he made it clear that he was preparing for a broad war. We stand before an open confrontation with the enemy who is stubbornly insisting on transforming the battle into a religious war. He screamed into the microphone, "We must be ready to defend Al-Aqsa. Our whole nation needs to be ready to march in a raging flood in order to uproot this occupation from our land." But outside the hardcore of the Hamas leadership, talk of an apocalyptic showdown was considered no more than a pipe dream in Gaza, nonsensical prattle that was intended to serve the PR purposes of Sinwar and his group, in order to divert public discussion away from the distress of Gazans. The group's madness was apparent to many. In fact, anyone who watched the Hamas television channel, heard Sinwar's speeches, or followed his colleagues on Twitter could have understood that a process was underway in Gaza of preparing people for a large-scale military operation. Yet only a few realized that these were not just fantasies, but a concrete ambition that would be translated into a concrete plan. Bro, they captured a fucking tank. Look at that. The size of it. Another friend whom I met in Cairo made it clear to me just how operative the plan was. "We've known each other for exactly 30 years and 3 months, the friend said, and sat down next to me. Yes, we met in days of hope when he was released from prison and I spent a night at home shooting a story for Israel TV. He's 60, a former high-ranking figure in Fatah who remained in Gaza even after the Hamas takeover." Brave. "He arrived in Cairo with his family exactly a month ago, still looking for a direction and at pains to keep under the radar. As much, he agreed to speak freely but under an assumed name. I'll call him Iyad. He's a well-known figure in Gaza. Despite the hardships there, he never aspired to leave, not even now. But he had to save his family," he says. After being released from Israeli imprisonment during the Oslo period, he formally renounced the path of violence and connected with many Israeli peace activists, who to this day call him brother. In the past, his son was wounded by an IDF missile, and his Israeli friends raised money to help pay for his medical treatment within Israel. That's something he will never forget. Over the years, in all the struggles between Hamas and Fatah, he tried to calm the situation and mediate between the sides, efforts that earned him the confidence of the moderate leaders in Hamas. They didn't see him as one of theirs, but treated him with respect. Iyad is well acquainted with Hamas and its leadership, and they with him. A few years ago, during a meeting with Sinwar, the latter crowed about Hamas's achievements, and showed him a few others their vast tunnels project in Gaza. He said they had invested around $250 million in order to put Gaza under the ground, Iyad relates. I told him he was crazy. Already then, he says, he knew that Hamas had gone off the deep end. When they started talking about the last promise, he too didn't think it was serious. But in 2021, his opinion changed. By then, Iyad realized that this was not some one-off-the-wall idea propounded by a coterie of wild weeds, but that the entire leadership had been taken captive by the Sinwar group's deranged idea of an all-out battle. They had an orderly plan, and they believed they were fulfilling a divinely ordained mission. So strongly did they believe in the idea that Allah was with them and that they were going to bring down Israel that they started dividing Israel into cantons for the day after the conquest. Bro. Whoa. What the heck? Finkelstein Dershowitz just dropped on Piers Morgan Part 2. Why do I care about watching that shit? It's so cringe. Neither of them make any arguments to address each other. They just say all the same fucking pre-prepared post-it note talk points to preach to their side and to maybe throw an ad hom the other way. No one gives a fuck. Waste of time. Leave me alone. Iyad describes an astonishing event which demonstrates the scale of the madness in Hamas. One day, a well-known Hamas figure calls and tells me with pride and joy that they are preparing a full list of committee heads for the cantons that will be created in Palestine. He offers me the chairmanship of the Zarnuka committee where my family lived before 1948. God. The Arab village of Zarnuka lay about 10 kilometers southwest of Ramla. Today, the Kiryat Moshe neighborhood of Rehovot stands on its land. Iyad was being informed that he would lead the group that would be in charge of rehabilitating the Ramle Rehovot area on the day after the realization of the last promise. Iyad says he was flabbergasted. "You're out of your minds," he told the Hamas person, and asked him not to call him again. Bro. Leaving him on red, eh? Iyad's account may sound wacky, but it will not surprise those who know what went on in the Promise of the Hereafter conference, which was held on September 30th, 2021, a few months after the end of Operation Guardian of the Walls. The event, which was held in the Commodore Hotel on the Gaza seashore, discussed in great detail the deployment ahead of the future management of the State of Palestine following its liberation from Israel. I'm sorry, no, I can't believe this is actually what they were doing, right? Do we think that the Hamas leadership were just fucking schizoed out and planned this attack 3 or 4 years in advance because they thought they were going to conquer the river to the sea? Is that really the line we're going with now? I mean, yeah. What? Why would they take hostages if they thought they were going to take over Israel? Yeah, exactly. Why the fuck would they take hostages? Ugh. They thought other proxies would join. Maybe? Like what? Hezbollah? They did call for that. They called for fucking Abdi to join in, but... See, I thought, and I think this because I watched Fauda, I thought a more rational explanation for them doing what they did was that they thought they could get some hostages in exchange for prisoners and provoke a brutal reaction from Israel that would inspire the rest of the Muslim world and maybe even the Western world to turn on Israel, to either attack Israel alongside them or for the Western world to abandon Israel. That's kind of what I feel like that'd be a more rational explanation for what they did rather than this fucking... But if they were actually just drinking a bunch of Kool-Aid for 3 or 4 years, all of a sudden, I don't know. They thought the PFLP would turn the tide. If only. If only Bad Bunny were there. Interesting. Okay. The conference was funded by Hamas and organized by the organizations Kanan Obeid. Obeid, who is not a member of the military wing and seems to be a bland, unthreatening administrator, is considered the progenitor of the idea that prepared the hearts of the Hamas leaders and the residents of Gaza for the Judgment Day takeover of Israel. He is currently imprisoned in Israel, having been captured as he tried to flee to the south of the Gaza Strip. In a written speech that Sinwar sent to the conference, the organization's leader hinted that the campaign for the complete conquest of the state of the Zionists was closer now than ever before. He averred that victory is nigh and that the full liberation of Palestine from the sea to the river is the heart of Hamas's strategic vision. To this end, we are working hard and making many efforts on the ground and deep below it, in the heart of the sea and in the heights of the heavens. We can already see with our eyes the imminent liberation, and therefore we are preparing for what will come after it. Following a lengthy day of discussions, conclusions were reached which were published at length on the website of MEMRI, the Middle East Media Research Institute, headed by Colonel in Reserve Yigal Carmon. They dealt with the question of how Hamas should prepare for the day after Israel's conquest and destruction, and with the establishment of a different state on its ruins. All quotes from the conference were translated by the Institute. So detailed were the plans that participants in the conference began to draw up lists of all the properties in Israel and appointed representatives to deal with the assets that would be seized by Hamas. We have a registry of the numbers of Israeli apartments and institutions, educational institutions and schools, gas stations, power stations, and sewage systems, and we have no choice but to get ready to manage them, Obeid told the conference. Wait, was this information around before October 7th, or is this after? The fuck, man. Vovia, thanks for the tier 3 sub. And hello, Econoboy. How's it going? Good to see you. It's been a while. Ho ho. One issue was how to treat the Israelis. In dealing with the Jewish settlers on Palestinian land, there must be a distinction in attitudes towards the following: a fighter who must be killed, a Jew who is fleeing and can be left alone or be prosecuted for his crimes in the judicial arena, and a peaceful individual who gives himself up and can be either integrated or given time to leave. They agreed that this is an issue that requires deep deliberation and a display of the humanism that has always characterized Islam. I wonder how that got lost in translation on the ground. Okay. Interesting. More specifically, the issue of a brain drain was discussed. Educated Jews and experts in the areas of medicine, engineering, technology, and civilian and military industry should be retained in Palestine for some time and should not be allowed to leave and take with them the knowledge and experience that they acquired while living in our land and enjoying its bounty. While we paid the price for all this in humiliation, poverty, sickness, deprivation, killing, and arrests, the conference's concluding statement asserted. The participants discussed the establishment of political apparatuses and decided that an announcement will be addressed to the United Nations declaring that the State of Palestine has succeeded in the occupation state and will enjoy the rights of the occupation state. They also assumed that the new state would inherit the border agreements with Egypt and Jordan, as well as the economic zone delimitation agreements with Greece in the Eastern Mediterranean, the passage and shipping rights in the Gulf of Aqaba, etc. Because the shekel's value was likely to be reduced to zero, they would recommend to Palestinians that they convert all their savings into gold, dollars, or dinars. I'm having a fucking meltdown reading this shit, man. Has any other organization picked up on this? Is anyone else talking about this? Is this actually official? Like, was this actually Hamas's official plan now? Or the fuck? The conference dealt with the need to recruit personnel for popular committees that would secure the resources of the land. They will be trained and then assigned to different work teams. The statement declared, adding, preparations for this will begin right now, first of all, in the Gaza Strip. We are headed for the victory that Allah promised his servants, the summarizing statement asserted. The time has come to act. Everyone laughed when Canaan organized that big show in Gaza. I was told by a leading Fatah figure from Ramallah with whom I spoke after October 7th, but I didn't laugh. I knew that the head behind it was the head of Sinwar. He also added details about the conference. They invited refugees from 1948, survivors or their descendants who are considered to have high status, and gave them tasks in all seriousness, not only as committee heads, but more than that, genuinely professional roles, handling of land, education, even transportation and communications. Because of this, the senior figure says, he was not in the least surprised by Hamas's attack last October. I knew where it was going, once Sinwar seized power and removed all his opponents, he says. If you're talking about a blunder, the release of Sinwar from prison in Israel in 2011 is the forefather of your blunder. You in Israel talk about Hamas all the time and don't understand that it's Sinwar. As long as he's breathing, he manages things, and he is an insane fanatic. He notes that while Sinwar was in prison in Israel, he only became more extreme to the point where he believes truly and sincerely that he is the helper of the Prophet Muhammad. The senior figure relates that on one occasion he met a ranking Israeli figure in Jerusalem hotel and warned him about Sinwar's character. Israel, he said, doesn't know who it's messing with. Everything was out in the open, but Israel didn't hear and didn't see. The Hatzav Group in Unit 8200, the Signals Intelligence Division of the IDF Military Intelligence, whose personnel collected open intelligence material, was shut down in 2021. Israeli intelligence completely missed the picture that was taking shape. Volunteers packing food for Gaza. Okay. It didn't have to be this way, Iyad relates sorrowfully. From his acquaintanceship with the people involved in Hamas, he notes that Sinwar actually lost the election for the top position that was held on March 10th, 2021, half a year before the conference. Nizar Awadallah from Hamas's political wing won the secretly held election by a narrow margin. But Marwan Issa, the number 2 figure in the military wing who was killed recently, and his personnel threatened the local members of the Shura Committee who supervised the polling places to induce them to change the results. That was done, and Sinwar was declared the leader of Hamas for the second time, having previously won an election in 2017. Damn. He stole an election, bro. He did a Biden. Joking. Reports published around that time contained clear hints about what was to come. In Haaretz, Jack Korhi noted on March 10, 2021, that according to unofficial reports, Sinwar lost to Awadallah in the first round of voting by a few votes. Hamas denied this, claiming that the vote was indecisive and therefore a second round had been declared, which was won by Sinwar. In the second round, the fix was in. Awadallah, who was forced to concede defeat, fled from Gaza while he still could. Nor was he the only one who left. Iyad relates that after Sinwar and his aides seized power, some of the pragmatic figures in the leadership realized that they were heading for a fall and abandoned the Gaza Strip. Although Hamas is a movement that sanctifies death, its leaders turn out to want to keep on living. Ismail Haniyeh, for example, the leader of the organization's political bureau settled in Qatar, as did his deputy Khalil al-Hayya. They didn't know the date, but they definitely knew where things were heading, Iyad says. Others fled from the Strip days before October 7th. Dr. Razi Hamad, who is in charge of the negotiations for the release of the abducted soldier Gilad Shalit, held captive for 5 years beginning in 2006, left Gaza a week before the invasion and has been in Beirut ever since. Beirut, eh? I can't believe we're reading the entire article. Oh, you better believe it. It's the things I do for you guys, you know? Haniyeh's eldest son took a similar course of action. Around midday on October 2nd, Abdeh Haniyeh chaired a meeting of the Palestinian Sports Committee, which is headed by the Minister of Sports, Jibril Rajoub. Suddenly, he received a phone call, left the room for a few minutes, and then returned, pale and confused. He immediately informed the committee, whose members were in a Zoom conference with counterparts in the West Bank, that he had to leave for the Rafah crossing straight away, as he had just learned that his wife had to undergo fertility treatment in the United Arab Emirates. He was lying. He granted full power of attorney to his deputy and left the Gaza Strip hurriedly. When the war broke out, Iyad relates, 2 of the committee members who had been at that meeting called me. Look at that bastard, they said. If he had told us, we would have run too. Another person who called him said sadly, Wallah, if we had known that we were going to implement their insane promise, we wouldn't have bought homes, wouldn't have married, wouldn't have had children. Now they are in Qatar and we are eating shit. I like this guy, this Iyad guy. I trust this man. This information casts doubt on the view that has prevailed since October 7th, to the effect that the Qatar-based political leadership of Hamas wasn't in on the attack. Even if Hania and his staff weren't part of the planning, they had advance information about the date of the attack. Everyone knew the attack was coming, Iyad says, but they weren't sure about the date. It was only on Monday, 5 days beforehand, that there was apparently a leak. The whitest wallah I've ever... Fuck you. Fuck off! Wallah. Well, I do it in my Scottish accent. Wallah. Pure fucking wallah, mate. Tell me, I asked him, is it possible that everything you're recounting wasn't seen or heard by Israeli intelligence? Iyad paused for a minute and replied, they didn't take heed of the data. They knew about the conference at the Commodore Hotel, which was even reported in the Israeli media, but they didn't attach any importance to it. It sounded so crazy. They thought it was nothing. Crazy chat. The fuck, man? Hania's son. Is that him? Okay. On October 7th, Iyad went to pick dates from the tree that grew in his backyard in Jabalia. When he grasped the scale of the invasion and saw that abducted civilians and soldiers were being transported into the Strip, he drove his wife and relatives to his home in Sheikh Redwan, which was far from the border with Israel. He remained in the house for the time being. On Tuesday, when the din of the artillery, the tanks, and the planes became unbearable, he tried to get into his car and flee, but then the ceiling of his house collapsed with him inside. He was barely able to pull himself out. Holy shit. As soon as I reached my daughter's house, I saw that the house next door had been destroyed and had collapsed on its occupants, so I realized I had to start looking for a way to leave Gaza. He reached Cairo a month ago, and he is too troubled by a harsh feeling of defeat and discomfort for having left the people of Gaza to fend for themselves. I had no choice, he says. My wife and my relatives had breakdowns. I couldn't let that happen. Now he's in Egypt. It's not clear how and from what he will earn a living, or how he will pay for the house he's rented on the outskirts of a neighborhood in the vast metropolis of Cairo. It's hard to estimate just how many Palestinians have been able to leave the Gaza Strip since the start of the war. Palestinians I spoke to think it's between 30 and 50,000. Naturally, those who managed to get out there are those with status and families who had the wherewithal to buy an exit ticket to Egypt. It's ironic because before the actual expulsion started in the 48 war, it was about 30,000 Arabs who fled as well. The upper classes and the middle classes. Naturally, those who managed to get out are those with status and families who had the wherewithal to buy an exit ticket to Egypt. But there are also young people whose parents scraped together every dollar they could to send their children out of the Gaza inferno. I met 2 of them by chance. When I got to Cairo, I promised myself that I would not approach Palestinians I didn't already know. Even when I saw dozens of Gazans wandering around the mall in packs, and when I gazed from afar at Palestinian families who were strolling in Tahrir Square or along the Nile Promenade, I was very tempted to approach them, but I overcame that journalistic instinct. Who knows? What if they had lost their homes or had people in their family who were killed? How could I introduce myself to them as an Israeli journalist? I was also very meticulous about upholding the terms of my entry visa to Egypt and not to do anything to irk my hosts. I tried to walk the streets of Cairo as though I were transparent. One day, I went for a walk in Tahrir Square, the place where the great revolution of the Arab Spring was launched and changed unrecognizably in the past 13 years. These days, it's neat and quiet. The Egyptians planted large concrete pots in which trees are now growing, so that the square will no longer be able to be accommodated large masses of people. Thousands of people come to the historic square every evening, and it wasn't difficult for me to spot Palestinian families among them with babies and small children. They didn't mix with the Egyptians, but sat side by side in the corners of the square, speaking amongst themselves. I saw a group of young Egyptians who were repeatedly photographing their thumbs. I asked them in English what they were doing. Two inquisitive young people nearby the side listened to the conversation and laughed. They too thought it was a bizarre trend. Then we started to speak. They spoke fluent English, better than mine. We talked about Egypt, about the square, and they said enviously, if only we could have freedom one day, like the Egyptians. That's when the penny dropped for me. They were brothers, Imad and Hussam. Their family is from the Rimal neighborhood of Gaza City. Their father worked in the Arab Bank, but the whole neighborhood had been destroyed. Their friends and neighbors had been killed. Their parents used all their savings to send them away from the battlefields of Gaza. Before they could finish their story, I told them that I too had something to say. I told them that I was an Israeli, a Jew, a journalist by profession. The silence didn't last long, and to my surprise, they weren't alarmed by my revelation. Imad, the older of the two, said he had suspected me from the start because of the interest I showed in them. What else do you want to hear? He asked. I said I'd like to hear the whole story. They suggested that we go to the bank of the river. So, two young Palestinians and an Israeli who had already seen a lot in Gaza went for an evening stroll to talk about war. Imad, who's 21, said he had completed electrical engineering studies but hadn't been able to find work and had taken odd jobs. His brother, Hussam, 19, is studying computers. Now they have to rebuild their lives from the bottom up. I asked whether their home is a total loss. They laughed at the expression, which of course generally refers to cars. Why are you laughing? I asked. They replied that they were laughing on the outside but crying inside. I couldn't possibly know, they told me, how much crying they had accumulated over the years. They told me about the day when their mother decided that she had to part from her two older sons. By then, they were staying with an aunt in Deir al-Bala in the south of the Strip. We have two sisters and a 7-year-old brother who remained in Gaza, but we couldn't get them out, Imad said. To which his brother added, Mum said that it was her duty to get out whomever she could. Dad was against it at first. He said everyone had to stay together. But when we heard that Israel had destroyed the whole Rimal neighborhood, Dad relented. They managed to leave 3 weeks ago. Dad was silent, didn't say a word. Mum cried. I asked her why, told her we'll return and build a new house, but their mother was determined. She brought a Quran and had them swear on it that they will never return to Gaza. Don't come back here, she told them. Look for somewhere else to work, to marry, to build, to live. And what did your father say? Nothing. Dad was silent. Maybe he knew that he would never see us again. Is there any chance of their getting out? No. Dad is looking after his mother. She's 85, and our mother is tired. Where would they go? To Egypt? What's for them here? Do they have food? Money? What will they do? What all the Gazans do. Live, die. It's fate. And what about you two? They referred to the question back to me. And what about you, Israelis? How long will you go on killing us, huh? Their dream is to find a university that will award them a scholarship in Europe or in America, or as Hussam said, laughing, even in the Congo, as long as there's no shelling going on. It was 1:30 a.m. when I got back to the hotel. Two Gazan merchants were sitting in the lobby. I didn't approach them. They were busy selling Gaza to the highest bidder, and I didn't want to disturb them. Let them go about their business, and I'll tend to mine. That was a really good article. Did I really start reading that like an hour ago? Who needs Vyvanse, eh? when you've got fucking unbridled Scottish fuck you. It was full of misinformation and sophistry. You know what? Kill yourself. In a video game, don't actually do that.
Your mother should be proud.
Joan, thanks for the $49.99. I really appreciate that. Your mother should be proud. That's such a generous dono. Oh my god, thank you so much. Gosh. Not bad for an hour of reading. He isn't on ADHD drugs. Not today, no. This is the roids. That's what that's what this is. It's the roids. This is the fucking unlimited sexual energy propelling me like a fucking I don't even know what I'm saying, bro. Like a fucking ball-eating lunatic. What the fuck, man? Next article. True. Someone sent me a dono on PayPal, so it's not showing on stream. If you're watching, I won't read out your name because I don't know if you want that to be public, but it just says the cutest smile on internet. Thanks for the £30. I really appreciate that. It's really nice of you. Okay. Wallahi, you don't need Vyvanse. Did I say Wallahi properly? Fuck. It would help because I can't normally do that. It's not Tammy, no. Check out the stream suggestions. Oh, okay. What are we doing? What, this? Is this not Arafat fucking pulling Fidel Castro? Fidel. Oh no, it's not Castro, it's... Was Arafat gay? Isn't that the whole thing? Is that why his wife hated him? In Lebanon, I don't know if it's every Middle Eastern country, but in Lebanon, they'll kiss your fucking cheeks like 400 times before saying hello. But I don't know if they ever get you on the fucking chewer. In all the Levant, it's like this. On the lips, though? Please never say chewer again. I love that. That's Australian, isn't it? It's Australians who say that. Kick you in the fucking chewer. There's vids of Sinwar doing it as well. It's not sexual. No, not the lips. That's what I thought. I mean, I know like it used to be quite normal for fucking parents to kiss their kids in the lips. I don't even know if they do that anymore, but see, look, I'm sure there's really interesting discourse here. I'm sure there's really interesting discourse here, but I swear it's just like the fucking frame here is Finkelstein soying like he always does, and Dershowitz is Zeke Heiling, apparently. I don't know. What's the point? Why do I need to watch this? Eclipse. Smugbug watching Shapiro Destiny fail complex. Okay. People returning to Khan Yunis. I saw that in the news, yeah. Pearly demonetized. Okay. Suggested content. Suggest you get a job that involves killing yourself. No, why do I don't fuck off? Tom Brady kissing his son. What? Fuck off. Stop. When's the Ben Candace debate? I don't know. Don't care. Boring. 193
Algeria.
UN. Fuck me. Why is she speaking? She's not supposed to speak. Algeria. It's been too long. This one. Nice. Indonesia. Big fucking dense fucker. Guyana. Oh. Wait, Venezuela's invading Guyana. Any day now. Lao. Fuck. Uruguay. Finland. Yemen. If you're out of practice in this game, you're fucking dead. What? How am I supposed to remember which one's the Federated States of Micronesia? Micro shit. Marshall. What do I remember? This is Nauru. Okay. Nepal. Belarus. Fucking Liberia. Is that the small one or the big? Oh. No. Germany. Brazil. Croatia. See, you come out of practice. Fucking Croatia is the one with the beaches. Thought I hit that's there. I hit Bosnia by mistake. Whoops. Botswana. Is that top or that? Oh, there's Uganda, Botswana. Or is it Burundi, Botswana? Oh. Burundi's the lower one. But no way, Botswana's not there at all. It's fucking this one. Shit. DCR, big one. Sweden. Cameroon is one of these fucks. This is Equatorial Guinea. This is Guinea-Bissau. These are the Guineas, right? Chad. Sudan. Haiti is this one? Ah! What? Oh my, wait, what? Ooh. How have I forgotten fucking Haiti? Here. Oh my god. It's that one. Okay. Qatar. Kuwait. Qatar the lower one. Bahrain's the higher one, so Qatar is the lower one. I was right. Okay, fucking. El Salvador. One of these fucks. This little one? Yeah. Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein. Andorra. Luxembourg. Cyprus. Ooh. You can see it from Lebanon. Armenia. Turkey. Is Armenia the small one or the Georgia? Azerbaijan, Armenia, right? Yeah. Somalia, Krontos. Nigeria. How have I forgotten what fucking Nigeria? Libya, Egypt, Chad. Is that Nigeria? Niger? Jesus. Oh, fucking Tajikistan. It's the one that's Uzbekistan. No, this is Uzbekistan. Oh. Kyrgyzstan's the other one. Okay. Equatorial Guinea's the small fucker. Malawi. I don't remember Malawi. No fucking way, man. I feel like it's around here. South Africa, Lesotho, Namibia, Angola, Mozambique. Huh. Senegal. Fuck. One of these little bastards, isn't it? Fuck. Eh. Scarlet's right, stop helping. Wow, really? Brunei is the one that I don't even know which fucking continent it's on. I always forget. Belize is one that I used to think was Asia, but it's actually in Central America or some shit. But Brunei, I think, is in Asia. No. Is Brunei in... Oh, it's one of these fuckers. East Timor, Singapore. Okay. Latvia. Latvia's the middle one, because I've been there. Fuck! Portugal. Comoros, I think is this? No! Shit. Oh, is that the island one? Oh, it's the small island there. Shit. Libya. Oh my god. Norway. Morocco. Lithuania. Oh. Angola. Venezuela. Colombia, Venezuela. USA. Iran. India. Israel. Vanuatu. I don't even... Which is which here? Palau, Kiribati, Tonga, Vanuatu. Okay. Not going to remember that anytime soon. Hungary. Give me a second. Czech Republic. Poland, Hungary. Hungary borders Ukraine, right? Does it? Oh my god. No way, that's Slovakia, motherfucker. Switzerland. Give me a fucking minute here. Jesus Christ. Monaco. Turkey. The Gambia is small one. Sierra Leone. Oh, not Dominica. I feel like it's number 3 here. Hey, gotcha. Been a while, but okay. Burkina Faso, that's where that fucking Thomas Sankara dude's from or whatever, isn't it? Switzerland. Central African Republic. Azerbaijan. South Africa. North Korea. Nicaragua. Not going to remember this one, I don't think. Fuck. Is it this one? Barbados is one of these fucks, isn't it? Oh no. Is it the... Jesus Christ. Trinidad, Tobago. Peru. Kenya. Kenya? Ethiopia? Kenya? The fuck's this? Vietnam. Mongolia. Cambodia. Kiribati. Oh, fuck. I had that one earlier. This top one? Yeah. Pakistan. Fucking North Macedonia shithole. Is that the dot? No, that's Montenegro. Iceland. I can't remember where the fuck Maldives is. Is it here? Yeah, okay. St. Lucia. So this is Grenada. St. Lucia's one of the top ones, isn't it? Nope. There, okay. Uzbekistan. Fuck. China. This is all the roid rage. True. Andorra? Mauritius. Seychelles? Ooh, which is which? The fuck is this? God damn it. Mix them up again. Singapore. Oh no, I can't just hit Brunei twice. The fuck? Why have I... Oh, it's there. Okay, Jesus Christ. Afghanistan. Took me a minute. Nauru is the one in the little square. New Zealand. Panama. Scotland tried to build an empire at Panama. Failed. Wait, why is this not full screen anymore? Okay. Namibia, down here. Serbia. Bosnia. Serbia. Thailand. John Doe, thanks for the $4.99. I really appreciate that. Fucking Thailand. I'm really fucking up that area. Southeast Asia. Benin. Oh no, it's the bigger one. Sao Tome and Principe. Philippines. Suriname. This is France. See that? France glows when you highlight that one. Look at that. Ooh. Not gonna get me with that one. Fucker. South Korea. Uganda. Montenegro. Marshall Islands. Bolivia. Bolivia's the other landlocked one. What's this one though? Fuck, why can't I remember which one's but fucking Bolivia? Come on. Bolivia's a bigger one. Tonga. Wait, Tonga's here. Costa Rica? Oh no. Stupid. Slovakia. Belize. I think is this one up here. Palau. Ugh. Here. UK. Australia. Malta. Rwanda. Turkmenistan. Ivory Coast is the fucking bigger one, is it? Yeah. Kazakhstan. Big fucker. Ireland. Guatemala. Oh, fuck. No, what am I doing? What am I doing? Guatemala's here. Fucking hell, it's close. Okay, Honduras is that one. Jamaica is this one. Sri Lanka is this one. Malaysia is this one. Burundi is down here. Czech Republic. Ukraine. Eswatini. France. Poland. Slovenia. St. Kitts and Nevis. Bhutan. Bangladesh. Myanmar. India. Dominican Republic. That one of these fuckers. Yeah. East Timor. Mali. Mauritania. Argentina. Bangladesh. Oman. Ethiopia, Tunisia, Estonia, Eritrea. Ooh. Grenada is fuck. Third? Second. Solomon Islands. San Marino. Chad. India. Mexico. Albania. Republic of the Congo. Honduras. Kuwait. Seychelles. Guinea-Bissau. Oh. UAE. Guinea's this other one. Luxembourg. Papua New Guinea. Russia. Bahrain. Mauritania. Cuba. The fucking Bahamas. Fiji. Togo. That's African. Small one. Moldova. Right after Ukraine. Georgia. Zimbabwe. Tuvalu. Not this. It's this. Spain. Lesotho. South Sudan. Iraq. Not go too fast now. Zambia? What the fuck is this one? Jordan. Oh! Jordan is not Syria, my friend. Gosh. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ah! Djibouti. Lebanon. Colombia. Bulgaria. Smaller one. Saudi. Niger. Tanzania. That's what that is. Ecuador. Belgium. What? Netherlands is north of Belgium. Okay. Syria. Samoa is the last one down here. Fuck. Egypt. Paraguay. Antigua and Barbuda. Now this one? Gabon. Oh. Is Gabon this one? No, that's Ghana. Bro, you idiot. Myanmar. Romania. Denmark. Ghana. 81. After not doing it for, what, 2 or 3 months? Okay. Ooh. Gabon had a coup recently. Yeah. Big surprise. Pasta 21, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Don't dox me like that again. Uncool. Wow. Good one. Good memes. Wow. Where was Taiwan? It was there. I'm sure of it. Okay. Why is there someone in my chat called Dad? Weird. Okay. All right. fuckheads, I'm sending you off. I'll see you tomorrow for a stream that's probably around the same length as this one. Who knows? It's fuck off, David. Tomorrow. Okay. I'm sending you off, all right? You have to go fend for yourselves in the real world at some point. Okay, you can't just have me holding your hand through all the fucking discourse. Thanks so much for the chats and the donos and the supers and the keeping me awake. Bye.